See the moonlights on the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Tallawah TV is in the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Got a corner on the telephone. Yeah, this is the Shout Out the Messenger, and you're watching Tallawah TV with the host and best. So Davis, take it away.
My Tallawahs, good evening, good afternoon. Surely it is not a good morning. It's only 8:45 here in London. Good evening to each and every one of you. Let me know how your day's been. Let me know how your day's going, I should say. More importantly, let me know how your week's going so far. Haven't been on here in the last couple of days. Needed to just take a little break just to unwind, take care of myself a little bit. So much going on in football where the reggae girls are concerned at all levels. Some good, some not so good. So let me know how you guys are. And it would be great if I put on my banner, wouldn't it? There we go. This one reads for itself. If you don't want to read it, I'll go ahead and read it for you. The 2020-22 Concacaf Women's U17s Championship, and it's the United States versus Jamaica. We continue our quest to qualifying for this year's World Cup. The road to India continues, guys. Can we do it? Can we beat one of the heavyweights tonight? I'm going to say yes, we can, because I'm always going to be biased towards my own. And I know you guys are always going to be biased alongside me. So let me know how you guys are feeling about tonight. I'm going to give you guys that all important starting 11. We have just under 20 minutes to go until kickoff. If you are in Jamaica, the game should be available on Flow Sports. It should also be available on YouTube. Give you a little bit of warning there. If you're trying YouTube, you might need a VPN. If you're in the UK, like myself, you're good to go. YouTube have you covered. If you want a link to that, I'll give it be a little bit specific there for you so that you can find the link. I'm currently waiting for my link to get up and running. And as soon as all things are all good and I've been given the green light my end, I'll keep you guys posted along the way. Give you guys your live watch along as usual. Try to give you guys some good commentary as well for the full 90, and also some additional stuff there to dissect after the game. Hopefully we'll be sat here all in smiles, having chopped down one of the big heavyweights in football at all levels. Definitely not a team that we're going to underestimate. Let's give respect where respect is due. Mr. Scott, good evening to yourself, Mr. Scott. What's on the dinner menu? You know I'm going to invite myself round. If it is curry, I am 100% coming over. So let me know what's on the dinner menu there, guys, in the comment section. You know, that's my regular. I love to find out what you guys are eating. Don't ask me why, but it's something that I enjoy. Mr. Reed, good evening. Well, that's one way of putting food on the table, right? It's one way of keeping food on the table. So you keep working. We all have to work. Thank you for your lovely comments. Mr. Scott is going out on a limb here. He's saying we're going to destroy them. In case you're wondering who is they, who is he referring to? Well, he's referring to the United States. They're playing host against Jamaica tonight in the U17's Women's Concacaf Championship, and it is the knockout round, guys. This is where it gets a little bit anxious for some of you. Your anxiety is probably going to flare through the roof, a bit like myself. This is where it gets all a bit anxious for each and every one of us, not just Jamaica, but also the United States as well, because I'm sure they'll be looking at Jamaica and saying that they are not pushovers. Yes, it's only coming up to 3 in Jamaica now, right? So silly of me to even be asking what you're having for dinner. Probably not too long ago finish off your lunch. My time is 8:45, so dinner's pretty much sorted my end. Although I don't have time to eat it, never do when I'm trying to do these live stream for you guys. So like I said, you guys have got under 20 minutes to get yourself comfortable until kickoff. Kickoff is kicking off at 9 p.m. here in the UK, and that will make it 3 p.m. if you're in Jamaica. Okay, so think it's best to start off with looking back at our opponents tonight and looking at their results. Might be a little bit of a scary reading there for you if you're new to women's football, or if you're new to the Reggae Girls. You're probably thinking, "Oh, tough team." I'm gonna say that yes, they are a tough team because, like I said, we're gonna give respect where respect is due. Before I turn on my shade screen, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off my banner so that you guys can read these results with me. Um, like I said, some of these results is probably going to be a little bit frightening for you guys. So let me try and set something up my end. I'm gonna take my eyes off the comment section for a brief period. So no, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to be a little bit proactive before I bring something up on screen for you guys, trying to multitask um, at the same time. So go ahead and try and find your streaming options tonight. I'll try and see where your streaming options are if you're in the United States or elsewhere in the world. So just bear with me. Right in the nick of time. We're balling out tonight. We're definitely, I would advise my co-pilot tonight not to celebrate based off his location. I don't want nothing happening to him, although I reckon he can handle himself. But based on where he lives, I'd advise him not to celebrate too tough tonight. Me, I'm across the pond in the UK, so I can celebrate all day long. You guys are definitely familiar with my co-pilot tonight. If you're not familiar and you're new to the channel, it is none other than Mr. Mikey Ballin. How you, Mikey?
I am very good, very, very good. Listen,
How's your day?
where I live is Jamaica.
Yeah?
Yes, little Jamaica. You understand me?
You guys must know which state Mikey's based in. But still, Big Mike, Mr. Ballin, for your protection, I'm just saying. But you know best because
I
it's
closed
your
the
neighborhood.
windows. The windows are closed. I'm airtight, soundproof.
All right. All right. How you feeling about the game?
I'm feeling good, but I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm going to be political today.
Why is that?
Because I want to be like Richard. Let's put it this way. I am wishing, hoping, and wanting a win, but it's going to be a difficult task. So I'm looking for a win, so I cannot make a prediction. My mind is telling me one thing, but my heart is with my country.
I think that's the best way to summarize it all, to be honest with you. I believe in the girls, but they are going up against a tough opposition tonight. So,
I like to remind back in 2005, the Jamaica under-17 boys team defeated the US boys team for the first time 3-2. They were
are
down.
you going for a bit of deja vu tonight?
Right. They were down. That's the first and only time they ever beat them. They were down by 2. In the last 15 minutes, they scored 3 and 1, the boys.
Oh, okay, okay,
So,
okay.
guys, we're looking for one more repeat of that. It's 15 to 17 years later. That's what we're looking for.
That is what you call a dramatic ending to a game, for those of you who are wondering. So let's go and take a quick glance at the United States. Again, be wary of their opponents in terms of the quality of their opponents. If you're new to women's football and new to the Reggae Girls, it might be a little bit of a scary reading there for you. But don't be put off. Just do bear in mind their opponents. I'm just going to make this one relatively quick because we do have just 9 minutes to go, 9 minutes to go until the game kicks off. And if you're wondering, it is the United States hosting Jamaica tonight against in the Concacaf Women's Championship, the under 17s, that is, and they are the home team tonight for those of you who are wondering. So let me just do a quick run through of their results. Some of you are probably not familiar with their results because you're more, been focused on Jamaica. So let's just go and give a quick little glance of what the States subbing up to the United States. This one pretty much reads for itself, doesn't it? High score line. Not going to dive into too much here. Again, I don't want to put none of you off, but you can see what they did against Grenada there, young Grenada inside. Hat tricks flying left, right, and center there. Couple 4 goals. Yeah, like I said, this is much. This is almost, how many different goal scorers is this? 9 different goal scorers in one match. So at least we know that they're capable, based off what this result is saying, capable of scoring goals from all angles. Hit double figures again in their second game at the group stage there in the Concacaf Women's U17s Championship. Similar goal scorers from their opening match. If you go down to their third game there against Costa Rica, didn't hit double figures on this time round. Perhaps it's because they're up against a fitter opposition, someone who could probably match their talent. And in their final group game there against their opponents, they went back into double figures. Again, this could be down to the quality of their opponent. Takes us to the present, and the present is the quarterfinal, and they are taking on the black, gold, and green of Jamaica. And that is the young reggae girls there that they'll be taking on. So guys, let's go back and look at Jamaica. Pretty sure you guys are familiar with Jamaica's results to the present, because you must have been tuning into my live stream over the last couple of days. And so started things off against Bermuda. Again, guys, this is the CONCACAF Women's U17s Championship. This was the group stage. Good turnout. Good way to get our journey up and running, the quest to this year's U17's World Cup, and that's going to be taking place in India. 7 goals against Bermuda in match day 1. Match day 2 went up against Dominican Republic. Big up to the Dominican Republic. Lovely people, especially the guys in the comment section. So good luck. About to say good night. Good luck. Rude of me. Good luck to the Dominican Republic in their game. Decide we beat Dominican Republic 3-1. And we went off against the blockbuster in our group, and this one was an interesting game here. Some people probably agree that the scoreline doesn't reflect the game itself. Some people would say otherwise. Held. Read it again for you. Jamaica held 1-1 against Canada. Right? And then it takes us to Cuba. This was my last live stream. It was against Cuba, and we beat the Cubans 4-0. And it takes us to the present, again, the quarterfinals against the United States. Let's go over and give you guys that all-important team sheet there. Turn on my microphone. Sorry if you guys are getting feedback of the game. That's not supposed to happen, so it's a good idea if I can just turn on my headphones, not my microphone. My microphone is already on. Okay, so I'll sort out my headphones in a bit. It's giving me a bit of problems. Should be able to cast your eyes on the screen. This one pretty much read for itself, but as ever, I'll give it a read for you. You see there at the back we've got Brooks, Mignet, Nelson, Johnson, Lawrence, Wilson, Buckley, Powell, Maya, Seaton, and Atkinson. We also got Smith on the bench again. Picked up a little niggle there in the game against Canada. How severe is that niggle? No updates on her injury at present, but hopefully it's nothing lengthy or concerning. Just to give you guys a gentle reminder, you have 5 minutes until kickoff. So that is 5 minutes until kickoff. I'm going to try and sort out my audio. Having a little bit of an audio issue, but hopefully it won't be for the duration of the game. See what you guys are saying in the comment. Also, if you're in the United States, try Fox Sports. I believe the F is for Fox Sports. That's Fox Sports 2. Should be showing the game. Again, if you want to try YouTube, go ahead, but you would be needing a VPN. Mr. Reed is saying you're scared, Mikey. Are you scared?
No, it's Fox Sports Plus today.
Fox Sports Plus?
Today, yeah.
Okay. So there you go, guys. Fox Sports Plus. If you're in
tell Mr. Reed I'm not scared. I'm just level-headed.
He's been a realist. You hear that, Mr. Reed? You're always present there in the comment section. It'll be lovely to get you on screen one day, or maybe when I do get the WhatsApp up and running, you can give us a call. It'd be great to put a voice to the name or a face. Big game today, absolutely. Fishing adventure. This looks like something that we should all be checking out if you're Jamaican there. Hopefully, there is more to the name, fishing adventure. I'm sensing it might be based in the Caribbean there and goes on fishing adventures on his YouTube channel. So if that's the case, that's someone that we should be supporting. Well, yeah, you're talking about Buckley, right? The trickery of Buckley. Guys, the teams are out on the pitch. For those of you who are wondering, we are um, some minutes away from kickoff. Anthems have been sung. And we are about, if I look at we are about 3 minutes away from kickoff. Good day, hot chili. This is how you know he's loyal to us, Mikey, because he has a big game tonight. Good luck in your club fixture there. Mikey might not wish you good luck, right? Because Mikey is on the other half of where your club is based. But I'm going to wish you good luck. As nice as Mikey is, I can assure you he's not wishing you good luck tonight, all right, hot chili, but it's all love. So good luck with your game. And also Rochelle as well. Good luck with your side tonight. You both support the same team. So hopefully we can get, I'm sorry, Mr. Balin. Hopefully we can get an all-English final there. Sorry, Mr. Balin. I know that's your worst nightmare, but I have to support my subscribers.
Oh, so you don't support a panelist as a subscriber?
You see how I set myself up? I retract what I just said.
I will remove my handsome face.
Okay, I'm not commenting on them no more. Sorry, Rochelle. And sorry, Hot Chili. You guys are on your own, unfortunately. All right.
As Crystal, if Jamaica played tight and not as loose as they played in the first 4 games, compact, I should say tight, compact, they can stop this USA team. But if they play like they play in the first 4 games, they're going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
They haven't been compact yet.
Yeah.
The forward line is too distant from the midfield, and the midfield is too distant from the defense.
Mikey, that's why that's why I feel like this is the game that we'll miss Smith. I'm hoping that's not the case.
No. That's a big loss.
Huge loss.
Yes.
Huge hand in mouth. Luckily, we didn't miss her. We didn't miss Smith's presence in the game against Cuba. But tonight,
I thought she was rested.
That's what but clearly with the knock that she picked up against Canada, clearly there's more to it than it seemed at the time.
I will tell you something. If 15, 20 minutes in the game and Jamaica is down 1 or up 1, you may see her come on the field.
Yeah, we're gonna need Smith. I just pray to God that it's nothing concerning Smith.
If the game is close, she's gonna make an appearance. But if it's a blowout either way, then she won't play.
Yeah, big up the guys in the comment section there. I don't want to name every single person. Well, I'm not going to attempt to name every single person because I won't be able to do that. And I don't want to leave no one out. But a couple scan there. Mr. Wilkinson, Hot Chili, Rochelle, CC Sport, Mr. Plays there, Mr. Brown as well, Baller Kick. All you guys, big up yourself. And the guys in the earlier section there, I think I've already touched on you, Mr. Reed, Jamaica, LOL, Mr. Scott, big up all of you. Guys, we are right on time for kickoff, and it is the girls in black, gold, and green that's kicking us off. Just to remind you guys, this is the quarterfinals. This is the knockout round, and put your feet up, and hopefully it will be a good game. We've gotten away Buckley on the ball there from the center of the pitch. Run into a bit of early traffic there, running into Jamaica, running into the United States. Mr. Brown. It's like I said, don't be fooled by America's high score line there in their last couple of games, particularly at the group round. Couple double figures score lines there in favor of the United States. But we saw what happened when they came up against Costa Rica, didn't we? Didn't manage to hit double figures then. They are a good team. Definitely are a good team. You don't really need me telling you that because America are excellent at fine-tuning their talents from grassroots all the way up to the pro game. That's something that no one can take away from them, right? Against Costa Rica, they put 5 past Costa Rica. When you look at the Puerto Rico game, they put 13 past Puerto Rico, and they put 20 past Grenada. So they are capable of doing damage, but if you can match them on the day, the game is won on the day, then you should be all right. Can't see them racking up double figures against our Golden Girls, and hopefully, I will be right. Travis, pick up yourself.
Also, Crystal, US score every time in the first 3 minutes of every game they played. So
Okay, so you're telling me that we have to be compact for the next, say,
1
two
minute,
plus minute.
2+ minute, and we
See how my host does his homework, guys. You gotta big up my co-pilot. Where we going tonight, Mikey? What's the destination tonight?
we're going to the World Trade Center to celebrate after we win.
What? Wow, you are salty,
No,
Americans. If you are listening, when I
Freedom
come,
Tower.
when,
Freedom Tower.
when I touch down in ATL, please don't turn me away, okay? Mikey said we're coming
Guess
on
what?
your soil
Scored
to
in the first.
celebrate.
They scored.
There we go.
Yes. And like
Who
I
is the
said,
goal scorer?
I don't know what's a header.
That's going to be coming up. Mikey's a little bit ahead of me there,
Oh,
guys. And this one started on the wing. I'm assuming this is going to be the goal. Good build-up play at present. Whips this one into the box. Too easy of a header, and they have taken the lead. That is way too easy of a header. So just like my co-pilot was saying there, we need to stay compact within the first 3 minutes. They scored with 15 minutes to say 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's 15 seconds shy of what we were hoping not to happen. So that's the United States there with a header to open the scoring. Just to remind you guys, this is the quarterfinals. So it
you
is
see,
the
you,
knockout round.
you see what happened? They're backing up too much. They
Yeah,
gave the girls so much
space.
time to yes, and this is what they cannot do. You see, you cannot back up and play defense because you got the. I mean, you always have to be on the off. Play close to the. You have to stay close to the U.S. players. Everybody just can. They're marking a spot,
This is
and you can't do that.
I just have to check something here because this is why we said earlier. And I know Mr. Gregory's saying don't give them too much respect. I don't disagree with you, Gregory. But when someone is good, you just have to take your hats off to them, irrespective of who they are. And guys, scary reading. I'm gonna turn on that. Not trying to give you guys any panic there, but let's just turn on the shared screen once more. Let me remove my banner so you guys can look at what I'm looking at because you probably won't believe me. Look at all these goals there, guys. 20 in the first match, 13 in the second
They're
game,
still
5 in
giving
the
them too
third,
much room. They're still giving them too much room.
11 in the fourth game, and 1 against Jamaica inside the opening 3 minutes. So that's goal number 50. Goal number 50 there for the United States. And they just hit the crossbar. So if you're coming in,
No, they didn't hit the crossbar. The goalkeeper punched it up.
the goalkeeper punched it up. It didn't hit the crossbar.
No, because I stopped my screen to catch up with you to big. What you're on now? What's your minute you on now?
I am on 4:43.
Okay, so I'm 5 seconds ahead of you now.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
So let me stop it again for 4 seconds.
Mikey, where you watching the game? We've got Rob Smith asking where you watching the game.
Fox +2.
There you go, Rob Smith. And if you're in Jamaica, you can try Flow Sports. If you're in the UK, like myself, go ahead and try
Too much backing up. Too much backing up. Why
YouTube.
they're backing up so much? Uh-oh.
We're left wide open at the back post again. It's an uncomfortable
The
viewing
coach.
so far.
I don't know if the coach told them to play to back up off the ball or what, but they're backing up too much.
But Mikey, I'm not a coach, but you sorry. You can guide me on this one. Why would you tell your girls, why would you tell the team to sit off or take their foot off the gas when you're playing against the highest scoring team There is. That's number. They came into this game, the quarterfinals,
Well,
that is, with 49 goals.
see,
So why would you back up against them?
because you think they're better than you, and if you give in to them by backing up, they're going to have 80% of the ball, and you're going to have 20% of the ball. So you need to step up on them, play high. I mean, you can't allow them to just run over you like that.
Looks like
The problem with Jamaican coaches, they all play too defensive. The first thing they do, they go to defense. I mean, it's like they're scared to attack. And the best defense is a good attack. If you have the ball, that team can't score. No.
Yeah.
They can't score. But
Worrying.
if you give them the ball the whole game, they're going to score on you.
Doesn't look good here for Lauren. She went down a couple seconds ago, and she's now gone down. So we might be singling for the first substitution there.
Yep. But if she was
we
injured,
are going for the first substitution. I think we might be seeing. Let's see what the scoreboard is saying.
Number 14 coming on.
We got Finnegan coming in, guys. We got Finnegan coming in for Johnson.
No, Johnson going in.
She can't carry on. Sorry, not Johnson, for Lawrence there. My apologies. Lawrence actually being taken off.
But why the coach start her? She already have if she have a little knock already. Why him start her?
Yeah, she came on with that. Looks like a foot brace. She had
I mean,
right?
come on.
Yes, not good. Definitely not good at all. Gino, big up yourself. Gino, Mr. Haiti, how you doing? Good evening to yourself. You can go ahead and try YouTube. Hopefully it works in your region. If not, go ahead and find yourself a free VPN, and the VPN will allow you to watch it. Do select the UK. You select the United Kingdom as your country of location via your VPN, and you'll be able to watch the game on YouTube. Lawrence there in some discomfort behind the post, guys. She's been placed on the stretcher. When the player is placed on the stretcher, that is concerning. Definitely a concern, because that is an early substitution there inside the 8th minute. Lawrence going off, and Finnegan coming on. Oh, Bailey tells. Where is Mr. Bailey? Where is Mr. Bailey? That's a fantastic question there. From Big Up Yourself Formula. Big up yourself. They do live.
Why are they packing it in?
You guys, if you're not familiar with Formula Sports, then you're doing it all wrong, in my opinion. If you love and appreciate content on Jamaican football, all Jamaican football that is from various levels, then do head over to Formula Sports and kindly hit that subscribe button and the like button on his latest video. Sorry about that, Mikey. I interrupted you briefly.
No, I don't know why they're playing so deep.
And because they're playing so deep, when they move in position, there's no one there for support.
Exactly. Look, they're backing up, and the ball is, come on, step up. You're playing too close to the goalkeeper. Put the goalkeeper under pressure.
Yeah.
Because these girls can kick from 30 yards out, 35 yards out. So you don't want to give them a shot from that,
Absolutely not. Mr. Miller, good evening to yourself. What's on the dinner menu, Mr. Miller? I think I'm going to come over. I'll allow you to dish me a plate, but I'm definitely fancy coming over for some dinner, especially if you have some curry on the menu. Curry chicken, that would be great. Curry prawns, prawns.
Look at this now, Crystal. The goal kick out the ball, right? And nobody's in center of the park. Just 4 US players stand up by themselves.
Yeah, it could be some nerves there. I've not seen them play this.
They're playing 8 in the back. Come on, man, coach. What kind of system you're coaching? You see, and again, I'm going to say, Jamaican coaches that born in Jamaica is too defensive. Too defensive. They have to put, if you don't make the girls feel confident that they can take on this team, if you start having them playing defense, they already think they lose the game.
Yeah.
This is the first game they're going to the game where they're playing defense. With the Canadian game, they weren't doing this.
You can't defend against a team that scores that come into a pivotal match as such on 49 goals, Mikey. I'm not a coach, but
Yeah.
to me, that's not the way to do it.
You know,
Like I said, they had multiple goal scorers in match day one, so that tells you that they're not um they're not weak when it comes to finding goal scorers. They have plenty options when it comes to finding the back of the net. Formula, if you are in good spirit, would be nice to get your halftime opinion or your full time opinion. I promise I won't keep it for long. Just your halftime or your full time opinion, Formula. I promise you, I'm not going to keep you for long. So if you're just tuning in, America took an early lead inside the just outside of their traditional third minute where they usually get hit up and running, go up and running there. The United States get in ahead of Jamaica with the opening goal there in the quarterfinals of the Concacaf Women's U17 Championship. So we're trailing by 1 goal to good. The good being the United States there as we steadily
guys,
approach.
step up and press them. Step up. Don't let them go. You have 6 players, 5 in their half, 6 in their half. Good. The defense. Look how far the defense is from the midfield now. It's this, and they have too much space. There's too much space there. Now everybody running back. Too much free touches.
Thank you, Formula. And tonight, guys, I'm going to be treating you guys to something special. I know the mood's a little bit down lately, particularly where women's football is concerned. I know that's slightly unusual because usually we're in good form. Usually there's no negativity, but there's a little bit of negativity floating around the air. So we're gonna try and see if we can just move away the gray clouds. We're gonna try and push away the gray clouds and bring you guys the sunshine that you're so used to. So we're gonna try and give you guys a special poem tonight. I didn't write it. I'm not going to take credit for it, but I try and give you guys a special poem there. So I think it aligns with what's going on at the moment where women's football is concerned for Jamaica. All right, so sit tight. At some point, we're going to give you that poem, possibly half time or maybe even full time. As I said, we're steadily approaching the quarter of an hour mark there, and we're trailing the United States by 1 goal to good. They got up and running at early doors, their traditional up and running at early doors, and they did so inside the third minute. Typical of the United States to score inside the third minute. Bit of a trademark there, something that Mikey has been keeping an eye on in terms of getting ahead at early doors. They did something quite similar against Costa Rica. Same goal scorer for tonight, scoring in the fourth minute. And their against their last opponent in the group stage, they actually got the goal scoring party for themselves up and running in the first minute. So they like to get out of the blocks quick and fast. And they've done so again, unfortunately, against us. Let me know how you guys are feeling there in the comments section. And this is why I was saying, you know what? It does seem to me now
Smith is
that
a
that
big miss. Smith is a big miss on this.
huge miss. It's like you're reading my mind, Mikey. I was
Yeah.
just about to echo that.
Yeah.
Like I said, in the I think it was before the Canada game. Definitely in the Canada game, I was echoing that she is the glue. She's one of the glue to this team, and it's evident. It's evident with what you're seeing. Fantastic at tracking forward and also doing her defensive duties as well. Good on set pieces, can create your needed assist. So for me, Smith, huge miss, devastating blow to have her on the bench. It looks as if she might not be able to take part in tonight's game because if there was a glimmer of hope, then surely you would rather play her for the first 45 and then maybe see how she's going and then take her off rather than trying to chase the game. Unfortunately, we are now chasing the game. What channel in the United States? You said Fox Sports. Is it Fox Sports Plus? Did you say, Mikey?
Yeah, Fox Sports Plus.
Fox Sports Plus
Oh no,
there.
sorry, Fox Soccer Plus.
Fox Soccer Plus. Go ahead and try Fox Soccer Plus there. Um, I'm sitting with the red half of Manchester United there, surviving for you. I'm going to silently say congrats on last night, okay? And I'll leave it at that, all right? And best of luck in the final.
Yes, and you know what? I'm going to point fingers at the coach because I
Mikey, it's
said,
like you're reading Mr. Clark, and you and Mr. Clark right on cue. Go ahead,
listen,
Mikey.
I'm going to blame the coach because I said he should rest certain players. He didn't arrest them. The Canada game, you could arrest her just the same. I mean, I'm not trying to go for the win, but the most important, you got to the second round. You want to keep all your best players fit, all your players, not all your best, all your players fit. And he fought, I mean, it's just I just don't understand. And then he comes here now, and then every player is behind the ball. Every single player is behind the ball. You know what I mean? Yeah, it don't make no sense. So we haven't been their goalkeeper haven't felt the ball yet. Not they haven't even passed back to their goalkeeper. So all we're doing for the last 17, 18 minutes is play defense. You can't win a game that way. If you're waiting for a counter attack and a lucky goal or a penalty, okay, but you can't win game that way. I hardly see a team that play defensive. I mean, sorry, the percentage of a team playing totally defensively, the percentage is against them to win the game because the other team will have the ball 80% of the time, 75% of the time, and if they have the ball 75% of the time, you can't score on them. That's just it. And they have enough free time down both wings because number one, they wouldn't go on the left side because we'd have had Smith on the field.
Okay. Yeah, Smith is a devastating blow. Definitely a devastating blow. Let me just say something before I forget my manners there. To the many of you, or should I say the few of you, hopefully will continue to grow. To the few of you who have already hit that subscribe button, thank you so much. Hopefully, this won't be the last time that I see you guys in my comment section or silently watching. Hopefully, you guys are having a pleasant day. If you're out and about, good luck, safe travel on your way home. Hopefully, you make it home safe and sound.
Oh, is this coach going to play defensive for the first half and then go and attack in the second half?
Well, Mikey, almost 20 minutes in the game, and there's no signal to make a change. So
I think that's what he's going to do, and he's trying to try to keep the score tight in the first half and go for the win in the second half. That must be what he's planning. That's the only thing I could see he's planning.
it's interesting, isn't it?
But if you're behind by 3 playing defense, then you can't. I mean, you have to score 4 goals to win.
Yeah, definitely.
And do we have the firepower to score against four goals against the US? And the girls are not playing confident.
I mean, Mr. Barkley, that's an interesting comment to make, but I do think the quality is there in the team. No doubt, we're missing Smith there. She sat on the bench. I think she picked up a niggle there in our game, 1-1 draw against Canada. Clearly, that was more concerning than we were led to perhaps hope. But yeah, we can definitely at least try and match what the United States have on show. But at the moment, we're not really able to do that. I think it's based off how we've been set up, sitting back from the jump and allowing the United States to come at us, and it's paid dividends so far. Mr. Freshgod, good evening to yourself, sir. United States opened the scoring inside the third minute there, Fresh, and that is goal number 50 for them so far in the tournament. When you're talking about matching talent, are you talking about like for like? Or are you just saying, do we have the talent to match them? I would argue that we do have the talent to match them. If we're saying like to like, we're going to have to strip things back. But like I said, this is a United States that came into the game, pivotal game that is against us at the quarterfinal stage on goal number 49. Tonight they found goal number 50.
First time them goalie touched the ball. And the first time we were position, we made at least 10, 15 passes. So don't back up now. You see you can pass against them. Don't back up.
So, Gino, I'm going to tell you what to type in. I'm actually going to write it in the comment section for you. And all you have to do is just copy and paste my comment. And it will take you to the United States versus Jamaica stream over on the Concacaf channel. It's definitely on the Concacaf channel because that's where I'm watching it. The YouTube channel, that is. If you want to try their app, they also have an app. You can try their app. You can also try their website. But I think it's much easier for you to go ahead and try their YouTube channel. So go ahead and copy that comment there into the YouTube search bar and you'll be good to go. In case you guys are tuning in, we have gone past the 22nd minute and it is the United States who are out in front with 1 goal to good against Jamaica in the U17's Concacaf Women's Championship. This is the quarterfinals, guys, so it is the knockout round for those of you who are wondering.
The girls don't look like they don't look pleased.
Coach is a little bit. Coach is very vocal tonight, isn't he? If you guys are getting a feedback, let me know in the comment section if you guys are getting a feedback.
The coach looked like he is trying to tell the girls what passes to make. So
it sounds like that. Yeah, he's definitely giving instructions.
What he needs to do is suit up and go on the field.
He's giving some instructions there on the side.
Yeah, but sometimes I hear him shouting, telling him, pass the ball, keep the ball, dribble, attack.
Yeah, perhaps he should work on his system. Sort out the systems first before you start, giving your orders and your instructions. Again, guys, in the comment section there, thank you for tuning in to my live stream with my lovely co-pilot. Hopefully we can steer you guys to an applaudable results here. At the moment, it's looking a little bit concerning, if you don't mind me saying so. Trailing by 1 goal to good against the United States. 24 minutes on the clock. We're in the quarterfinals. For those of you who are wondering, in the 2020-22 Concacaf Women's U17's Championship, it's the quest for this year's Under-17s World Cup. And if you're wondering where is the Under-17s World Cup, it's actually taking place this year between October the 11th to October the 30th. And the host country, will be India.
Now, what happened? The game is settling down a bit now. Jamaica is getting more possession of the ball. What they need to do is push up because the possession is getting a little bit even now. The last.
We just lost Mikey temporarily there, guys. You'll be back. Don't worry. You'll be back soon. Steady approaching the 30-minute mark there. Let me know how you guys are feeling so far. Feeling we're making it far too easy for them, running through the lines. Don't really have any presence there on the flank, Neva. Jeez, they almost doubled the lead, guys. That would have been a good team goal. Thankfully, the execution didn't go according to plan. Back heel, they're taking absolute liberties. They're taking liberties out of us, guys. Back heel inside the box, yeah, they're comfortable. At this stage, where you're in the quarterfinals and it's only 26 minutes on the clock for you to be doing back heels in the box, that tells me that you're extremely comfortable and confident with your approach. We've got a little water break here, so hopefully the coach can get closer to the team and perhaps make a tweak to his system. Not really sure what system he's gone with, but clearly it's one that says sit back and invite pressure. Not the right approach in my humble opinion. And in case you are wondering, it is the United States here who got up and running at early doors, finding the back of the net inside the 3rd minute. Not good reading there if you're supporting the girls in black, gold, and green. That was America's 50th goal of the competition so far. You heard correct. I won't be repeating that if you support Jamaica. One of my favorite people has entered the chat there, guys. Good evening to yourself, to the lovely Kurumi. Guys, if you have a moment before you go to your bed, please do whisper a prayer there for our dear friend, Mr. Kurumi. Not the best time right now for him, so please do say a prayer for Kurumi and his family. And coach, as ever, you are definitely in our thoughts. Thoughts and prayers to you and your lovely family. Can see that Gregory's not a happy bunny tonight, and do you blame him? For the girls, go on, Mikey.
No, the local coach is just too defensive, starting from the former national coach, Price. All of them, all they do is play defense when they play international football. They don't play free-flowing football. They're just on this defensive thing that I don't get it. It's like they don't have confidence in the team they have. Because when you start playing defense, you get in a funk where you can't get out of very easily. The 3-4 games he played before he played attacking football, some sort of attacking football. Now I'm just totally gone in himself.
Yeah, it's unlike. I agree with you. It's unlike what we've seen before so
Yes,
far up until this point.
him totally gone in himself.
They're just being left to chase the game, aren't they? Chasing the ball. And because they've committed so many players at the back, when they do get some glimmer of hope to go forward, there's not enough
Football
bodies to make
forward.
anything
No, no,
out
right.
of what
We
they're
have
trying
one
to
girl. We have
achieve.
one girl trying to run down the whole USA team. And when people say that Jamaican coach are not up to the job or up to the task, and you have to get an overseas coach, they complain that they're not getting a chance. But when they do get a chance, they play defensive football, unattractive football. You know,
So there, guys, let me know how you're feeling. 30 minutes on the clock, and we are trailing the United States by 1 goal. There, they got up and running at early doors. It's just way too easy. Excellent save, excellent low kick save there from Brooks to deny the United States to etch one more goal to their name. That would have been goal number 2, but superb goalkeeping there from Brooks at the back to save Jamaica from going 2 goals down inside the
that's the
30th minute.
second time she make a foot save.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
Yeah,
So, right there, guys, if you are just tuning in and you're supporting the girls in black, green, and gold, bit of a worrisome scoreline for you there. being 1 goal down against the United States. Plenty of work to do so far. Unlike what we have seen in terms of performance, organization, identity, confidence, definitely don't look like our usual self. I've actually gone and found the scientist for us. Hopefully, he can give us the right formula to fix things as we edge towards the end of the first 45. Mr. Formula Sports, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Crystal?
That's so,
Nothing much. It's 2-0.
Mikey,
yeah.
what's happening,
It's
Mikey?
2-0, guys.
Why formula? You don't forget fire them Jamaican coach, I know. This is the
Why?
girl them a play. Him go in there and sit back and I absorb pressure. Well,
Mikey, hold on. Sorry, Formula. Did you see the celebration just now?
no.
I'm going to allow you to see the celebration. When I say that
Mikey is late.
they are
Mikey is
mocking
late.
us. You saw it, Formula?
Hold on. It just scored now.
Look at this celebration. First of all, they did a back heel in our box. That came to nothing, thankfully. They have now scored their
Yeah,
second goal and they are literally flexing on us, guys.
yeah.
This team does not respect us. And they have no right to because it is their team. They're going to back their own, but it just speaks volumes that they are literally flexing on us through goals and celebration. Sorry to interrupt you, Mikey and
No,
Formula.
you know what it is? This game is frustrating because the girls just not doing what they were doing before. They come in, they play Canada.
Mikey, part of it doing is that they can't. That's part of the problem. They
No,
can't do what they were doing before.
no, you know why? The coach got to put them in the frame of mind to play the same game they played in the first 4 games. No,
It's easier said than done doing a Mikey.
eh?
It's easier said than done.
But listen, if you are the coach, right, them just get a water break. You tell them to push up. Them just keep the. I mean, this is frustrating, man. Look at them.
But
And
you see the thing about it is, Lord have mercy, then just hit the bar. I mean, we need to brace ourselves. You see, the thing about it is, though, Mikey, even though we are sitting behind the ball, they are still breaking our lines very easily. Right? And there are a number of reasons for that.
our 2 wins aren't good. That's one of the reasons.
So, this American team is very technically good, and they also have very good technical know-how, and they are very well coached. Right? They are moving our team all over the place and constantly creating space, constantly recycling the football to exploit that space. Right? They just keep moving the football and shifting our team out of position and creating these spaces that they're exploiting when they recycle. But this is a well-oiled USA team, right? Plus they have very good players. Right? They have good coaching. They have an understanding. They know what they're about. They know what they're doing. Right? You see the patterns of play. You see the movement. Right? Our girls are just going off natural ability. What I see when I see here in her is to some extent the Americans, I think they are better players than us, but I don't think they're that much better than us. What I see is a huge gap in coaching.
Exactly.
That is what I'm seeing. Our team, when we're on the ball in possession, we seem to be making it up as we go along. Right? There's nothing, it's being improvised. The play is being improvised. Right? It's not being planned, it's not properly structured. Again, look at Atkinson, and there she's isolated with like 3 players around her. Right? If there were patterns of play and patterns of movement, that would not be the case.
Exactly. Yeah.
Plus, the goalkeeper keep kicking out the damn ball, right? And her distribution is not good. And America keeps on winning the first ball, right? And, the pressure, Lord have mercy, almost 3. And, it's just wave after wave because of that. Because the goalkeeper kick out is not strong enough, right? And it's wayward passing, wayward distribution. You know, America winning the first ball like midway our defensive half, and it's just wave after wave, pressure after pressure. Boy, it's gonna be a long next hour to go here, man. So all me can say.
No, listen to me. You see, what I'm going to bring up is that you see the difference Paul Hall made with the Jamaica national men team. If we have a good coach like Paul Hall on the side of this field here, right? I'm sure the team wouldn't look this bad. Because the coach is what give the girls confidence. If the coach don't have confidence, the girls can't have confidence. If you play one with a 4 game and then one game the coach going to tell you to play defensive, therefore I tell you say go that this team. The coach should have built you up from from when the last game plays. So listen, we can beat this team, no better than them. Play like how we play. Play Jamaica way. Whatever Jamaica style is, play that style.
That's the thing though, Mikey.
Yeah.
That is the thing. I mean, what we see taking place with America is they have a system and a style of play, and they're good enough to enforce it against any other team.
Yeah.
While we know we probably are good enough to be able to enforce our way on almost all opponents, even if we're not dominating them, at least go to toe to toe. But
Yeah.
the problem is we don't have that system, or the system is just highly deficient. So because the system is highly deficient, you see what we're seeing on the field with one team that is clearly better than us. And so it forces the coach now to be pragmatic in his approach rather than have a set system and style that he's trying to implement against even the best of opponents.
But to me, if him play the same way and play against Canada, this team will hold them on. But him come into this game and the girls them don't look like them want to play.
But Mikey, this Canada team look better than this American team look better than the Canada team, do.
Yes. But you have to play the same way you played in the last 4 games. That's how you've been playing. You've been getting results. Why change the way you play if you're getting results in the other way?
Mikey, I'll tell you why. Because individual brilliance allowed us to enforce that way on those lesser opponents. Individual brilliance is not going to cut it in this game. So it is that alone isn't going to cut it. And because the system is highly deficient, the coach is now forced to be more pragmatic. That is the problem. The team, the system is not developed enough to go toe to toe against this quality American team. Natural ability alone isn't going to enforce our way against this American team. America is a very well organized unit on both sides of the ball in all the respective moments of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Jamie, I don't want to I don't like what I'm going to say, but it's what's needed. Jamaica need some coaches, European coaches, to come to Jamaica and have all these Jamaican coaches sit down and watch them for a year. You understand me? Because I don't care what license them get, them going still play defensive.
But them just not have the knowledge to put together a proper attacking structure, and it is shown up when they go against coaches, in the region.
Good evening to yourself, sir. That's a great question. I'm still working on the call-in. Still working on the call-in. The only option I have available is the StreamYard link. But if that's not something you're comfortable with, then unfortunately you're gonna have to sit tight with me. I'm still trying to
Crystal,
work out the call-in. Yeah.
this is Taylor from Ryan LFC.
Taylor.
Yeah, man.
Good
JT, man.
evening, Taylor. Good evening. So yeah, if you want, thank you, Formula. So if you want to come on, you're more than welcome. I think I might have told you this before. Apologies if I haven't. Yeah, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to. You're definitely
Karoom.
more than welcome to.
Crystal, highlight the comment that Karoom has above Taylor's comment.
above Taylor's comment?
The one that you have on screen now.
This one?
Yeah. Karoom, here's the problem with that though. Right? If we are putting everything behind the ball and America is still breaking our lines very comfortably and playing right through us, Lord have mercy, it's true.
You're joking me.
Again, you see that? You see that they played right through the middle of us
No spine.
with the whole team behind the ball. So right, so if we play more positive, Karoom, what would they do to us? If we have everything behind the ball and they're easily breaking the lines, what is going to happen when we try to open up and play more positive? Them are going to kill we in transition. That is the issue, Karoom. These American girls, you can see that they understand the game better than our girls. Their technical know-how is at a higher level than our girls. And I have played, remember in a high school, I played against a team one time when I was in high school, right? And it was actually a practice game with a wealthy school, right? It's a private school. And it's like the children of diplomats and some of the wealthiest people in the country send them kids to that particular school, right? So they have a lot of, like, they had American coaches. They had, like, the school looked like a literal university, man. Like, when I got to school, I think a foreign me did there, right? And it was clear that our players were more skillful and had more talent. But we lost badly because the opponents understood the game, that their technical know-how was just far superior than ours, and they were playing in a system where we were just going out there and running up and down and relying of natural ability.
Just to get you guys up to speed, we're about 3 minutes away from the 45-minute mark there. We might get an additional 1 minute of added time due to the early first half injury to Lawrence, who was substituted there at early doors. And Finnegan came in as her replacement. The scoreline as things stands, it is the United States 3, Jamaica 0. 44 minutes there on the clock.
Karoom, again, this American team is better than Canada, and that is the problem. This American team is not the same as Canada, Karoom. It is not. Me, I tell you, my boss. I want that side that they want higher level, Karoom. That side that they want higher level. Remember, in the second half, we were sitting behind the ball for large periods of the game, and Canada weren't playing through us the way this American team is playing through us. A good goalkeeping and luck why this is still a 3.
You guys know, with this channel, we only have the very best of the best passing by. That's one thing that I'm very fortunate to have. And it's great. It's a great reflection for the channel, because I love when intelligent people come on my platform, and I say that loud and proud. And it's about to we're about to take things up a notch, a debut on my platform, and I love when I can have debuts. You definitely are familiar with his name and his face if you've seen him over on Ryan LFC. Big up to Ryan. Do go over and support Ryan LFC. And you've seen him in the Jamaican community, and you must appreciate his opinions. It is Mr. J. Taylor. How are you, sir? I think you might be unattached to your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
Yes. I've been watching you guys all the time, you and the gentleman on, and there's another guy from America. You guys always do a great job.
Thank you
For calling me a gentleman. No man ever called me that yet, so thank you.
I think I call a gentleman.
No, both gentlemen on stream.
Wait,
yeah.
I think Mikey is the guy from America. So
No. There's another guy.
Yeah.
Malik.
I know it's
Yeah,
Malik.
yeah.
Oh,
He has a
Malik.
quiet voice. He has a really smooth, quiet voice. As a guy. Yeah. So
Yeah, man,
thank you,
yeah,
Formula, for exposing my my account tonight. that it was me, because I was always in the comments, but I know Crystal didn't know it was me all
And
those
I
times.
didn't know how to pronounce the name, so I was just like, who? I didn't want to say like, who is this? So I was like, okay, I'll figure it out one day by you calling in, sir. I'm glad we've
Taylor,
solved that mystery.
Yes, yes, yes. So
that account was the most well kept secret in
yes,
the
yes,
entire
yes,
reggae boy space.
yeah, because
Or
this is my
the
music.
worst kept secret, I should say. The worst
Yeah,
kept secret.
this is my music account, so I didn't want to like tie those two worlds, because
But
they
Taylor,
it's
everybody
just,
knows that you that Taylor.
well, I'm not
Everybody
sure,
know.
How
but
do you
yeah,
pronounce the name, Taylor?
it's solids.
Okay.
Yeah, but not to disrupt the show. It was I was optimistic as everyone else. I knew it was a matter of time. I think the coach started out on the wrong foot by
Thank
I
you.
I, I wouldn't start Ranganat tonight. You can't put her on the best player from the United States, because she's not a defensive player. And we have to remember, the problem that I had is the coach started this young girl. She's 14, 3 games in a row. It doesn't. A child can't start. This is still the field that adults play on. I don't think a lot of people remember that. And she played 3 90-minute games in a week, and she's running very hard. She has the willpower and she wants to do it. But I think these girls are showing her that we're 16 and you're 14, and we're going to show you how we do it. And they were attacking down the right hand side. When we brought, you notice the coach switched her immediately after about 5 minutes. And then when Finnegan came on, that kind of slowed the US down in attack. They had to find another method or another route, because they were just destroying us down the right hand side. I love her, but it also tells us that this team doesn't have a lot of depth as well. Because if I was looking more for the girl from England, from Hotspurs. I thought she would have contributed more. We only saw her for like 20 minutes or so, or the first half in the last game, and she hasn't. I don't know. Isn't she any good that she could be out there?
Taylor, this coach don't have a clue about rotation. Him right? Him cause Smith not to be playing this game, the best defender Jamaica have. And maybe the best player.
Thank you.
Because him run her to ragged. When him supposed to rest her, him have her on the field. Him have Butler on the field. This Butler playing 5 games, 90 minutes now, you know. She not moving.
Yeah,
She not practice.
him not seem to have a clue about nothing, Mikey.
So to me, when them hire a foreign coach, me no vex. Cause what them telling me, every Jamaican coach is offensive and them go up against the USA or Mexico. From the name Mexico and USA car, them defensive. Whether we have whether we have whether we have Messi, Pele, Maradona, Zidane, me I call out some star player, Ronaldo, Neymar, we gonna play defense. Because it's Jamaica play US or Mexico. Him don't
Yeah.
put no confidence in the girls. He said, listen, we're going to play them like we play the first 4 games. We're going to press them and we're going to attack them. Because if you sit back and play defense, the other team only going to score because they have the ball. How much team play defensively every game and how much game they win in a season? They're going to get demoted.
Mikey, I'm seeing a pattern with local coaches, and I don't want to be the coach slayer again, because I was one of the first time I met Crystal. Actually, me and her disagreed on whether Tapa should go. That was very interesting.
But from before the World Cup campaign started, should have gone.
Yeah, yeah. And Crystal was saying we have to be patient with the guy.
Do
But
you know what's funny? I actually agree with most of your stuff. I know for some people it's like a tough pill to swallow, but
yeah.
I think the reason why they probably see you as a cult slayer is because you're naked with the truth. You don't put no clothes on it.
And
And some people don't like that, but I can appreciate
let
that.
me ask Taylor a question. Taylor, you think Vivian should go?
Uh, uh,
Resign?
all right. So here is my take on before Vin Blaine resigned, I need level-headed individuals around this situation, and we need to split it down the middle, because it's an interesting situation here, because based on my evaluation and my observation, it looks like there is a parallel organization as far as the JFF is concerned with the female program. We all know that when Sidella came in, she saved that program. But her saving that program gave her leverage, and it gave her a sense of loyalty from the girls. If the girls have to choose someone, the JFF right now or Sidella Molly, they're choosing Sidella. She was there for them.
Not only
So
that, hold on, not only that, to the
yeah,
GFF, them right when they first World Cup campaign, when them supposed to get paid too.
yeah. So what
That's a good
happened?
point, Taylor.
Yeah. So what happened now is the girls are in a spot where I feel like if Sidella doesn't like the coach, he has to go. And I'm not, guys, this is just this is not factual. This is not gospel. I'm just trying to look at it with a broad brush. Now, so they want Vin Blaine to go based on what I've seen in the letter. Because I was hoping, I said, I hope to God there's nothing where he disrespected one of the females, he acted inappropriate. For me, he was clean in that area. Now, all the problems they have with him, those are coaching matters, right? So I would have asked the girls if I was the JFF now, if we decided to keep Vin Blaine on, these matters that you ladies spoke about, would it be okay if we try to remedy these matters? Would we still be able to move forward with Vin Blaine? Because the JFF has to also ask the girls about who's going to compensate Mr. Blaine, who's going to pay the next head coach if he's more expensive, since Mr. Blaine took a pay cut. Because Jamaica, taking the job for Jamaica is not any job. It comes with some level of negotiation and compromising. It's not your typical job where Jamaica has an endless budget. You're a top coach. We pay you on time. You probably don't even get paid, for God's sakes. We know how it works. Vin Blaine gave up his job. There had to be some level of guarantees in that contract with Mr. Blaine. I don't think Mr. Blaine took that job on the basis of if the girl says you have to go. I take it to the workplace. Let's say in the workplace, someone says, Mikey is competent enough. We know his capabilities and etc. But a bunch of people says, Mikey, we don't want to work with Mikey anymore. When the boss looked over all the complaints, there is nothing where Mikey is doing necessarily wrong on one side, and he's producing the results. Now what do you do here, Crystal? Because that's where we are now. He's qualified, he produced the results, but the girls don't want him. So now the big question is, what happens now? That's
I,
where we are.
could I say something here, Crystal?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Go away.
Okay, Taylor, this is the problem I see. Mr. Blaine had a problem with the organization, the parallel organization you're talking about from
Hmm.
2016, and he had to leave, or he pulled himself away from the team and had bad blood with them.
Okay.
JFF should have known that Mr. Blaine had bad blood with these people. So when JFF hire Vin Blaine, they hire problems because there was bad blood between these folks already.
Mm.
And when you have bad blood stirring up from and you come into the program, them hire you. It's like the JFF put Vin Blaine in a frying pan where he can't win no matter what him do. So I'm not blaming Vin Blaine, I'm blaming the JFF because they should have known that there was problems between Vin Blaine and these people.
Yeah,
Okay.
but here's the thing now, Mikey. Here's the thing. These people for ease themselves and settle themselves and relax,
And
right? And
level
like,
head.
yes, you're respected and you have your a major stakeholder and you have a part to play, etc. But the fact of the matter is, you don't get to call the shots as to who is coaching the team from who is not coaching the team, right? And if a coach has been brought into the setup, right, do your best to rally around the respective coach instead of trying to fight him out a couple of weeks before a Boxfoot group of that World Cup campaign.
No, but
You're only cutting off your nose because in that particular scenario, the whole ship is going through turbulent waters right now at a
Yeah.
time where it is not the best time to be going through this right now. this could potentially sabotage the Reggae Girls World Cup campaign and thus sink a ship that you yourself is on
Yeah, but
board.
Formula, them start fight gets been blamed from him get name, you know. So it's a long time JFF know this. This is not the first letter, you know. It's numerous letter went to the JFF, you know.
Mr. Green said that.
Yeah.
And Mikey, I want to say to all the fans, most of my knowledge on the female football is I got it on this program or I've been educated by Prince and those guys. I will not come on this channel and pretend to be an expert on the female program. Most of what I know is what's in the news sphere and common sense. With Mr. Blaine now. So the girls have to understand this. The things that they're not happy about. Let's say the next coach comes in and there's something that they're not happy about. Guys, we only have weeks to go. We can't
But
keep not being happy
but
when we have 4 weeks now.
yeah, but Taylor, them know which coach them want. Them want
That's
Lon. They want Mr. Donaldson.
but that's the problem. Then that's not fair, Mr. Mikey. That's not fair because that tells me that there was an agenda there already.
Yeah, because maybe they want. You see, let me tell you what the problem is here. You see, when the JF, you see, when Bugsby got into his like a problem,
Mm-hmm.
the JFF should have paid Miss Marley a little respect and say, listen, we're going to name a coach, or we have 4 or 5 coaches in mind. Which one you prefer? Give her a little say. Them leave her out there completely. And pick up her.
No,
And that,
me
and
not
that's
agree with that though, Mikey.
no,
Me
no,
not
let me
agree with
finish.
that.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
They
finish.
should not have a say in who.
No, but
Yes.
formula.
Go
Let me
through,
finish
Mikey. Go
formula.
through.
Let me finish formula. When the JFF abandoned the female program 6 years ago, this is the person who put back life into it. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be watching female football today. Right now, this under 17
That's
team.
true.
So therefore, you have to pay her the respect that she brought back the program from the dead. Like
Yeah, but
Lazarus.
where is the line drawn though, Mikey?
No,
Where you draw the line?
Mikey,
no,
Mikey, one second, Mikey,
hold on.
Mikey.
Guys, let me finish. All I
She's
am
not.
saying,
She's not.
no,
She's not like the JFF is the head cook and buckle washer,
but
regardless
listen,
of whether we like it
no,
or
but
not.
listen to me, formula. I'm not
You
saying
cannot challenge that authority.
no, she not. But show her the respect and just say, listen, we're gonna pick a coach. What you think?
But you have to draw the line, and that
But
is going. That is crossing the
Mikey, the
line.
solution to what
That
your
is not
formula
her
is saying
business.
is the solution to what your formula is saying. How about they present the offer to Sidela saying you have to be a part of the JFF in some capacity because she cannot continue operating in this manner. It's gonna be a problem.
Yes.
And they have to.
It has to be fixed.
Taylor, that's a good point, and they have to clearly outline her roles and responsibilities.
Yes.
With this ambassador term that she has seems to be very vague.
It's a gray area type.
Clear. Exactly. Her roles and functions are properly outlined. I mean, written down on a piece of document to say this is what you are responsible for.
Yeah.
Right? You cannot have, as Taylor put it, a parallel sort of a federation.
But
you cannot have that.
And you cannot use her to go and beg money either. When you need it and when the tough decisions are to be made, she's not involved.
Exactly.
So
it
has to get. It has to.
Mikey, I agree with you on Taylor. I am just saying that a tough decisions should not be in. What the hell does Sidel and Marley know about picking a proper coach?
All right, let me
what technical expertise does she have on that particular matter?
Let me answer your question, formula. As she picked the 3 coach or the 4 coach for the World Cup 1998.
Okay.
Bugsby, Lindsay, Lon Donaldson, and Price.
No, that's not 98.
Talking 2009?
I mean 2018, sorry.
Yeah.
2019.
How you going, Mikey?
Sorry. but you know what I talk.
No, but that is rumored though. Is that fact? Is that
she
fact?
Picked the 4 coach, eh?
Is that fact? Or I have heard that rumored. Is it fact?
She picked the 4 coach.
I have heard that rumored.
That's why Bugsby get the team after everybody leave.
No, but all right. Regards to humans, right? I have heard that rumored I don't know if that is fact as to whether or not she
Well,
picked Minzy. I have
well,
heard that as a rumor. I
well.
can't go off of that.
Let Crystal get JFF on the horn and answer that question.
And picking a coach in a Mikey and formula when it comes to, and this is not, I'm just being real about the real world. Picking a coach for a female program and a male program, there's more intricacies in that. You can't have somebody who doesn't understand the genders as well. They might be out there tough and playing football, but we know you can't just talk to a female like how you want to talk to your friend upon the corner anymore. That's not the world we live in. So there's somebody who has to come in who has the finesse and who understand how to operate in that medium. It's not your typical job as well. Obviously, I think why they went for Vin Blaine was that he's been in this genre. He's been around the females. However it ended, as I said, I'm not as versed as the previous situations, but I think the JFF went for a safe mode, as similar to when the program broke down for the males and you just draw it up. When the hurricane come, you just tell Tapa to come nail up the roof. We just ride out this one till we get in the clear. So Vin Blaine came, and Vin Blaine he took a pay cut, and I think Vin Blaine actually wanted the job. I don't Vin Blaine, I with all respect, due respect, I understand you're nonchalant about it, the job, and I don't know if I wanted it. You wanted this job. That's why you're doing it. Let's not fool ourselves here. You didn't come to Jamaica to waste your time. You thought that this was a team that was capable of reaching the World Cup.
Of big
No,
things.
yeah. So he came, and I think that's what the problem is now as well. Vin Blaine is an employee. When you're gonna fire a person from a job, you have to do it correctly, because if you just fire Vin Blaine, you have to compensate. If he walks away, that's a different story. And I'm sure Mr. Vin Blaine is not an idiot. And sometimes when people feel like they've been wrongly done, they tend to play hardball. And I think this is what's happening right now. It's basically it's a catch-22, because if Mr. Blaine stays on, the girls don't respect him.
And the
Um,
show up.
The
So what them
only the only way I support Sidela Marley, you know, being assigned that particular role and task of coach selection is if I know that this is somebody who has the technical expertise and capabilities to do so in a proper manner. That is the only way I support that, right? If she's just a fan of women's football and a fan of the game, somebody have high influence and high standing, trying to use her position to help the girls. If that is the
mhm.
case, she should not be assigned no task and no function of selecting any coach, right? I mean, should she, would it be nice for them to run it by her to say that, okay, this is the individual that we're going to be selecting, and here's the reasons why? Fine, I don't have an issue with that. But for her to be dictating who the coach is,
what that family
no, I,
I said enough
no.
family, I never said that, I said they should bring the question to her. So let's say she want farm to coach a team. But we instead we pick Crystal. But we get a chance to make her say her say. They
Yeah,
never give her that.
I agree. I
No,
agree with that.
you select a coach, then
Formula
not
miss the
even if
most
not, if
important
not
part,
in an
formula.
official, even if not in an official manner, you say here's the guy we have in mind. That I do have an issue with,
That's what
right?
exactly. And then
I,
and then at least them communicate with her, but
I
they
think
didn't.
that's what Mikey is saying, though. I
They
think.
didn't
Okay,
communicate with her.
cool.
That's
Yeah,
where the
yeah,
problem
yeah.
lies.
I think that's what
Because
Mikey
guess what?
is
If
saying.
they said they was going to pick Vin Blaine, that letter, that 18-point letter, what them get last week, they would have get that day. You understand what I'm
But
trying to say, formula? Yeah,
Mikey, by the way, they're killing us with overloads down the flanks, especially the right hand side of our defense.
yeah.
With
Of the
that
second half,
overlapping
for those of
fullback.
But
you
but
who are
everybody know
watching.
the right hand side of the defense was the weakest part of the defense from the first game.
Yeah, yeah,
Let me give you
yeah.
guys a quick little
They're doubling
update.
up on the fullbacks.
Yeah.
That's the second 45 there that the guys are talking about, guys. So we're into the 48th minute there of the second 45. And it is USA out in front. They took a 3-0 lead into the halftime break. They're still of a healthy score line against us. I will give you guys some update as the game goes along. I also have someone, a familiar face in the background in the studio waiting to come on. I think I've kept him waiting patiently for us. I'm more interested to see Ted, if I'm being honest, but let's not let him find that out. Let's try and keep that one to ourselves, okay? Mr. Richard Stevens, how are you, sir?
Good night, Crystal. Good night, panel. I'm well, still fighting the hay fever, but on the road to recovery. Ted has been an able companion, so thanks, Ted.
How you feeling? What's your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Well, I had to do a little shopping. It's an early kickoff, as you know, so I joined after 36 minutes. From what I've seen so far, in a nutshell, the American girls just seem a little quicker, a little sharper, more intent, know where they want to go, and they've been given space to play their game, and they certainly know how to work, and they're not shy around the final third of the field. So I saw the third goal go in, scored by Jackson, a nice 1-2, and they're going into the area again, and just hit crossbar. They've just hit the crossbar. 49 minutes on the clock. A ball into the box from the right hand side, and it was a superb volley, side-footed volley, straight onto the crossbar. You've got to defend tightly against players to prevent them from scoring. Sometimes it's easier said than done, and you need to cut things off at the source as they're raining down again on the right-hand side. And if you cut things off from source, it makes it easier on you. But they're giving the Americans a little bit too much space. I'm not sure if it's
our midfield is non-existent on both sides of the ball.
They're
like cones. They're like cones on a training pitch right now to these girls, man. Seriously.
I have to say, this is the competition that I've seen the most balls hit the crossbar. To be honest, every game is averaging about 10 shots on the crossbar.
Yeah, because so far them hit our crossbar like about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, this is
to be very accurate.
I think there's something wrong with your internet, Richard. I think you might have to refresh. Sorry about that, guys. We might lose Richard briefly.
Yeah.
What do you think about what you think about Buckley and this team? Look at midfielder.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of individual talents on the team. I don't think this is a team, actually. I think it's a group of players put together over a period of time, playing together. The United States is a team. Because why I say the United States is a team, if the United States went down by 2 tonight against Jamaica, they could come back. Because when you have a team, you rely on what you have been doing before the competition, and it's going to come through. It's going to kick in at some point, and it's going to work. Jamaica don't actually have a strategy how to score right now. It's just kick it down the field, and hopefully Akinci is fast enough to run around one of the girls.
I run around 2-3 girls.
We get a go. So you can tell what a team does. You can see if when a coach is down by 2 and they're still calm, that's a team, because he knows it's a matter of time before what they've been learning will start kicking in and start working. So I think Jamaica is a conglomerate of talents. It's not necessarily a team. I don't think they had enough time together to get that cohesion that was needed to take them further enough.
I think if them had one year, this coach would make them be a team.
No, this is not a matter. This is not a matter of lack of time or preparation or anything like that. This is just a brother who don't seem to have the knowledge and the expertise.
Yeah. I heard the coach at one point, like he was saying, to one of the girls, choppy line, choppy line. I'm like, what? I was trying to figure out in football what actually plays that, and you remember
chop
in
the line.
yeah,
Chop
yeah,
the
he said
line.
chop the line. And in the under 20 program, the coach says, like in that said, show it to Tanisha and make she swing it in. Show it on the line
Yeah,
to Tanisha, make she swing it in. And I'm saying,
yeah.
where is this coach getting all these set plays from?
You guys
But my
come
thing
up.
is, sorry to cut you. Go
No,
to
no, no.
sis.
Carry on, carry on. I'll say what I have to say after you.
I was just saying that all of that, a lot of the stuff that I hear him screaming, is stuff that the girl should already know.
Yeah.
Because he's not saying nothing that's like groundbreaking, is he? He's saying stuff that he's saying it on the training ground. It's not nothing groundbreaking.
And
Yeah.
that too, when him keep barking out to the girls, if the girls want to do something else, he might mix her up so now her brain gets scattered and she pass the ball to the opponent.
Yeah. You
You know,
guys said like quite a lot some minutes ago, and it was a beautiful conversation to actually listen to. So yeah, there's been multiple reports of Sidela Marley. Like we've said, echo what some of the guys have said on the live stream, in today's live stream, that big up to the Bob Marley Foundation for what they've done. It's nothing against the foundation. And as I was saying, there's been multiple reports in the past. I don't think JFF actually come out and commented on this, but there were multiple reports that Sidela did in fact identify Hugh Menzies, right? And then they must have taken it from there. Who had the last say? Perhaps it was the Federation, but there's been multiple reports out there from trusted sources that she did identify Hugh Menzies. Now, here, did you just say
Crystal,
four?
yeah.
oh, they have scored a fourth?
But
Now,
Yeah.
now
but
here
them
is here.
them put up 6 on the score screen.
Yeah. That's the projected score.
Oh,
I don't think I don't think people are understanding what I'm saying, though.
No, I do
I'm not.
understand. I'm not.
I
I
mean,
so,
people in the
so
comment section.
okay. So I'm gonna
Because,
let you like chime in a little bit. This is what I'm saying to you, like. But don't shoot me down for saying this, but what I notice with our community is when people give you the naked truth, some people find it uncomfortable and they don't like it. You gotta understand that people watch football outside of Jamaica. No disrespect to Jamaica, we love Jamaica, but people have experience of watching different leagues. People have experience of being able to travel and seeing how we do things across the globe. So that's why our opinions will vary, and sometimes they won't align with each other. But trust me, the guys on screen, they do have Jamaica at the center of their
Yes.
opinions when they're formulating them. It is difficult to listen to the naked truth, but the truth hurts for a reason because there is sense behind it. Now, if we go back and look at, like I said, articles in the past that said that Sidela played a role in identify Hugh Menzies, whether it is factual or not, here is my issue. If you do go back and bring in Mr. Donaldson, automatically you're getting off to a negative start. Now, here why I'm saying you're getting off to a negative start is because Donaldson rubbed shoulders with Mr. Busby. Mr. Busby is now out the loop, currently suspended for allegedly soliciting a player for sex. I say allegedly, right? He's under investigation by MLS. Automatically, if you bring back whether it is Hugh or Donaldson, that is going to be a red flag, because people in the first press conference, journalists in the first press conference will say, how much did you know, or what did you know? Straight
Yeah.
away, Mr. Donaldson, coach, were you aware of the allegations before Mr. Busby was brought into the team? Were you aware? How comes you weren't aware? Where was the due diligence check? Was there any due diligence check? Do you yourself have any due diligence check? So straight away, you're starting off on a negative note, and it's not a thing that you can just bat out the park. He has to answer it, and he has to answer it truthfully. Just like when Mr. Blaine started off his first ever press conference, they touched on the alleged homophobic comments that was allegedly made by Mr. Blaine some years ago, and he addressed it. You can go back and look at my first press conference there with the gaffer. I had the beautiful opportunity of dissecting that one with Formula. He did address that, and that one was then pushed to the side based off his response to say, okay, now we can push forward. Similarly, just like how we got off to a rocky start with Mr. Blame, you're going to get off to a rocky start with Mr. Donaldson. There's no two ways about it. Even if you brought back the great man Hugh Menzies, you will still be in a position where you're saying, Coach, how much did you know? And if coach says that he doesn't know anything, and that could be the God and honest truth, then we're saying, okay, then there is a lack of due diligence here. Because when you're dealing with girls at all levels, you have to have your due diligence checked. You have to check the backgrounds of the people around the players. Like I said, you could go and unintentionally recruit somebody who has a long list of sexually abusing or sexually assaulting young girls, young boys, whoever. You could also be unintentionally recruiting a murderer. So that's why you do your DBS check. I'm not sure what they call it across the pond or in Jamaica, but you need to do your DBS check to see who you're working with. So if they think that bringing Mr. Donaldson into the framework and it's going to be smooth sailing, I can assure you it's not, because he automatically have questions that needs to be answered.
Mm-hmm. And though I'm here to split justice, Vin Blaine has to go based on where it is now. You understand? I do think as I said, we need level heads discussing this and the way he's gonna exit, but he has to go. I just want him to go in a fair way, because we can't have the girls there's a jockeying for power right now. There's a power struggle, and this has to be dealt with correctly. We
I have a
also have,
solution.
yeah,
What if let's say the JFF say them not letting go Vin Blaine because them broke and them can't afford to pay two coach. Right? Let's say them send out a letter to all the girls on the present team and say, listen, who's available for a practice game on such or such a date in May? And
yeah.
anybody who returns say that they're available, let's say 10 or 12 out of the 24 say, yes, I'm available. Then keep that 12, pick our next 12 girls, and you move on. What do you think will happen?
That was part of my I think that there has to be I see this as a game of chess, and I think the JFF has to make a move as well.
And they have to make the move now. They have to
Yeah,
make the
and
move now, not
there has
later.
to be a stick up on the girls where you get them to understand that we will get rid of Mr. Vin Blaine, but we can't have you guys running the program on the
Because the
pitch.
men
Bucket
can
off.
because the men can do the same thing next.
Yeah. Because this is not this is it's like an
It's a
example.
dangerous precedent to set.
Yeah, and this is why the NFL, even I know this is a soccer football channel, but this is sports have its similarities, and this was a situation where with the kneeling in the NFL, why they tried to nip that in the butt, because they didn't want it to be a situation where the players had so much power as to where the rules starting to break down, and I think the JFF has to fire Vin Blaine, but they have to stand up and let the girls know that you're gonna have to allow us to do our job, and you got girls gonna have to let us know where your loyalty lies. Is it with are you playing for Jamaica? Are you playing for Sidela? Or you're playing for yourself? Because as Mr. Blaine stated, this is I'm just only rephrasing. He said the girls wanted to coach themselves at one point, because and that tells me he said something very interesting to me when he said he left, I think, Tiffany Cameron on the bench in one game, and she came out, and I said to myself, that can catapult into problems on in a team if her teammates think she's good enough to start, and they can't understand why the coach has her on the bench. This is just my idea. She can just say to one girl, yeah, I don't even know what he's doing. It's not working. And if that whisper starts circulating, you have everybody thinking it's no longer working. So it's a lot of things that it's a little bit more complicated than people just type in and say fire him and fire everybody in the JFF. I never agree with fire everybody in the JFF. The people in the JFF are people who had aspirations and they worked and got to a certain level. Because you're emotional at home, people don't just lose their job. The world doesn't work like that. We have to think about things before we just broad brush and say clear out everybody, because I'm sure there are good people there who means Jamaica well. Unfortunately, there has been incompetencies in as far as logistics is concerned, monetary distributions, and the running of the program. But I think the JFF actually needs more people with brains in there. I don't even think you need to fire the people in there. I think you just need people who can come in and say, I get what all you guys are saying, but this makes more sense. I think that's what they need. They need somebody with a better counter argument who can outline a better way forward, actually.
Does it
Um,
make sorry, Formula, this one probably ties into what you're saying. Does it make a difference if people remind themselves that Mr. Blaine was hired just for the qualification phase of the World Cup only? That's why he was brought in, simply for the qualification phase. After that, I have no idea what they were planning on doing, but they recruited him for the qualifiers. Like we all know, it's not rocket science. Football is a game of opinions. So, and also it's a game of results. So if you're winning, the fans are going to be saying, well, okay, I can put up with what's going on. Because if we're being honest here, had someone not leaked that letter to the press, we would not have known about what's going on internally, because it all look rosy from our standpoint. So does it make a difference if people could remind themselves that the gaffer, the current interim head coach for the women's team, the women's senior team, that is, was hired to was brought in to guide and prepare the team for the duration of the World Cup qualifiers. Now it seems as if there's definitely a spanner in the work, and you have to either be irrational, which is what we have Jay Taylor alluding to, or say, you know what, I'm standing firm because football is all about results, and at the moment I'm getting the results. I'm going to stick to what I pre-planned, which is to make a decision after the World Cup qualifiers. That's if they trust that he can actually get over the final hurdle.
You know something very important, Crystal? I
Mm,
think uh, I just want to give the YouTubers a heads up that your job is going to become more professional as it goes along.
yeah.
I had people contacting me saying, yo, give the not with the female program, give this story to Ryan, make Ryan put this story on his channel, because if this get in the media, the whole of them gone. So people have to understand that there are people who are understanding the power of YouTube, and they want to control the narrative. If they can't get the story in the Gleaner or on TVJ, you get a YouTuber to set fire to it. So I think going forward, YouTubers have to also start to do their due diligence when it comes to certain stories, breaking stories, because important stories like this, even with Vin Blaine, I'm glad you did an interview with him, because what there's a lot of speculation, because as you know, YouTube is the town square for speculation. We speculate and we have fun doing it. But I think, like you guys, Crystal, as the moderator, it's good to let people know that these are just only opinions of individuals, because there are people out there who are understanding the power of YouTube and want to
Uh,
direct their story in a certain way, or set alight a story by giving the story to a YouTuber so it can catapult into this big messy thing.
100%, and the onus is on the YouTuber to be responsible, regardless of who the YouTuber is. It's all our response to
Yeah.
act accordingly and do the right thing, and also to remove our emotions. Because when you have emotions, you make clouded judgments. So emotions could be, you have emotions, maybe it's loving emotions towards a player or a coach. If that's the case, then you're not going to be able to weigh up a fairly balanced argument, and that's what you need, because you can't just be in heavy support of, say, for example, the players, and then not, show sensible reasoning there where the
Hmm.
coaching staff is concerned, and even JFF, as bad as they are. So the balance have to be there for all parties. So personally, I've learned that with football, you have to remove your emotions. If your emotions is there, you're always going to have clouded judgments, and naturally, because we're humans, fantastic save by Brooks to deny the United States to etch their fifth goal. Superb save. Yes, I say, if you have emotions attached to anything, you're bound to formulate, dare I say, bespoke opinions that suit a particular narrative. So
Yes.
you're right, I do agree with you. Like, as this is it is some form of media. It's not your traditional media, but it does fall under the media landscape. So you have to know who you are. You know, Taylor can't be telling you what to do. I can't tell you what to do. Formula can't tell you what to do. Mikey can't tell you what to do. What you have to try and do, as difficult as it is question the integrity and the core values. Look
Yes,
at
yes.
integrity, look at your core values. Because with football, it's like sometimes the moral compass is right on the floor. It's not where it should.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
Taylor touched on something that is so pivotal in terms of how they do things in the States when it comes to the kneeing. And then we're looking at something where women's football is concerned when it comes to the Me Too movement. Where is the integrity? We see
Yeah.
integrity, or we show integrity and support when it comes to the United States, but we can't do that for girls in Jamaica. We can't do that for victims of molestation and sexual abuse for the victims of Jamaica. But we can sit here and talk about the return of Hubert Busby. Whether the coach is guilty or innocent, it is inappropriate, it's irresponsible to even be dreaming up the opportunity to bring back Hubert Busby Jr. whilst he is under investigation. It is not appropriate. It is
But
inappropriate.
isn't he under investigation from FIFA though? I think FIFA is taking up the matter.
I saw
It's
MLS.
not only the MLS. It's not only the MLS. If I'm not mistaken, even FIFA is investigating.
But formula, for me, it's mind blowing. It is mind blowing that the moral compass is shockingly low. That people are actually saying that, yeah, maybe you should bring back Busby.
He's not coming back, Crystal. I think that is
No, but Crystal, I don't know why you're
he's
making those opinions drawing
yeah,
you. First of
yeah,
all, that is not
Crystal,
possible. That is
that
not
is
going to happen. So,
that's like saying, that's like
You
saying
know the
it's
reason
gonna
why I'm saying it, Taylor? Because again, there is speculations that he is somewhat, quote and unquote, still close to the team or close to the federation.
I
yeah,
believe
but
so. I
no,
still
but
For
think
Crystal,
he
me,
the
has
federation will
for
not
influence.
bring
me,
him back. I'm
because
telling
you're
you that.
under
They won't.
investigation and you are essentially coaching young girls and young women. It could even be young boys or young or men, because of the damning nature of the accusation. You should not be allowed nowhere near the team whilst you are under investigation. That is the naked truth. Some of you are not going to like it, some of you won't have a problem, but that is the truth. Whilst you are under investigation because of the nature of the allegation, you should not be allowed nowhere near the team. And again, it just goes to show, where is the respect? Where is the respect for victims? Victims on home soil in Jamaica. Yes, he might be innocent. Nobody's disputing that. He may very well be innocent. Where is the respect? Where is the respect for
He's not
him
coming
in the
back, because
background?
if he comes back, the Vin Blaine saga continues as well.
It will, you know what? It just frustrates me that we're even
So
having
he's
the conversation about him. It just frustrates me that the guy's on the investigation. He should be out of sight, out of mind. But people, it's almost as if they're trying to test our patience, test to see what we will put up with. I can assure you, no one is putting up with that nonsense. Not whilst he's under investigation.
You know what I'm
No one
surprised about,
sensible, that
Crystal?
is.
You know what I'm
What?
surprised about? That in the news report that came out, it says Khadijah Shaw led the like the what do you, the
Insurrection.
yeah, basically the coup of removing Mr. Blaine. I was very surprised with that. And now, because you know what that does, it now swings a lot of responsibility on Khadijah Shaw. If
But
another coach comes in and they don't qualify, she has some of this blame to shoulder.
also, let me just say something on behalf of Kadisha Shaw. You see, because she is the captain,
Mhm.
she may have to lead the team because it's a team, and she's the leader
Mhm.
of the team. She may not agree what the girl's saying, but because
Mhm.
she's a captain, and I will go back to what that Rudolph Austin said about the 2015 Concacaf Gold Cup team that he captained, that he didn't agree what the team was doing, but because he was the captain, he had to speak up and take the lead, and because of that, he never played for Jamaica again after that. So because Kadisha is the captain, that does not mean she agree with the girls. But because she's the leader of the team, she had to take the front because majority vote dominate.
Hold on
but
one
that's
second, guys. Sorry to cut you off, Taylor. You guys are probably somewhat behind me. Is it are my eyes fooling me, or did I see Smith in the stands and not actually on the bench? I'm almost certain I just saw Smith sitting in the stands, but I saw her name on the bench. So if you guys could keep a lookout for that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. But yes, sorry to cut you off.
yeah, man, and that's normal behavior,
For the
Crystal.
captain, right?
No, normal behavior for you to be on the team sheet and you're in the stands.
Oh,
Makes no sense,
as
right?
we talk about that,
Normal Jamaican
yeah,
behavior, I
normal.
mean.
Formula and Tia, listen to this one. And Crystal,
Yeah.
Crystal and I spoke about this. You remember the Cayman game? Who they listed as captain at the Cayman game on the team sheet? They let Rebecca Spencer as captain. Which two players are in negotiation with the JFF? The captain and the one them name as captain in the Cayman. I wonder if that was a hint that was telling us.
It could very well be a hint, and we didn't pick up on it at the time, because at the time I saw that Rebecca was down as captain, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a surprise. Maybe isn't wearing the captain's armband, and of course when we looked at our stream, we saw Bunny with the captain's armband. So at the time we were saying the person who does the graphics for the social media made a blunder, but who knows? Maybe they were trying to tell us something in relation to the allegations there. Um, yeah, Rachel is saying that I saw her as well. Yeah, it was weird. I was like, what's going on here? But you don't know. There's so much shadiness going on at the
So,
moment that
so
you cannot
somebody
really
know
tell.
what's going on from before, and there was a show. People said, "Look, we have a leader, not the fact that the deputy captain of the team is Rebecca."
And this is what I mean, like, and I've been saying it so many times that when people ask me, because I've sat on other live streams, sometimes on my own platform, sometimes not on my own platform, and people have said, um there is no problems there in the women's team, and I've always echoed that no, that's not the truth. There is problems there similar to their male counterparts, but they just don't air out their dirty laundry. I'm going to stand and say that I don't think that the girls, that any player, any regular girl handed that letter over to the media. So in that case, I'm going to say they still don't air out their dirty laundry. But this is why I say once certain stuff comes to the media, the narrative is out of your control. People are going to be formulating opinions left, right, and center, and it's sad to say, but there's really not much that you can do about it.
Yeah. It's the
Um, just something that I want to say. Read this U17 game. I don't think these young reggae girls understand the concept of movement and how important movement is in football. The only aspect of movement that these young reggae girls seem to understand is to chase the ball. That is the only aspect
yeah.
of the whole principle of movement that these young ladies seem to
Be-
understand.
because the coach didn't teach
Chasing
them.
the ball.
The coach didn't
The,
teach them.
the coach is trying to. I think we also need to. I think they need to clarify to the local coaches what a coach does. What you do on game day, what you do in training. I heard the coach last game, like he was saying to a girl, like, keep the ball, keep the ball. And one of the things I had a problem with the first game, I said, can someone tell the girls that even if you're not going forward, you could still keep the ball? You don't have to just kick it away because you're not planning on going forward. But if the coach has to be telling the girls that in the game, what are you teaching them
I
before the game?
The coach is overcoaching the
But
game. That's the problem.
but but Mikey, this
Mm.
is where I disagree with you though, It is not the coach of the national team's responsibility, to develop these young ladies' technical know-how. Right? He's not the one responsible.
Formula, I'm gonna disagree with you because of the age
He,
group. The age group
no,
is
I'm
different.
I'm not saying that when he sees things that he needs to correct, he shouldn't correct it. I'm not
Mhm.
saying that, but what I'm saying, yes, there will be occasions where we'll have to, correct something that a young girl has done wrong or stuff like that. But what I'm saying is that, generally speaking, right, these young ladies should have been taught certain things before they go into a national camp.
Okay, agree,
And
agree.
that is just facts. This shows that the development is the issue. It is not a national team's head coach responsibility to develop young talents in Jamaica.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
not
yeah.
his responsibility.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we played a United States tonight. Because I keep saying, I remember when everybody said, "Oh my God, we're in the group of death with the senior girls." And I said, I remember I wrote in the comments on Crystal's show, I said, we can't keep hiding our way into these tournaments, into World Cup. I hope so we don't get draw with USA and Canada. They're the teams in your region. You're gonna have to beat them at some point. We can't keep playing this hide and seek to hide our deficiencies. We either have to get good or we keep losing, or we accept that we are a mediocre team. You know what I mean? We can't come in here with high hopes and boost up the girls, and then when it's time to play Mexico and USA, we start hiding. No, we have to understand that. Listen, we're probably not that good then. We're not there as yet. Let's tame our expectations then. Um, Touching on what you said, Formula, about developing girls. No, since it's not a case where you can develop the girls at the senior program, that's why you need a coach who's able to make decisive decisions. Meaning, if you had a period of 4 games, you might have liked a girl and you saw her tape and she was good on tape. But in those 4 games, she's not cutting it. She should have a permanent home on the bench. Next person up. That's how the senior program works. The senior program is not where you come learn to play. If you're not that good, the next man up. I think the most important thing
Yeah,
in your
but the
senior,
next man up could be worse, Taylor. Sorry to cut you.
so
And
that's why
that's
I was
what I
saying
keep
in your
on
senior
saying.
program, I was gonna segue to say the most important thing in a senior program is depth. Is the next man up. The man on the bench should be pushing you in training and should be ready to take your spot at any time. So when you're not performing, he's up till you can get it together. You can't just have your 11 best players on the pitch and one of them get injured. You bring on a player and everything you've worked on broke down. You can't have that. And I think that's what happened why Ranganat had to play so many games. He didn't have a backup plan for her. There was no depth behind her. It seemed like nobody was pushing her in training. So he had to run her ragged. I also said in the comments on Crystal Show, I said some of these parents should call the coach because he might kill them picnic. Like the man just run them to the ground.
Young, yeah.
Like
To get the result.
I'm like, bro, you're coaching teens. Like you have to understand this is the same
Yeah.
size pitch that
Him cannot start the same players over and over and over again in such
yeah.
a small period of time, especially youngsters. Like I mean, as a matter of fact, any age group, it don't matter how many the girls have played. What 5 games
Yep. In about
in
11
a in
days. In about 11 days started.
Yeah.
and
Because
the thing about it is that these young ladies are not professionals, right? They are not conditioned in a way or in a manner to be playing 5 games in 11 days. Right?
no.
That's absurd.
Because the problem is what they're trying to do, formula, is create cohesion and get the team to gel in competitions. So what he's doing is he's
Yeah,
running players ragged because he
yeah,
wants them to learn to play together.
that's a fair point.
It's too late, mate. You don't come practice in a World Cup competition. You had to do that in your friendly games where you try different combination. Akinse works well with this girl, Avery works with this girl, so your combinations are ready to go. He was trying this live. He was trying this live in a competition. So in return, he kept starting the same players over and over, trying to get them to play together. Number 7, we needed this girl for this game. Get her some rest the last game, no? My you take off the girl and give the girl a break. These are tiny legs. They're running up and down a pitch that senior men plays on. This is not a smaller field. I'm trying to I keep reminding people. You have to give them breaks and you have to this is why I tell you that coaching the female game, there's more intricacies involved. You have to have somebody who understands the terrain that they're traveling through by taking on this job. He didn't understand this. I think this coach, he's coaching like he's coaching Arnett Garden or Tivoli or something. I swear, you have to understand you're dealing with young ladies. You have to treat them properly. Give them time to heal. Okay, we won the game already. Buckley, come on. I'm not taking you off because you're not doing a good job. I need you the next game, and I need you to be fresh. Get some rest, get some water, physio, make sure she winds down properly, and you rotate them. That's what the US and Canada did in the first round.
Look at this now. Look at this now, Taylor. Right, this game done. Although it's the last game, right? Him
Mhm.
still have Maya up on the field, you know.
Yeah. Maya is Maya. Yeah, man.
And him take off at
Yeah,
till them game that hurt. Him take off
even in
flat
a
at
game like the Cuban game, players like Buckley and those players, the more important players, should have come off
Because what he's
after
trying
a
to do is
certain time.
Maya will be the captain for the next under 17 go around because she has
Yes.
another under 17. I understand giving her the experience, but you can't run her rugged like that. It's like I asked in the group, I said, can she get subbed? Is it this something? Like I don't understand.
Man, no, maybe fair mother I'm all for the team, you know.
Yeah, she Miss Ranganat I run off the parallel the parallel program. I don't know.
Miss Ranga not our mother.
Do you know what I
Jamaica.
think he's doing? I
Yeah.
know what I think he's doing because she's played for the United States U15s. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to persuade her to fully commit to Jamaica, but that's not how you do it. That's not, you
Oh, she
don't
has
run
played
her
for
to
the
the
US under
ground.
15 already.
Yeah, she's played for the United States. So I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to persuade her to commit to Jamaica, but no one knows what the future holds. How many times have we seen footballers from varied genders, varied age group play for a particular country at youth level, and when it comes to the senior
Oh
team,
no.
they go and commit to someone else.
Atkins is still on the field. Atkins is still on the field.
let,
But
let
she
me
in
say this.
midfield now.
Let me say this, Crystal. If he plays her even when the game now play tomorrow, she still now make the USA team. I'm
USA
te-
trail.
the last 3 games I've counted her stats. She has turned over the football 80% of the time.
Because she tired.
She's tired. She's tired. She doesn't have the level of fitness. The game that she excelled in was against a team that played at 0 miles per hour, which
Yeah.
so she had so much time to trip over the football and still get the football back. I told you, I said when she comes up against real 16 and 17-year-old, they're gonna show her. They're gonna show her age. That's just how it works. And she wasn't strong enough. She's not quick enough with her decision making. She's not gonna play for the United States. Look at the
Sorry, but
United
I'm
States
not
team.
even looking at you. I've got a weird look on my face, but it's not even in relation to what you're saying. My mind's gone blank just then. Mr. Addition, Taylor, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
Mr. Addition, there, you're speaking about a child. You're literally speaking about a baby. And one of your comments, if unless I'm reading it wrong, it is actually quite disgusting what you're
Civil
saying. So
Army
just
team.
relax with your comment. You're literally speaking about a child, girl
I
or boy.
can't
It
see the
doesn't really
comments.
matter. You
No,
don't
I
really
think
want to see this
no, I
one.
think he's saying that something is wrong with the coach mentally.
Okay, well,
Um,
I hope that's the case.
yeah,
But even your
I
other
think so.
comments, I don't agree with your other comments. She's definitely not
He
lazy.
make a Mr. Special Edition make a suspect comment. You know, I need to
Yeah,
explain that
yeah,
comment. You
Yeah,
know,
it
yeah,
is
yeah.
suspicious. That
when
comment
him
don't
say
sound nice to me.
Maya needs to
Needs
go army, I think something not going on with the coach. You need, me
Oh
Yeah,
not
no,
say,
no,
yeah.
no.
me
That is
not,
out of line,
No,
brethren.
no.
no,
He
hold on. Make him explain the comment because
see
that
he
could, to be fair, it could be interpreted different ways. Mr. Special Edition, you need to explain that comment
no man.
because
He said I explained it already. He must say something must have gone with the coach. He means something mentally, like he must be
it
sick.
means something individually are going with the coach or something are going with the coach
No.
and the player.
No.
Because
He's
if it
Or
saying
something
doesn't
wrong with the
mean
coach, man.
then
no
The
man.
coach
You like
head.
a Jamaica that says something must be wrong with him. Like
okay,
that's just, yeah,
okay,
something wrong with the
okay. Me
Uh,
coach.
not accuse special edition or nothing. Me just a say
No man,
the comment
no
needed
man,
uh,
some clarification.
no
or
man.
what? Like they were saying, the United States look like the coach has lost a few
A
loose
screw,
screws in his
screw.
cabinet.
Yeah. They mess with- like something wrong with the coach.
Yeah,
There's
like the coach should have a few loose screws in his cabinet.
because and probably what he's saying is like what we're seeing. Obviously, the coach is not seeing that, because we are seeing that the young lady has been tired. the past 3 games. She's
Yeah, because
fatigued.
him work them too hard.
You
So
work her too hard, man.
Crystal, you remember I
Yeah.
said that we could run in a roadblock when we get
Yeah,
to the
but we
US because
said
of
that, Mikey, and people
touch.
wanted to like jump on our backs and say
Yeah.
we were hating on the coach. But we said in the long run, when we get to the latter stage, it is going to
Yes.
cost us Taylor and Formula. And look at where we're at.
Yeah.
The glue of the team, the one who does the finer details excellently well, she's actually sat watching from the stands. Though they've put her on the bench. I know my eyes not fooling me. I'm pretty sure I saw her in the stands.
Yeah, so
Yeah, man.
people got
Run
that.
her ragged and mash her up.
I think we need to look. The coach, I don't think, has been given the best circumstances to work under. And truth be told, most Jamaican coaches aren't. Most coaches that coach our respective national teams are not given the best set of circumstances to work with, right? That's where the saying goes now. You take your hand to, or the saying go, you take, or the saying go. You guys know the saying, man. You take your hand make fashion or something to that extent, right? But basically, in the circumstances, you have to improvise, right? And you have to, you know, make decisions, and you have to make decisions. You have to make good decisions, and you have to make decisions very quickly, right? And I don't think our coaches have the respective expertise to be able to make good decisions to deal with the already poor circumstances that they have been given to work in.
Yeah.
So answer this question now, farm. Like he's a man like stick, you know. So how come Sparta get team to pass the ball in 5 games and Whitmore couldn't get team to pass the ball in 5 years? Let's see him circumstance Paul all have.
Yeah, true.
No, answer my question,
True.
man. That's true. Give me
You know that man
explanation.
said they have the expertise.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and you have to understand that. I think, as I said, in Jamaica, they play kick and run. It's not organized football. It's called kick and run. Like you will see a Jamaican player with the football. You watch a JPL, and him head just take him, and him just kick the ball to nobody, like this. And I see it as a pattern also with the ladies tonight. They get the football, and you see when you play football over here, the first thing the coach tell you is know what you're gonna do before you get the football. Look, I saw this girl in front of the 18 for the United States. She's gonna get the football. Before she got it, she went like this and look around. She immediately wants to know where am I positioned, who is around me when I get the football. So what that does is it allows them to play faster. When the Jamaican girls get the ball, they have to first control it, then look up, and by the time you look for your teammates, somebody's on you. That's the international game. So we're always playing a bit slow. And that's what, when Paul Hall came in, one of the first things Paul Hall said, I want to play faster. And to play faster, you have to have players who anticipate the build up, the play, where the play is going to go for the ball to keep moving. Else you're going to have a stop and go game. Stop, me control it, and me look around. No, you have to have players. That's why players like Ravel Morrison always stand out. Ravel always know where his next pass is. He just knows where his next pass is. And when our local players go on the pitch, they control, they take with the ball from them, and then them just foul the individual. So it's quite simple. You have to have the right players out there who knows how to anticipate the game. Well, Mr. Edison said, "Me still proud. The girls 4-0 learning experience. Fly our
The
flag
last time
high."
it was 8-0, so we're getting closer.
Yeah. I still think the girls. I saw points where USA scored, and we kind of slowed things down. I just think, Mikey, that we just didn't have the depth. I just think this is, for me, it's
No,
not just the coach.
I think the coach can use his team properly. Because when you play in certain teams, right? When you play it after, you need to rest players. It's just a matter of fact. You just have to rest players. Because the game is playing every other game, every other day, or every 2 days.
Yeah.
You have to rest players. They're young, they're going to school, they're not trained like professionals every day. You understand me? These are schoolgirls. High
Yeah,
school girls.
you're rest players, and that's no. But and another thing that I see that we do, our local coaches do, we enter games and we give the other team the benefit of the doubt by staying deep in our half and just try to tackle them and hope we get a lucky goal. Me never see this yet in my lifetime. Football is a game where either them score or we score.
Yeah. And if them score five, we go and score
Score
six.
six. Why can't we enter games on the front foot where we think that we're good enough to attack a team and stay high?
Listen, let me tell you something.
I can't
Taylor, in
understand it.
Concacaf, you see, there's two teams that when Jamaica say those two teams, they automatically go defensive.
You say
United States and
Mexico?
Mexico.
We
USA and Mexico
park the bus. The man them start call up this JUTC. So we need the bus them because we are play USA tomorrow.
are Mexico.
Yeah, we're gonna park them.
But you know something, with Mexico, them kind of free up themselves a little bit lately. It's just USA right now.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. When they play USA toe to toe, they always beat them. Anytime they park the bus, them lose.
But I think under Paul Hall that's gonna change because I've
Oh yeah.
seen it already. I've
Yes.
seen it because Paul Hall is forcing us to play higher, and that's what happens to your team, Mikey. The higher you play, it forces your team to play. When you
Yeah.
drop back and a defend, you just defend, and that's what we did to Mikel Antonio early on when he came in.
Yeah.
We made the guy work so hard and park the bus, and him wanna
No,
run
not
down
not
everybody.
forget man Mikel Antonio. Um Bailey. Bailey never
Yeah,
play good till Paul take the team.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
every time Tiro will park the bus, the man play defense instead of attack. You understand me? Bailey plays best games
No,
under Paul Hall.
is yeah, that's facts, and that goes back to the expertise of the coach. The coach, the previous coach, the Paul Hall, never understood, right, what it took to involve Leon Bailey in the game.
Yeah.
Right? He kept on like he just had this one particular role that he was trying to give Leon Bailey, right? And it was a hard and fast approach, right?
Because
You saw Paul Hall, like even in that Costa Rica game, no like the El Salvador game rather.
yeah.
Bailey was not really balling in the first half. He was performing okay, but he wasn't really balling. Right? In the second half, you saw the role change. And
Yeah.
when you saw the role for Bailey change, right? In conjunction with Ravel Morrison, you saw a change in the way how Bailey was performing on the pitch, right? So th- that's you see the thing is when you're limited as a coach, with the greatest of respect, right? You see, like how Paul Hall can try new things with a Leon Bailey. If something don't work, him say, all right, let me try something else, and him adjust to try and deal with the situation at hand, improvises. If you don't have the expertise to improvise, then you're not gonna, the player is just gonna keep on looking poor in the team.
Because my tell you, Leon Bailey, when he was a player under Tiro with more boss, him look like a high school player. May I tell you?
Let me give you one of the gems formula. For example, it's like you have a suit of clothes at home that worth 31 million, and you're going to a dinner with the prime minister, and you decide to wear some old brook, and you leave your best suit at home. This is what Tapa was doing. The player that's worth 31 million pounds, he didn't build a team around him. He brought in some players that he thought looked okay. I never seen this in my life. And some fans had the audacity to argue when Paul Hall says, I'm going to make Leon Bailey the centerpiece of my team. It only makes sense. He's the most expensive player on your team. You have to wear your best outfit to the party. Like I can't see this common sense. Look and I think Paul Hall sat down and said to Leon Bailey, listen, you're worth it. You're Leon Bailey, and this is your team, and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to go out there and show me the Leon Bailey that we know you can be. I think Paul Hall had that discussion with him. Leon Bailey looked like a person that freed his mind in those last games.
Let me tell you something. Michael Antonio and Leon Bailey on the field, and if we get Demari Gray, are trouble. Tell you that right now. Them are free because
With
them are
Paul
them the
Hall
four
as the
man. Eh?
coach.
Eh?
With Paul Hall as the coach.
Yes, and Paul Hall as the coach. Them are gonna create problems.
But Crystal, you
Crystal,
probably
you
have a
can
better. You and Formula has a better chance of maybe in the future. Where you say interviewing Mr. Hall, Paul Hall. I just if you guys are in a interview with him, just ask him this one question. Is the CDM position still a position in football that's intricate to a team? Because I'm not sure, because we have this problem now for about 5 years, but we don't seem like we're moving closer to remedy this problem.
yes,
So if you
man.
got
I think Paul Hall, the mere fact that he brought in Kevin Stewart, when he brought him in, and dropped Haka, suggests that Paul Hall saw it as there being very important to
okay.
fixing the puzzle, so to speak, right? There was also, he was supposed to also bring in David Davis. That was
Hmm.
another player that was heavily linked, a player that I have a lot of time for, but injury would have caused that situation. Injury, and I think documentation as well, would have caused that situation not to work out. So yeah, man, I think Paul Hall is aware. But Kevin Stewart is an anomaly. He's the most frustrating reggae boy. I call him the most frustrating reggae boy. This guy is literally Dr. Glass.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he just cannot keep fit.
If
Everton,
you
I
if you
don't
walk
agree with
past
this
him,
comment, by the way.
him ankle broke.
He get
It's
injured.
it's
But
it's
Everton, and you know what's frustrating? He's such a good player.
yeah.
Everton, I don't agree with this comment, right? I think we have to look. Don't get me wrong, resources is very important, But I think we don't realize the concept of properly concentrating resources to have maximum effect. I don't think we have a resources problem. I think the resources are not being properly concentrated. That's one of the issues, and there are other issues at play as well. Look at Uruguay. Uruguay is able to develop top quality players in Uruguay. Uruguay is a country with a similar population, and they're a third world country. How can they do
Ooh.
this?
The thing with that formula is that Uruguay's worst practice games are against top quality opponents. I think it has a lot to do with our, because you see we have this false sense of um that we went and conquered Guyana. We just whop up Grenada, and we come back home and we celebrate and we drink some Hennessy. Dude, you just played Grenada. you you just beat Guyana. Like there's nothing to celebrate there. Those games should be games just to see local based players. What I love about the directions that we're going in now is the quality of the friendlies that we're getting. And I want the fans to know, guys, if we pick up 6 against Catalonia, don't be sad, because we're gonna play like a Spain B team here. Let's not confuse ourselves. Catalonia, for a lot of guys, people who don't know, that's Barcelona actually. We're going to be playing Barcelona in Barcelona. So just keep that in mind. So I hope the Reggae Boys fan them now say, my God, and if we could drop 3 pound Catalonia. No, guys, we have to understand football. These are
Basque Country is a dangerous team as well too.
yeah, with these
Lot of
teams,
Bilbao and Sociedad
yeah,
players.
yeah, and we're bringing a pickup
By the
team.
way, Bilbao only plays players from Basque Country. No player that is not from Basque Country can make the Bilbao team. Can make, yeah, no play. You have to be either born or developed in Basque Country to be able to play for Athletic Bilbao. So basically, all
Okay.
of them Bilbao players there, right, which is a decent, steady La Liga team, feature heavily for Basque Country. So that is another dangerous team that
Formula.
we have to be
Can
mindful of.
you or Crystal or anyone on here confirm? Because I've been hearing it, but I haven't found the article where it says that the Uruguay game, Jamaica will only be using USL and JPL players? Is that a
I don't know what players will be using for that particular game, but Crystal did make a huge point to
Do you want
me.
me to bring it up for you, Formula? Because I
Bring it
I
up
don't know if
and
I want
show
to
them.
rattle for I don't
I
know if I
heard
want
it's
to
in the
rattle
newspaper,
JT
right?
now.
Is it in the newspaper, Crystal?
I have not seen it in the newspaper, to be honest with you.
Bring it up, Chris. Just bring it up,
I'm
and
gonna
then we'll
bring up something that's
understand.
probably gonna rattle you a bit, JT.
Okay,
So
okay.
I apologize in advance. 1 second.
It says Jamaican men's
To be honest
U20
with you, you're
games.
smart enough, so you probably find this out already. So sorry if we're repeating ourselves to you.
No, I'm asking because I like to get answers.
I think we should give you maybe a couple seconds to figure it out, Formula, or I'll leave you to explain it to JT for us. Probably gonna irritate him. Let me turn on my shade screen.
Okay. This not sound good, man.
It's comical. That's all I can say to you.
Ooh.
It's comical. Def Comedy Jam. Where is it? Where is my screen? You can see it?
Okay.
What can you
Okay.
notice on the screen?
Okay. Wait.
Do you want me to zoom in?
Jamaica. It says Concacaf Nation League match day, June 7, June 11. I was looking to see if there's gonna be two games on the same day, that kind of thing. Or
JT and Mr. Ballin, because me and Formula already just went crazy on this. Is
oh
this
my
the
God.
you've seen it, right?
So so
Yeah.
so so we're playing Uruguay on the 11th.
Yes, sir.
That isn't that it? That's in the midst of the
Yes,
Nations
sir.
League.
Yes, sir. We are. That's what's scheduled in, isn't it? Penciled in.
So therefore,
11.
it will be the B team playing Uruguay.
But Mikey,
Yeah.
where on God's planet have you ever seen a friendly scheduling between sandwiching in a competition? That's like going to the World Cup and saying that your B team or whoever.
No,
I think they want that game before they play Mexico. You see, they're trying to get that as a friendly to prepare. But again, if it's
Wait,
your
no,
B
but they
team,
can't do. Hold on,
oh
Taylor.
God, oh
Taylor,
God, yes, sir.
they can't do that, Taylor.
Oh my God.
They can't do that, Taylor, because the Uruguay game is down in Uruguay.
And Uruguay
Or are
announced
they
it
going to
already,
fly the
right?
team to? Or are they going to fly? Yeah, man. Or are they going to fly the team to Uruguay, Taylor, and
Yeah,
play
what,
Uruguay and then go back to the US to go play Nations League?
3 days before, because they if on the 11th the team should already be in the USA for the Mexico game, right? So then Ravel Morrison won't be playing in the Nations League. Will all the games be held in the US?
the Mexico game is playing in the US.
Where's Formula getting that? It's the Mexico game. I thought these were away and home games.
Okay, so we can the Suriname game. Let's see if anything's coming up. Nothing. Let me see. I might have to hide. Can you guys still see that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back.
Yeah.
It's not coming up yet. This one is definitely announced. So this one is in Uruguay. This one, don't know why that's coming up. That's definitely been announced. A friendly against Uruguay has been announced on Uruguay's social media channel. What am I doing? I've just lost it. So I'm gonna close the shade screen and then bring it back up because it's a little bit messy at the moment.
Yeah.
Bring it back up for you. 1
Oh,
second.
okay. That was very confusing there, because then
Yeah.
we're still looking at players in the okay. Hopefully you guys are in the press conference where you could ask Paul all about this, because
Paula's probably thinking the same thing that we're thinking, to be honest with you. Why would you do that? Whose bright idea was that? And like I said, it's been announced by Uruguay, so it's not like it hasn't been announced by Uruguay. Uruguay have already announced it.
They must send a B team to Uruguay.
But Mikey, irrespective of who they're sending to Uruguay, it just looks clumsy. It looks clumsy. I've never seen that before. I've never seen no serious country do that before. Even the joke countries don't do that.
But does Uruguay? So who's coaching that B team? And does Uruguay know if they're playing a B team?
Excellent question.
Because why would
That's
Uruguay
the
want to
question.
play a Jamaican B team to prepare for World Cup? I don't know. Maybe they want somebody to beat up Unreal or like I don't know.
I mean, they want to feel good about themselves. I mean,
Whoa, that's weird. Hopefully, because I think with all the bad that the JFF has done, I've seen improvement. Especially with these series of friendlies in Catalonia. I think that was a very smart move. But I also think those friendlies probably came to Paul Hall's coaching network. I
contact.
yeah,
No,
I
the
think that
Catalonia game was a rescheduled game from 2020.
2020, true,
That
but
because COVID didn't let that game play.
okay. So that's the JFF.
Yeah.
But I still like the direction that they're going in. And hopefully, I said I'm giving them a clean slate in a Mikey. It sounds crazy, but I think there were difficulties that they were faced with, especially with the COVID. I don't
Mm.
think a lot of people were prepared for the logistical headaches that came with that whole COVID, and the JFF being as incompetent as it has been in the past. I think it even hit them a bit harder. So I'm giving them a clean slate. Is a new coach, and the clean slate is just to bring some positivity around the team, where it's not just from day one. We're just nailing down everything that can go wrong. I want to give them a clean slate. And if they start messing up, then we talk about it. But I have to give them a clean
What
slate.
I need them to do, what I need JFF to do, is to get a good game, a good team to come play at the stadium. Mean like a South American team, a top South American team, like a Colombia or a Argentina or something like that, to get the fans back in the game in Jamaica, or a
Good,
Good European team.
good talk, Mikey. Good talk, and a good talk. And I
Nobody,
think the fans are
nobody go
hungry
to
for that.
Trinidad or somebody like that. You understand me?
Good
Nobody's gonna
talk,
come to
Mikey.
Trinidad.
Mikey, I think that's very important what you said.
Yeah,
Because the fans has been out of the game. I think you want to rekindle that flame again.
and you
Yeah,
make sure the team
yeah,
bring them
yeah, yeah,
stars.
yeah,
They
yeah,
get all a Holland or a Belgium. One of the top team them. Like a Jamaican follow Belgium, follow Holland. If you get Sweden, they may not show up.
yeah.
But if you get Belgium, Holland, one of them team there.
Even Germany.
Germany will come. You have Germany. Because I saw Jamaica play Germany in the 70s,
Yeah,
at the stadium. At the stadium. I will
yeah.
start with them 1-1.
I said this. Oh, I said it the other day on Ryan's channel that Jamaica should play Germany, and somebody said, why would Germany want to play Jamaica? There is no relation there. I said, do you know that Jamaica even have a town called Germantown, where there was a lot of German settlers in Jamaica? Do you know the history of Jamaica?
Yeah.
There, a lot of people
I
don't even
went
know
I,
that.
I went to high school with a guy named Haka. He's from Seaford Town. He's
Seafood,
his
yeah,
ancestry his ancestry is German.
yeah,
White guy too.
Seafood.
Live
No,
in England now.
yeah.
Live in Canada right
You
now.
go to Treasure Beach. Treasure Beach. It's all. If you go down
Yeah,
there, the people will tell you the story of the Germans
yeah,
who docked in Treasure Beach and made it their home. If you go to Treasure Beach, it's a lot of people are white,
yeah.
basically German ancestors. So, and people have to understand when you play Jamaica, it comes also with a lot of cultural benefits. People don't understand playing Jamaica is more than playing Jamaica in football. If Germany is playing Jamaica, there would be a lot of people in Germany would like to see that. And a lot of our artists, they make most their money on tour in Germany every
Yeah,
year. People don't understand the cultural exchanges there.
And if Jamaica get Germany at the stadium, they don't have enough seat for all the
What?
people them.
What? Because you have more German fans in Jamaica than in Germany? Oh man, want come see for them baller with them are watching a Champions League them whole life.
In a Bundesliga.
Bundesliga and them league there.
Yeah.
People so I want, and I think Paul Hall, I think he's also reminiscing on his time playing for Jamaica. I think he wants to bring back that feeling when Jamaica used to play the Brazils and those teams, the Uruguay's competitive friendlies. I think Paul Hall is not gonna settle for nothing less.
You remember a couple years ago, Jamaica almost beat Argentina.
We were up one,
Yeah.
for 80 something minutes, right?
Yes.
You're talking about Schaefer, right? Winfred Schaefer.
Yes.
Yeah, 80 something minutes. We were up against Argentina.
We beat Chile 2-1, right? No, Chile
Yeah,
we beat.
we beat Chile. We beat Chile.
Yeah. With them big baller.
Yeah,
You understand me?
yeah. Because the bigger the frenzy is, Mikey, the better your team is gonna
Play.
be in Concacaf, because their threshold is gonna rise,
Guys. Yes.
because their low game is still gonna be above quality of certain teams in the region, because
Mm-hmm.
they have been competing at a higher level. So people don't know, we have to expand the threshold. If you keep beating Grenada and beating Guyana, guys, you will never know your full potential.
Yeah.
Bailey, I have a lot of explaining to do in a Bailey.
Which
Crystal
beer?
Bailey just show up in a chat, you know.
I needed to call him
Face,
Prince.
you know.
I needed to call him Prince. Formula. He really want to come on
Prince.
the
Oh, you're
show.
not on this live, Prince.
Let
Prince
me
and
pop
Doc.
it
Bailey, you have a
down.
lot of explaining to the boss.
Yeah, man.
A lot of explaining to do.
Prince and
Yeah,
Doc.
JT, I've not seen anything other than Miami. I've not really come across anything other than Miami.
Jamaica's playing Mexico and Miami.
No, I'm talking about like venue locations.
Because I thought the competition was away and a home
Yeah, it's a
game.
home and away basis.
Away games,
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
home and away.
it's just wait. Let me see if I can bring something up for you.
Wasn't the semifinals and the finals last Nations League played in the US?
Yes, right before
Yes.
the Gold Cup. I think those games
Usually,
played there.
Yes, the semifinals and finals play in the US.
Yeah, but it's
But
home and away
but the
game.
I know
qualifiers play in the
the
local.
draw itself did take place in Miami.
Okay.
Pretty sure the draw took place in Miami.
Yeah,
Let's see
man.
if I can bring up something.
Even Jamaica playing a Ghana, Ivory Coast.
Thank you.
Cultural,
Yes.
Ivory Coast, Ghana, Sierra Leone. These teams are playing at a higher level than we are. Let's expand our range. Let's take advantage of what we have to offer the world. Because if you just see Jamaica music just get kicked off of the billboard, it's like people have to understand, we have to wake up. We're not improving, guys. We're not improving culturally either. We've been sitting there and saying that we speak patois, so we're the coolest people in the world. That only lasts for so long. There's Afro beats. There's to be Nigerian now is cool. Crystal lives in the UK, and he knows that some of the black people in the UK who are excelling the most are the Nigerians in some of the top
Yeah.
jobs in banking and
No
and
joke.
medicine and all of that stuff. So we can sit there and say how cool we is, cause we can burn up the most spliff every day and chat patois. Guys, the world is no longer underground. The world is on social media. And we have to adapt. We have to expand our culture and blend sports. And I'm so disappointed with our sports ministers over the years that when we had the leverage, we had the fastest man and the fastest woman in the world. We never stick up the track and field association to bring a leg of the Diamonds League to Jamaica. There should have been a leg of the. How can the Diamonds League be
I've always said that.
in Qatar? Them people can't run. How you have
Make no
Diamond
sense.
League in Bahrain?
Well,
You,
it makes sense to Taylor. Money,
Man have all
money
money.
make the world go round.
I know,
Oil.
but we had the leverage because a lot of we could have said our athletes are pulling out of the Diamonds League if we don't get a leg of the Diamond League. We just need a leg of the Diamond League.
But none of the athletes gonna pull up. Them I get the money is not the organization.
They're not gonna have to pull up. What I'm saying is you're going into the negotiation with
Yeah.
leverage.
Yeah.
Because people are actually watching the Diamond League to see your best athletes, and we have them. So have a leg of the Diamond League pass through Jamaica, put Jamaica on the map. We have the Diamond League as Switzerland, Bahrain, Qatar, all down at
But
Iraq and them places. Come on, man, that's a
but
joke, man.
Money.
listen, if you had a Diamond League in Jamaica, where would you have it?
In the national stadium.
No,
In that they pop down national stadium,
oh
they
no,
forgot embarrass the country,
Montego Bay.
brethren.
Montego Bay. I'd have to the Montego Bay.
Well, I think we can do it, bro. We can do it. I think we can do it. When I see the Diamond League, I see the difference in those countries. As some little people run with the bucket for grab you saying about sweatsuit. Kids in Jamaica can do that. I know there are a lot of logistics and stuff that comes around with the organizing and TV rights and cameras, but we can do it, bro.
If Jamaica can keep the what name Carifta games, them can keep Diamond League.
Yeah. And I don't get excited when we win all these races in the character game. Guys, Jamaica has been dominating track and field since being on my mother's stomach. And how much athletes we know from Jamaica who actually made the next step. The big problem is a lot of those athletes are going to end up in a university in America, and they're going to become Americanized, take up 9 to 5 jobs. And when you see them again, they're no longer athletes. We lose athletes in bulks. We dominate the character games, and then you will have one or two come through. But this is a every year thing. Near people say, "Yo, look on that girl," there." And I said, "Show me her 3 years from now, and then we can start talking." Because when they go to university and overseas, that's a whole nother
Them burn them
thing.
out.
Them burn them out.
Make us show an example about burnout. The girl, the hurdler with name Nugent. You know what, right?
Mm-hmm.
She reached 100-meter finals in a NCAA games, and she reached the hurdles finals. And would you believe that the races were 16 minutes apart, and she run in both of them? 100-meter hurdles finals and the 100-meter finals. She run the race them. I think she came second in the hurdles, and she must have come about 5th or 6th in the 100-meter final because she couldn't recover. That's burnout. And they said to run the relays too.
Yeah. Because that's how Jamaica is, the coach say, "Yeah, man, see her eat one big plate of food this morning. Her belly full. She can't run, man." It's like we have to move away from
Taylor, I think we have passed that long time ago. Nobody make it look so bad.
Yeah, man. They say we eat a big plate of food this morning. Me sure.
Prince, how are you? Prince, you gave us some predictions the other night, and Mr. Ballin wants to have a word with you there, Prince.
One formula.
Sir.
Me show him face, brethren. Me shock them jump on
He's
the panel,
muted. He's quiet.
Barely have a lot of explaining to do.
Hold on. I'm just coming from work, guys. Okay, I am literally just walking in the house.
Stop lying, man. You duck the whole day.
You can't walk and talk, Bailey. You can't walk and talk. You have some explaining.
You see, because me there work, I could have on the live and I watch a match same time because I'm a phone me that use. You see me? And then same time, we have to be careful how they work. We don't want people get the wrong impression. So we have to either watch a thing and then boy Champions League get hot. When I have to run, cause me say me I watch a girl, let me know. And boy, do we all Champions League get at me not in the line, me run for girl them. So me not even know how the pop, me not even know how the match end. Me run go watch the Champions League. Cause me I say,
so it's you're the reason why we lost then. So it's you're the reason why we lost then, Prince.
No man, I know me are the reason, I go up more JT. See me? From morning JT coming in a group, The reggae girls, I'm all get 10. Me, I say, JT, nobody with them thing there. Do massa. From morning, him assault up the thing. Go up more. All right, while I go up more. Me don't talk, go up more. All right. So, you see me, you see the girl them lose today, But you see, lose, the girl them lose. I'm proud of them. And me know say the girl them couldn't go out there and them couldn't do it. Because, you see, from the match start, I'm going to see Lawrence go down, I say, oh, God. Boy, it got me, you see, from the moment I see her go down, I say, oh God, it got happen. You see? And then
Smith never start.
Who?
Smith never
and Smith never smart. And Smith never start. You see me because of the injury thing. Yeah, she that have a look niggle, she could have actually run out, but we don't want to really risk it and damage her. You see me? So the coach he took some precautions in not starting her today, you know. To me, the reason why the girls lost, it wasn't because of quality, but the same thing what we that about rotate, yeah, that it really played the effect today. So the girls the luck run out on them today. Because from the moment I look, I'ma say Lawrence go down, I say the girls them tired, you know. And so when I on the female look for the Jamaican players, a whole heap of tape, me I say, and the girls them foot, whole heap of tape. And everybody was out a characteristic today because one night time I see the girl them just a run through the middle and them just a run left. Daniki Wilson. And I mean when she a run back, she not even put no effort and me I say, no, this is not like her. You see me? She just look casual running back. And me I say, I tired the girl, I'm tired, you know. If I look for Atkins, sometimes some ball kick up on Atkins look like she not even bad I want to run it down. And me I say, that is not like Atkins. So a fatigue play a major role today in a game. The girls them tired. Can't beat them for that. But despite that, you know, we go out there and the with some tired legs, the maximum USA could put past us was 4. So you know I'm definitely proud of the girls. Them same way, enough love.
So Prince would technically be the parent who, when their child failed the exam, he says, "Oh, you did great. You got an E for effort. Congratulations. We're looking forward to you doing this
Next
again
time, next
next
time.
time." People like Prince. I love Prince with all my heart. But you cannot
Optimistic man.
you cannot tell him the reality.
You
Prince
see,
is someone you have to
Well, I no,
pretty up
well,
the
I,
reality and put it in a
well, I
box with a
understand.
nice like a present and write a note on it and give it to him. He can't. He says you. This morning I said to Prince, I said, Prince, the young girl Ranganat, we cannot start her
Maya, the
because
girl
she's got
name is Maya.
Maya. We can't start her, because she's gonna get exposed. This is out of our league. Prince said, no, JT, me like her. We have to start her. Prince, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't
JT
work like
Taylor,
that. It doesn't
Maya,
work
Maya,
like.
JT Taylor, Maya, off a start today. You see me? Remember, you know, this is the US that we are playing against. It was the previous games that Maya should have been benched. When you're playing against a team like US, you don't play and rest your key players. You need your key players for all 90 minutes when you're playing against a team like US, bro.
But
You
she's not
don't
our
you
key
don't come.
player.
Bro, she's one of our key players. What do
But
you mean by
go,
she's not one of our
Prince,
key
look at
players?
her stats. She
She
turned
is
over
one
the
of our
football
key players.
80% of the time the last two
she
games.
tired, Taylor. She
Yeah,
She
tired.
I know
tired,
that.
bro. She
So
tired.
so how is
So,
she your
Molana,
key
this
player?
was not the game that she should have been rested in. Remember, you know that
Okay.
I was one of the person that has been calling for her to be rest in the previous games. But you do not come into a match and you rest one of your key players in this match. This is the match that you go all out on, right?
Prince,
So,
can you tell us the attributes that made her one of our key players, please? Just enlighten us.
sorry?
Could you enlighten us on her attributes that made her one of our key players?
Bro, our positional skills are great, right? She have good work rate. She's very good on the ball. She had a couple of assists and a couple of goals, and she looked threatening, right? So when you look
In the
on
first
what,
game, right?
well
First
on,
game.
no, not first game, right? True, right? Even
Okay.
even the last game that we played against Cuba. Remember that Maya was one of the big player in the team against Cuba, right? Do not disregard Maya. Maya was one of the big players in the Cuba game. Cool. All we have said that is Maya is 14, and because Maya is 14, she's a bit young. The coach should have rotated her properly throughout the campaign. That is all we are saying. But do not disregard the talent of this girl. This girl has
No, no,
serious
no.
talent. Do not
Yeah, yeah.
disregard it, sir.
I'm not disregarding.
Maya is definitely a starter, right? There are
Yeah,
there are certain person on the team that is definitely a starter. So let me start. So Atkins is definitely a starter. Buckley is definitely a starter. Seaton is a starter. Maya is a starter. Daniki Wilson is a starter. And Jean Smith is a starter. And also Leela Brooks is a starter. Those players are starters for the under 17. These are key players. So I don't know what game you guys are watching, but these girls have some serious talent, bro.
Yeah, I'm starting to question is if it's because you're watching the game from work on your phone. We're not seeing the same game. I don't know if there's a lag in the system, Prince. But based on what I've been watching with her, is that Prince. Let me tell you, in football, when the coach call your name the most, it doesn't mean that means you're not doing the right thing. Everyone on this panel can agree that you heard the name Maya more than any name from the
Yeah,
coach. You know why?
okay.
She was always
You
out
must
of
have chilled
position.
early much.
She was always out of
You know, I go
position.
play at late in the night. You know, realize how
Hey,
early them
hey,
have some chill.
guys, I'm going to leave you guys for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I think
Okay,
Prince is.
Mikey.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Formula. Can you agree that she was out of position the last 3 games? The coach had to be calling her back every second, like, "Hey Maya, get into position there. Get into." When a coach is calling your name so much on the sideline, it means that he's either not confident in what you're doing or he's trying to get you in the right position. And if you listen, watch back the game, Prince, the coach was calling her name the most is because
Bro,
the teams got better along the way, and she got showed up. She wasn't a key player, Prince. She did well, but she wasn't a key player. The first game, I think a lot of people are still hung up on how well she played the first game against a team that played us at 0 miles an hour. I
bro,
think
no,
that's the
no.
difference.
Bro, like Maya play good throughout the tournament.
Mm.
Like today, you can't use today as
She
an
had a
example
good performance
to grade the
against
girls. You can't
She's
use
been
this as an
impactful.
example.
She's definitely
She
been
has been
impactful.
impactful. The only reason why the girls didn't show up today is because the girls were fatigued. And I mean, like, if you look at all the girls, it was out of character. We didn't saw the Butley that we saw in the tournament. We didn't saw the Atkins that we saw, right? The girls were just fatigued. They were tired. We didn't see any of the player that we see throughout the tournament. The only person who could have said that we saw right throughout the tournament was probably Leela Brooks because she made a great couple of saves. And I mean, Leela Brooks is a goalkeeper. She's not really doing much to be that fatigue, right? So all of the girls today was out of characteristic. And this is one of the reasons why we were beating the coach from early on. Rotate the team, rotate the team. When I look and I saw Lawrence went down, I said, dang, like it's this type of game, right? Because I know that the girls they are not really gonna go out there and they're gonna push because they are tired, right? When I was specifically watching all the players and I was looking at who has tape on their legs, and there was a lot of girl on the team that have a lot of tape. That mean you know that the girls are tired.
I think what we have to just remind ourselves as well that the reason, personally, having seen her played, particularly throughout the group stage there, we have to add a huge amount of emphasis that she is essentially the baby on the squad. And with that, this is where the spotlight, and we did it the last time round, myself, Formula, Mikey, and Prince as well. We put the spotlight on the coach because here we go again. The coach, for me, he failed to protect his players. He threw them under the bus. In what world do you think it's acceptable to start your youngest child, your youngest player, back to back, back to back? And even when she was on her last leg, when she wasn't scoring at early doors, she was providing assists, literally just running her through the ground. Like, it's difficult for her to maximize her potential when she's not being protected. He didn't protect her. Not
Yeah,
at
I
all.
And
agree.
this coach,
Even with Smith, I said that Smith, Smith is the glue in this team. Pretty much every single thing that we've said in regards to maximizing the player's potential, giving them the right amount of protection with regards to rotation, it's all come to fruition. Because let's remind ourselves at the group stage, they had about 1.5 day of rest. Literally, just 1.5 day of rest, if that. As young players, yes, you can put it down to the organizers and say that they should have been organized better. But really and truly, we knew what we were up against. So it then comes down to the coach to make sensible decision and rotate the squad, and he never done it. He cost us the game.
No, I think Crystal, if you rest this team for 2 years, they weren't winning tonight. Quality is quality. For
No,
me, the best player
No,
that
no, no.
Jamaica,
What I'm saying is,
yeah,
by the time we got to this game, by the time we got to, irrespective of the scoreline against Canada, by the time we got to such a pivotal game, the quarterfinals, matter of fact, by the time we got to Canada, it was almost over and out. It was
yeah.
almost because you could see the fatigue. By match day 2, you could see fatigue.
I agree. I agree with
JT,
that part.
JT,
Yeah,
JT, remember
yeah,
that I said the reason why we didn't beat Canada is because we were fatigued. Didn't I say that,
yeah,
Crystal?
yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
say
you
that
said
loud
that.
and clear, right? So the girls were fatigued from Canada. Now the coach going to Cuba. I thought that once he had a sizable lead against Cuba, you will start pulling out players like Maya. But the coach made Maya play 90 minutes. Like 90 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
Maya has been playing back to back. And
But
she's a
Prince, who didn't I
14
say
year
that
old.
in the group? Who
Like,
who started that saying that in the group? I said we should contact our parents because the coach I got run her down to the ground.
Horrible, horrible
I've said
decision
that.
making.
For me, the best player for Jamaica in this whole tournament, for me, and the key player was the number 5 defender.
I
I
would
So
think
you're
disagree.
gonna say so, yeah.
No.
for me, that's just my opinion. I think she was very composed. She made all her tackles. For me, she was the most consistent player. I think if they had to choose defenders in this tournament, I would love to see her up there. Because that's how football is. You see, a lot of time the person who's doing the job, you don't see them much. You don't hear about them much because they're the one who's actually doing their job. You tend to see the persons who are making a lot of mistakes a lot of time, and she carried out her role throughout the games. She was very consistent. She what she was very good at, and why I'm bringing her up is because a lot of times defenders get overlooked. It's the people who score the goals, the flashy players who makes the move. But if you're getting scored on all the time, you actually gonna have a harder time to win. Her timing when she attacked to make her tackles, she was so perfect with her timing. And I've been watching her all these games, and I haven't heard one person mention her. The number 5 defender for us. I thought she was the most consistent player throughout the tournament
Mignet.
for me.
You're referring to Mignet.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I
But
agree with you. I think sorry to cut you off, Prince. I agree with you.
mhm.
Like it's a shame. Obviously, it depends on how people watch football, isn't it? People watch football with like the greatest detail. They don't usually, some people literally don't focus on the assist provider or
Hmm.
the goal scorer. They focus on the person who string the pass together to create the assist and so on. And Mignet, I think she's quite similar to a player like Smith in the sense that they do the dirty work and
Hmm.
therefore they go unseen. So
See.
it's great that you've picked upon her because she's another player that definitely deserves her credit. Quite
Hmm.
similar to the rest of the squad, but the decision making from the coach there, he basically just shot us in the foot in the long run. Before I forget my manners, special edition, thank you for your kindness. I intentionally held your comment on screen because I wanted to thank you, but I didn't want to disrupt the boys whilst they were talking. So sorry to interrupt you, Prince.
Yeah. So I was saying that my player of the tournament would have been Buckley, right? Buckley was very inspirational. I think Buckley might be the biggest star coming out of this team, right? I don't know if Crystal want me to like rate like my top 5 players. I won't rate everyone, right? Because that would be wrong. These are youngsters and I don't want to like rate everyone. And then you have certain people that are in the lower tier and they feel like discouraged or a bit emotional. But I feel that rating like a top 5 could be pretty decent, right? With no hard feelings.
I
So I
would love
don't
to
know.
give my top 5 as well.
Yeah. I
Well,
think
I
that is
think we
something
might we
that we
might
could
have to spread
enjoy.
it out here, guys.
Yeah,
Then
we
we might
spread
have
it
to
out.
go ahead and just
Yeah,
spread
spread.
out the love. You guys in the comment section as well. If you hear, we know for a fact, 100% that Prince is gonna go with Buckley. So you in the comment section, you guys in the comment section, pick someone else, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Let the
but
Or then
commenters
maybe
drop.
let's put the pressure
no,
on and say that
Yeah.
maybe Prince, maybe you can't pick Buckley because at
no,
first those you got someone who's beating you to it.
No, but no, like everybody is doing their top five. Like it doesn't matter. Like JT
Yeah.
pick his top five, I pick my top five. It doesn't matter if he has like the same player in it, right? The
Yeah,
fact
that's
that
Try to spread it out a little bit
yeah.
though,
it's
because we
only
don't want to
11
like
players on the pitch,
miss
so
out on someone.
it's only 11 players.
All right. You guys can fire away with
Let me
your
get let
top
me do
five.
my top five, Prince. So I have to go first off, starting in the back with the goalkeeper. I think she did amazing, especially tonight. She was really tested tonight, and she showed us why she was the number one goalkeeper, Brooks. And then I would go with what's her name? Number five,
Megna?
Megnat. She's an
Migna.
amazing player. I think she will be starting for our U20 at some point. I will go with her. Um, I will go with number six, Smith, who got injured. She showed me that she's actually ready. I think she's close for a call up for the senior team after this World Cup thing is over. I think she looks like she's mature and she's ahead of her time. So I would go with number six. In the midfield, I really liked that girl. I'm split between Powell and number seven. The reason is something interesting
Buckley.
happened
Okay.
the last game where they started. Was the girl named Sandu or
Sunday.
Sunday? They
Yeah.
started her, and you saw that Jamaica was struggling in the midfield, and immediately because the coach rested Powell. Um, for the first half. And immediately when Powell came in, you saw Jamaica just opened up. Because I realized that Powell does a lot of hard work. I think what the number seven did was expected. So I'm gonna go with Powell for the midfielder. And of course, the player that Prince never gives me credit for, the player that I put to the world, Prince, but the people them
What?
know.
Oh God.
Atkinson, when she came on 10 minutes in the game, Crystal, I said in the
Oh, so
one
you found
That
Atkinson.
is a
Okay,
big
Prince,
lie.
you pull a
Well,
fast one on
no,
me.
no, well, not put a first one,
you
But he
remember when I
said
was in the comments,
the
Crystal, and
player
I
that
said,
I
why is
don't give
Prince not
any
giving me
love.
credit? I was in the
I
Yeah,
give
I
comments.
do
I
remember.
give Atkinson one of the most love.
Special
The way I
edition,
talk
please
about
come and
Atkinson,
back me.
person might think
Special edition.
that Atkinson is actually my player, but
No,
it's
Prince,
Buckley.
Prince, Prince.
But
Didn't we
all right,
had a
it's
no,
it's
no,
it's JT. JT first
Crystal,
call for
Crystal.
her.
The first
But I
night
share the same sentiment anyways.
she
But
got 10
it
minutes
was
in the
JT
game.
that first call for her.
I said 10 minutes in the game, right? I said in the group, the girl that came on, she's gonna determine how far Jamaica go. And some other people in the group I said, JT, everybody can start. Some I said, no, only she has to start. That's the girl who has to start. I only needed to see 10 minutes of her. And then after that, people run with it like wildfire. So me have to say, Atkins, me go share the love with Prince because he also educate me a lot on the program and the players. So I have to share Atkins as far as the discovery. But I think it's a 70 to 30%. The 30% is love. I give him that.
Ah,
That sounds
well,
fair to me.
Formula still there? Formula.
Yeah, man, my day listen to it and
Oh,
drop it,
yeah.
man.
Well, I say do your top five. Well, before you start, I just want to say, Maya, not Maya, sorry, but Powell, cousin actually reach out to me, and me and him talk, and yeah, everything. So big up the Powell family and stuff. Probably later down the line, you will see Crystal getting a lot of interviews. You see me? Because some people reach out to me, so we have a link them now. You see me? Yeah,
There
but
you go. It's nice to
yeah.
know that if the channel's reaching a lot of people.
Prince, and explain to the fans in the group when we say we find the player doesn't mean we scouted them.
No, it doesn't mean we scouted them. It mean like we were the first one to call for that player based on the talent that we saw.
So,
Because
yeah.
remember, it took me and JT 10 minutes to find out that this girl is a gem, but it took the coach 2 games.
Games. That's what we were saying, guys. 2 games.
It took the coach 2 games to realize that Atkinson was the actual starter when it only took
Yeah.
me and JT 10 minutes throughout the game.
Game,
Like,
yeah. So we never find Atkinson, guys. We're just saying we didn't find her.
No, 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 no. I knew what he meant. Look at you trying to start trouble. I knew what he meant because I've been chopping it up with him over the last couple of days. So I knew where he was going to. I was just trying to pull his leg with Atkinson to say that, oh, so you didn't actually find Atkinson, but I knew what he meant.
Yeah, and Michaela start the word there about me, but we don't find JT here. No, me not say me find him, Michaela.
Yo, what? The low shot we don't fast see, man.
Yeah,
Jesus.
man, shut it up, man. And it was
We
the
know.
same thing, Crystal, with Richard King, I saw Richard King. I
Yeah.
was on Ryan's stream 5 minutes into the game. I said, Ryan, he's a gem because he wasn't one of the wild ones who just get the ball and kick
Yeah.
it down the field. He got the ball, and that's what we want more of coming out of Jamaica. Players who are composed when they got the football. Look when Atkinson get the football. She looked like to be honest, she looks like a boy playing. I'm just saying her skill set, the way she turned on the football, she doesn't look sluggish and slow. She just look like she's ready to do
Yeah,
things. But the coach burned her out by playing so deep and having her as the only one pressing an entire team. And when she gets the football, she's too tired to go forward.
I think
Alright.
it's a tricky one because at this age group, naturally they're not going to be able to know how to maximize their
Hold on, there,
speed.
Crystal.
So again, it's like it comes back to the coach. What is the coach doing with the players in training? Also, what's their diet like? You have to look at their diet if you want to talk about maximizing like the players' speed, their acceleration, and so on.
Crystal, I know want JT lead we astray, cause JT is another one where we lead the conversation gone astray, One formula give him top 5 players to the tournament, and we just continue rolling. Cause a
All
whole heap
right.
of discussion for go on, whole heap of discussion, you see me? So we're there. So we just get rid of this first, and we can move on to the next one.
Formula.
All right.
Formula.
See the big top 5, the big undisputed list, the big undisputed top 5 list that we have all been waiting for. See? All right. The goalkeeper for make my top 5. The 2 centre backs are for make my top 5.
All right.
So who are
2
two
centre
centre
backs.
back? Ming Nathan Smith.
No.
The two that started the Canada game.
It's not Smith. It's not Smith. It's another
No,
girl who's
Smith
centre
start
back.
Canada game.
But she's not
Yes,
centre back. She's left back, right?
Yeah, left back.
There's another girl with the braid and
Lawrence
headband. I know.
and Mingnat. No, Lawrence and
Lawrence
Mingnat.
had to
Hold
come
on,
on
hold on. The
for
ones that
tonight's game.
started the Canada game. I just threw them names slip me now.
Who are you going with? Explain it again for me.
The 2 centre backs that started the Canada game.
So Mignat has to be one of your centre backs.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's talking about
yes,
Mignat. Number 5.
Yeah, man. Mignat, and where the other one?
You're talking about Nelson.
Nelson.
Yeah. So I was
Right,
very
for
impressed
that
with,
particular formation.
So I was very impressed with that particular performance. Who else? So the goalkeeper, the 2 centre backs, the striker, Atkinson.
Yes.
Atkinson. Have to make my top 5. And definitely the number 7, Buckley.
Buckley.
Buckley is the star of the show. So, she's last but definitely not least.
Formula, can we agree that these players that you talked about were key players? Just want to segue back into connect some dots.
No worry
Were they
yourself.
key players? I'm
I
asking you,
have
Formula.
I have a different interpretation,
Okay.
in terms of how things would have gone down. I don't necessarily blame the midfielders for the issues that we would have saw where connectivity was concerned, right? I more think that was lack of proper organization and just a lack of a proper attacking structure. Instead of implying that, I think under a different coach, the midfield would have performed better. Right. So that's how I personally see it.
All right. May I make Crystal do our top five before mine? I feel like everybody will wait for my top five. But before me I go answer Mikhail thing. So yeah, say why we not blame Concacaf for the Messi turnaround time. The reason why we would blame Concacaf for the Messi turnaround time is because even though it was Messi, it was equal to everybody. So everybody had the same amount of time that we had. So therefore the play field was level, so we can't
But
ball
it
unfair.
favors bigger teams with stronger depth, though, you know. It does.
Yes. But I just saw it go.
I think
If
they
you
have to
want to
take some
compete
of
with
the
the big
blame
boys,
though. I think they have to take some of the blame though, Prince. We said it some days ago. I think we probably highlighted it on every single stream that that planning was atrocious. I don't know, maybe it's because it's U17, so they probably thought no one really cares, no one's going to watch.
it's tough,
But what they have to realize is that football is growing, especially in the Concacaf region. Women's football is probably slightly edging out men's football. Maybe that's because of the comfort depending on the country that you support. Thankfully for us, usually the reggae girls show up. And I even say up until present the U17 show up, they can only do so much. You know, they're babies at the end of the day. Their body's only gonna take them as good as their body can take them. I'm not gonna call it a failure that's down to the girls. I'm going to say that the coaching let down the team and ultimately the coaching let down the country on this occasion. But yeah, I definitely think that the CONCACAF planning, the CONCACAF organizers have to take some blame for what we have had to experience. Not that they care about what Jamaica have to experience, but it was poor planning for this age
all right.
group.
Tallawah. So here we go. People, and a Tallawah was the show again. A Prince was the show.
You're taking over.
Yeah.
So
Do you know the
well, I
ground? What's my ground rules?
well, I
Because if you're
well,
taking over, you
Tallawah.
have to know the ground rules. You know.
I Tallawah. We don't want you too strict.
We the
Because
vloggers
remember,
not
say
gonna stand for that, you know. We're not gonna
a
stand
whole
for
heap,
a new
well,
team that
a whole heap of discussion for
daily.
go on tonight, a whole heap of
All
discussion, you
I
see me?
all
So
I ask.
we are guided discussion. So tell her what you are going. More you write that down. So in
No.
that
Listen, all I ask is just to keep it respectful because
Oh yeah,
again, we're
man.
dealing with young girls. That's all I ask.
sure.
Oh
I have
yeah, yeah.
free range for you guys to talk about anything, but just be
Mhm.
mindful that we're talking about babies at the end of the day.
All right. So more
As
you
long
write
as we
that down
keep
in the
it
tell her.
clean.
Concacaf, we are gonna speak about Concacaf tonight. Cause we
Concacaf.
definitely have to speak about Concacaf. But I want to thing, we definitely have to speak about Concacaf because right now the meta the Concacaf are going with that are drop behind time. The next thing what we need to speak about, and you can write that down too, the next point, um, the next set of steps moving forward. Because here we're going, you see, if we really feel like we're a big team and we really want to make an impact, we have to think about the next step going forward as well. You see me? So it have to start right now. Remember, say we have an under 15 team. Remember, we have an under 15 team, so we have a whole heap of thing. And then the next thing what we need to talk about, we need to talk about the footballing structure at Jamaica. So we add them three things there for now. Cause I feel like a whole heap of thing,
So what's your
especially when you
top
have
five? What's your
JT.
top five, Prince?
No, tell her what we're gonna do our top five first.
Okay.
No. Go ahead
Yeah,
and do your top
your top
five.
five. Yeah.
You're
Really?
trying to
We don't
slip
say,
out of this one.
no,
Go
we don't
ahead
Yeah.
say
and do your
I'm
top
here,
five.
everybody all here, Panina. All right, so here we go. So it's my top five. All right, my number one pick is Leila Brooks. It's Leah Brooks.
Mm.
Leah Brooks. She has arguable been the best keeper in the under 17 tournament. Not in a lie. Me even hear the Americans in my talk. Like when we watch the match, I watch the stream, I see the Mexicans, the Americans attack how good Brooks is. You see me? So we can arguably say that she's one of the best goalkeeper in this tournament. Also remember that she keep at the under 20 level. And even when keeping at the under 20 level, she was still performing high at a high rating. So even though when she was keeping with the big girls, she was still performing acceptable with the big girls. Trust me. Um, then my number two pick shall be Smith. Yes, I felt Smith was one of the leaders at the back, right? it was a pity that we didn't have her in this match, but I felt that she was one of the leaders in this team. And when she was in the defense, like she was rock solid. Like nobody now run around Smith. Like if you run around Smith, well, nobody now run around Smith. That is just a point. She rock solid, bro. Smith is rock solid, right? So that I want to. Then my number 3 pick would have been Atkinson. From the first game, 10 minutes on, we realized that this girl is a goal shark. Like, she really hungry for the goal. She work hard, you see me? And, she's like a diamond in the rough. Hopefully, we can get a proper program or a proper coach who can, help us polish this gem into a real diamond. Definitely. My number 4 pick, which is gonna be controversial, is Maya. No, Maya has been one of the most influential player on the team, right? Nobody is recognizing the small things that Maya does. In the first game, she played really well, and she played really well coming straight up till about the US game. The US game was the only game that she did not really perform as up to expectation. But right throughout, she was assisting, she was making runs, she got a couple of goals. So definitely, Maya will be my number 4. Remember that Maya
Never
is
really
only
do all that
14.
well against Canada neither.
Well, I know, am I pint,
Barely.
No man, she go on with a little thing at the second half alone because she did tired in the second half and the coach never sub hard. You see me, because in the first half she did go on still. But we realized that she did tired. Remember, that
Boy,
Maya
your
14.
definition of Guana and
Well, I
my
know, well, I know,
definition
well,
of
I know,
Guana,
well, I
two
know, fam, I
different
know.
definition of
Maya
Guana.
was 14. And you see, when me watch a Canada game, at that time, me know say Maya a real baller. Not because she play good in the other games, make me know say she a baller. You see, when she go in at the when she go in at the Canada game, Maya tired. When I say tired, tired. And even though she tired, Maya still have the strength to be running past Canadian player. She still had the strength to muscle Canadian ballers off of the ball. And for have a player that is 14 years old and playing with the big girls and having this impact on the game, we have to give her a round of applause. But yes, man, diamond in the rough. It was just a pity that the coach wasn't able to manage her throughout the tournament, right? So because she wasn't managed properly, you would realize that she wasn't performing to optimal standard. Because if she was actually getting rest, probably she would have even looked way more better than we expected. So she's my number 4, right? My number 5 is the MVP for the Jamaican team throughout the tournament, and that is definitely Buckley. Buckley is a class above the rest. Of course, she played in the under 20. Buckley was a starter in the under 20. Well, how much up my gun Leah Brooks, my gun
That's
Atkins,
five. That's five. That's five. That's five.
my gun. No,
So wait, you did say Atkinson?
hold on.
That's
Yeah,
five.
me did say Atkins. You know, some
So
of the
wait,
something wrong. All right,
you said the goalkeeper, you said the 2 centre backs.
No, I used to that.
No,
I
I
used to
use
that
that.
formula. Formula. Stop trying to formulate the man answers.
Yes, I say the goalkeeper Leah Brooks, I say Smith, and I say Atkins, I say Maya, and
Buckley.
me I say Buckley. You see me? So Buckley an MVP for the tournament. Buckley, trust me, I enjoy watching Buckley on the ball. I enjoy watching Buckley. I mean, when Buckley up on the ball, yo, when you remember the dash, when Buckley dash with a girl like Cuba game. When Buckley take the ball and put it on the
Yeah,
right, and
man,
see the girl
that
slide
name
go
spread
side.
out on the turf, man. That
Yo,
name spread out on the
brother,
turf.
brother, it no normal. You see me? And you know, say, I actually put it in a meme, because I'm not send it out yet, because I actually have it in a formula, you need to give me a number. You see me? Because I send it out in a meme, I never remember to send everybody. Me have it, the meme, man, when Buckley put it on the right, man, and the girl slide go so, yeah! Yo, you see, by the time the play done, at the time the girl I get up, the way how she slide, we out. I think the girl that slide come right off of the field. I remember seeing near the box,
Lie
you know.
down pan
And
turf,
here the
man.
girl that
That
slide, you know.
move then here,
Yeah,
me
the
a lie
slide
down
off of the
pan
field, you
turf.
know. What you say? Buckley is a star, bro. You see me? I remember, you know, that Buckley play the under 20 girls and things. So after this World Cup campaign, I feel like a player like Buckley should definitely start to get, like, you know, some look a call up around the senior team, because definitely she's one for the future. Like, definitely. I don't feel like she should go to college. I feel she should go straight to pro. Um that is how much belief I have in Buckley making it. She's definitely a generational star. You see me? King Jeff saying everyone that meme. Me have the meme, man. You see me? Me I go all get Tallawah, so Tallawah show no, because yo, that no normal. What me say? That no normal. What me see Buckley do? The Buckley left the girl for dead. Like, this is what they mean when they say you left player to dead. This is exactly what they mean. Zine. But noticeable person what we should big up. We should big up Seaton. You know, Seaton was a good player throughout the tournament. And we should big up where captain name again? We just have our name in our hand. It slip me.
Wilson.
Wilson, yeah. So we should big up Wilson as well. So big up Wilson, you know, them play a pivotal role throughout the tournament. So we have to big them up, same way up on the side. So Tallawah, your turn now. Make we hear where you go with.
I'm wary you guys can control this one with regards to the time because we're being formula. I'm sorry, it's happened again. Okay, so I apologize. I did say I won't keep you for too long, and it's happened again. So
No
sorry.
man, I actually came on before. Remember yesterday half time you want me jump on, you know, me end up jump on like midway the first half. So
You
that's
know,
good
you
man.
know
Me
how
phone
these
jump
things
off
go. When the
too.
conversation's rolling, it's
Mm.
difficult to try and even consider bringing something to the end. If you guys have any topic that you want us to discuss, before we close off, we're going to talk about the United States as well, because they're a force. So we definitely have to touch on the United States. So if you guys have any particular questions in the comment section, please feel free to ask my co-pilots. With regards to my top five, definitely have to give Maya a shout out. She's actually part of my list. 100% have to include Maya. Because of, like I said, a heavy emphasis on her age and what she's done throughout the
Tallawah,
duration.
ask JT for call her name. Ask JT for call
No,
her last name.
actually, Prince, you know what? A little breaking news. My little 3-year-old daughter name is Maya.
No,
Oh,
but call her
beautiful.
last name. Call her last name, JT.
If you can't manage it, JT, leave it alone. I know some
No,
people are a little bit.
it's not. Listen. I'm just saying. I don't think we saw the same thing out there. I think she's good for her age, but I think she cost the team based on she's not fully developed as a player.
No,
Uh,
I don't. She
for
didn't
me,
cost the team. She did,
yeah.
because
Alright.
remember, at the end of the day, she don't
Hmm.
start herself. If you
Yeah.
have like the baby in your squad, you don't run her thin. You don't run her
Yeah.
through the
Yeah. Yeah.
ground.
I agree.
You
I agree.
call
I
her
agree.
out. You call her out. What we should be actually giving credit for to her is the fact that she's still standing on both legs. She could
Yeah.
have been on one leg, like your Smith or like your
Yeah. Yeah.
Lawrence. So actually, I think we should actually turn it around and say that, you know what, fair play to you because you saw it the whole way through. So she's clearly on the right diet. Massive shout out to her parents because they're feeding her the right food. She's got the right formula in her system. So yeah, I think that she was outstanding for me. She was outstanding and she could have been for me, she was outstanding given the circumstances because that's no easy feat. Being the baby of the squad, playing every single game there is, having limited number of rest break. Yes, we're all in the same situation as every other country, so we're not making excuses for ourselves. But at the end of the day, she is quite young. Um, and she's playing in a competition where there's history at stake. It's not as if she's playing friendlies here. It's a purposeful tournament that she's playing in. So there was weight on her little baby shoulders, and for me, she lived up to expectation. She delivered, and she could have gone above delivery had she been protected by the coach. I know there's people in the comment section who said that we're being too negative towards the coach. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, the coach deserves it, because essentially the coach is the person who tells Maya that she has to start, and she's the he's the reason why a few people might hold different opinions towards her. But for me, she was outstanding, and we could have seen a different level of Maya had she been given the protection that she needed. Just like our right back needed protection and he left her out to dry, he hung her out to dry. Poor decision making from the coaching staff as well. Even
Crystal,
for the assistant. Even
one
go
more
on.
point. One, can I make a continue? Cause I don't finish a point, but I agree with JT. I say the coach made pay nice. Like when me I watch a YouTube video, do you know how difficult it was? The coach just I make pay nice. Maya, run back,
Yeah.
run,
Yeah, it
yo,
was.
like I'm saying,
Yeah,
can this
maybe
coach
that's
just
what rubbed
easy?
me.
Like,
Maybe that was part of what was just like. I'm like,
no,
whoa, bro. If
like
she's not getting to do all the things you're screaming at her for, take her off. He's
yo,
screaming her name every second.
I don't know, but
It
like
was crazy.
this coach, like just like yeah, hear the Anfield audio, and the coach just make nice. Like me not know if me ever watch any match and me ever hear the coach and make so much nice. I don't know. This might be the first me ever watch some match. I coach and make the most nice. Even when me I watch local match, me not think the coach and make so much nice. Like yo, the coach make nice,
And Prince,
Yeah, I mean, this was the first time I said to the
Yo,
guys, I said, this is the first time that I could actually hear the coach. Like, he was quite vocal, but it wasn't nothing instructive. It was just, he was just making noise for the sake of it. I couldn't hear the United States coach.
yeah.
Everything that he was saying, this is stuff that you say on the training ground. It's
What,
nothing
Crystal?
that's meaningful.
One at a time when Buckley chop one player, the coach said, "Good play, little girl."
well, I don't.
You're
When
joking
I
me.
swear to
no, for
God,
real.
I
When
swear.
because we can hear everything when coach
We
I
hear
say the
everything him
matter
say.
cloud, when one at a time Buckley pass the ball to Atkinson and Atkinson like she over dribble and lose the ball right on top of her box. I must say, Natalia, shoot next time, shoot.
Yeah. Me hear
The
that.
thing is, Mikhail, I don't have nothing against shouting, because shouting you can give instruction, but let it be purposeful. Don't just shout at the top of your lungs for no reason at all. That's not good coaching to me. Shout with instructions if you must, and you don't necessarily need to shout because it's empty. It's not as if it's a stadium that's packed that you need to pelt out whatever you need to say at the top of your lungs. You don't need to do that. I don't have an issue with coaches shouting at their players if they're shouting invaluable instructions. That's the key word here: invaluable instructions, game changing instructions. But if it's just a case of you shouting from minute 1 to the 90 plus minutes, where do we go from here? Um, Also, Smith, I think Smith should come as no surprise to you guys, because I've definitely said that she's the glue of the team, and I pretty much had hand in mouth, foot in mouth when I saw her pick up that niggle there in the Canadian game. Canada held us 1-1 some games back leading up to the United States match, and for me, just a bit like what JT was saying with Mignot, in the sense that is the type of player, Smith is the type of player that does the finer details exceptionally well, but goes unnoticed because she's not playing in those, dare I say, sexy positions in terms of the attackers, the natural goal scorers and so on. But let's not remind ourselves that she is fantastic at going forward and tracking back as well. Brilliant on set pieces, and she's only going to get better. And she's also able to string assists together as well. So definitely put in Smith there in my top 5. Also got Brooks. You no doubt have to put Brooks into the top 5. I mean, yes, there's some times where she didn't really had much to do, but that's, you can only deal with us at your front door. Certain times, for certain games, there is not really much to deal with because the other opponents didn't come knocking. But when asked some serious questions, she stood tall and handled her business. Exceptional talent, outstanding talent, and she's one of those players that you can look and say she has a fruitful career ahead of her. Buckley needs no introduction. That right there is an absolute outstanding talent. When you talk about hidden gems, when you talk about rough diamonds, Buckley is that rough. That yeah, what I said, guys, rough diamond. That simply means that this young baller is going to be polished. This is a player that is rough. This is a player that's not even fine tuned, nowhere near her peak years, and she is quite frightening to watch. But I'm good that it's not my fright. It's not my fright. It's the opponent's fright. It's their worry, not ours. And a player, and it looks as if I was fooled by someone. I'm not gonna call his name. He knows who I'm talking about. But the votes have been split 70-30, I believe. And obviously, I think we all share the same sentiments where we have to include Atkinson, outstanding player, outstanding player. And I think with the players that we haven't mentioned, some players came in and they are mature, and that's great to see. I don't know if that's a gender thing. I feel like the more men I speak to, there's like this gender difference, not disrespecting the guys because they're the ones who are actually pointing it out to me in terms of naturally women and young girls are more mature than boys. And I think you can see this with the reggae girls at all
No,
level in
disagree.
terms in terms of
Disagree.
how they carry themselves. In terms of how they carry themselves, I remember when I was growing up and I was in school, the way we carry ourselves on the playground is different. Women, young girls, different to how the boys will carry themselves. Boys, your mother buy you a pair of shoes and you come to school and you kick off the boot mouth and go home. You're not seeing girls do that. As much as we like to kick,
No, Crystal,
we're not going to be doing
Crystal,
that.
Crystal, hold
We're
on,
not
hold
going
on,
to be. No, no,
Crystal.
please allow me to finish, because when there is credit that needs to be given, you have to give the girls credit. I've heard people like Mikey Ballin and Richard Stevens say that boys are more mature, women are more mature than boys, girls are more mature than boys. So it's no difference if I'm now sitting back and echoing that message, because it is true. It is true. The argument is there that the girls and the women are more mature than their male counterparts in a respectful way. So
Can I
that is
just
that
end on
difference.
a, let me just, because I have to go, I just want to end on a positive note. And I want to say, though the coach lacked certain things, I also think that he did a good job at motivating the girls. I think there were points where the girls, you can see that they clearly wanted to play for him. He motivated them. And I think and I'm not gonna lie to you, in those first round of games, the girls were quite impressive to me. And I said in the Canada game, even if Jamaica didn't go forward, I think they still did a good job for me up to that point. And as for Maya Prince, I do think she will be the captain for the next go around for the under 17, because the experience that she got now, it's invaluable. Like, it's gonna be there with her going forward, and she has done this before, so I'm looking for big things from her going forward. I
That's a
think
if. That's a
yeah,
if
I
US
think
not try to for.
I think in this go around, it was tough for her, but I think she will be the captain if she decides to come back, and she gained a lot of experience. And also want to say, the coach, I no matter what, I just think that Jamaican coach, they lack that next step to become that cutting edge. It has to be do with the mindset of how you set up. When you go there, you already put yourself on the back foot when you park the bus and you have one striker chasing the football. I just hope we choose coaches next time who believe in our girls and say, listen, we're gonna play a high back line and we're gonna compete for every ball position. And we still, I see one weakness in our local coaches. We haven't figured out a way how to press teams, how to tackle for the football. Whenever the United States made two consecutive passes, they open up a whole side of the field. And that tells me that our players didn't understand the rotation, and either it was the players or the coach. But for me, I'm still proud of how the girls operated. I think they were exhausted, and I said it in the group, Prince, that this tournament, what a lot of people is missing, that this tournament is going to come down to the fittest team, the teams who are fit enough. And I think one thing, I don't think USA and Canada will ever put a team out on the field that's not fully fit. And I think, as I disagree with you thinking Buckley should go pro now. I think she needs to bulk up a little bit. She has to get a little bigger, because she's going to come up against women at 30 and that age, and they will show her what it's like to play week in and week out in a Scandinavian league, in Finland, in England. They start pushing her off the ball, start clipping her in the ankle, and they can wear her down. That's another thing that our local players need to take into consideration. Get your physical strength up to take the next step. I know we like the little small skill players in Jamaica, but that start coming into play when you take the next step up. But overall, I'm proud of them, and thank you for having me tonight, Crystal. You're 1 hour behind me, and now it is approximately 1:09 my time. Chris, Prince, big up yourself. May you will continue this war tomorrow in the group, and bless up
Yeah,
yourself,
done.
Crystal. All right.
Taylor, I've loved having you on my platform, and I hope that this isn't the last time. I hope to see you back on air again.
Yeah,
As,
man.
as long
Summer
as
is
Prince
coming
step
up.
on it, you know.
Yeah, man.
As,
It's
lo-
summer
as
is
long
coming
as
up,
Prince
man.
step on it.
Lot of
Same say.
football and the soap opera. The Days of Our Lives continue with this the senior female senior women's team. That the Days of Our Lives series continue. There's a lot more to come with that, so I'm sure you will see me again. All right. Peace out,
All right,
guys.
thank you. Have a lovely night. Let me just do something there, Prince. Bring back CC. Look, it is gone past 12 o'clock. Last time you kept me up for about almost two
Me?
extra hours.
Nah, nah.
How you?
I'm okay. You know, like today, I just validated an argument that somebody was in my ears yapping off about this morning. So that is that. I told them to address me as El Professor the next time they see me. You know.
Who is that?
No, I was telling them that
Prince?
I have a pack of Uggies. Do you know the address for our one Man City manager? I have a pack of Uggies, you know.
I
Yeah, man. He
take it
was he was
City didn't win
exposed. He was
tonight then.
exposed today.
Who is the Manchester City fan that you're speaking to?
I'm
Because I
saying
know
Pep,
that I know it's
Pep
Prince.
Guardiola. I'm
Prince.
telling you that Pep was exposed today.
Oh, they lost. They lost the game.
So you
I
didn't
didn't.
know
I
this?
didn't. I didn't watch it because it started the same time as this game, so I literally didn't turn my attention to it at
Well,
all.
Crystal,
You
them say
just
I'm the
turn
goat, but
over.
me think of the goat down a town, right? The garbage. The goat in the market. No, the goat there on the market, Prince. Where you can anyway, like no, I mean to be honest, like I think it would have been a stretch for us to really conceive that the girls would have been beaten the USA. I think the last time we faced USA, no yet we get Prince. Correct me if I'm wrong. When we came we
The under
came fourth.
70.
We came fourth, yeah man. That was
No
our
man,
best finishing.
that fourth place above from 2013, you know.
That wasn't that the last time we faced them in the qualifiers.
I think so.
So I'm saying that we got eight, I think, and we ended up coming fourth. But I mean, if you really compare it on
That,
this
that
performance,
that was played in Jamaica, you know, that
you know, we
tournament.
were the host.
Yeah,
We
we
were
were
host
those.
at the point in time. So that's why I was saying that if sometimes you take things in context. On one side of the coin, we managed not to be get that type of score, but on the other side of the coin, that was our best finishing. And I think at the end of the day, Crystal, we can't, to be honest, we couldn't really expect if the girls had pulled this off today, it would be much more than what would have been expected of them. Let's just put it like that. Cause sometimes you have to admit where the ceiling is, and you realize some games that they played, it seems like fatigue took over in some of the games. I never really saw much of the game today because I was working and paying attention and I have double screen. I had to be minimizing my screen and opening my screen because I can't, you know the work going,
I see
you
a
know the
thing we
shit.
are telling Crystal.
So you have to minimize and that. But
I mean,
I mean, from what I'm seeing, it's promising. Like to me, I don't know what anybody will say. Separate and apart from the under 20 girls, I think what we are seeing from the senior girls and from the under 17 level, we have a promising future ahead. We just need to. I think it is the backroom thing that we need to get together, like the backroom staff and um the type of manager, the type of managers and those things. them things there we need to fix and work on, right? And then even for work on the girls them fitness level. But I think it's this preparation, backroom stuff and all them little thing, all those
Yeah,
little
like
fine details. Those are
JFF
the
are them
things I
the
think are
worst.
holding the program back. And not necessarily we have the talent. Anybody can challenge me on that. We have the talent out there on the field. But it's organizing the talent and getting the things, getting prepared and squad rotation and all those nice little things that the finer details. And as I said, I hate to bring up another match different from the girls them match, but you can see today in the Champions League game where the final is the fine margins that defines a game. Because City was leading 1-0 up to the 89th minute, and the Real Madrid scored 2 goals and brought it to extra time. So it's just the finer details and how you deal with those moments. So once and then the keeper was making a lot of saves. Even our keeper, I feel like, and I think this might be a lot to say, but this display today might have made her the keeper of the tournament. Sometimes we look at clean sheets. Like the USA keeper has not conceded any goals, right, Crystal? She has not conceded. However, has she really faced the challenge to not concede, if you understand what I'm saying? So even though you have not conceded, your team is far superior to the teams that you have played. Therefore, they have not necessarily been able to impose their attack or their will upon your team for us to actually see how good you are. You understand what I'm saying, Prince? And if you
Yeah.
look at the Jamaican keeper today, the Jamaican keeper seems like a very, very good keeper.
I remember that prior to this match, she only conceded 2 times.
Yeah. And even this match, he could have conceded probably 8 or 9 based on the way USA, some of the saves earlier in the match. So, I mean, we can always, I think that these are the things we have to really look on. Because to me, if you're looking at the top 3 goalkeepers in the league, in the tournament, she has to be in the top 3 in the tournament. So sometimes persons might say, yes, she conceded 4 today, but I'm
All
thinking
right,
she
Cece,
has to be the top
what
3.
watch ya. You see, one thing we know is when it comes on to preparation for tournament, like JFF are the worst when it comes on to like player preparation. You see, because here we go on now, no? Why is it that when every other nation in a CONCACAF pick them squad, like we know half ready for pick our squad because like everybody else always a pick them squad before we a pick them squad, you know. If you look at the under 20 team, um US and everybody else are play friendly before, and when everybody are play friendly and think everybody know who are them squad, who in a them squad already, and them are play friendly, you know. We know at the same time we just a have trials, you see. And then when I look, you are friendly and you are friendly with club in a local league like that, don't cut it because here we go on. You see, the under 17 team, the reason why the coach could rotate from the first match because the coach never know how good his team is comparing to the rest of the region. So I'm going
Oh,
that first match blind. So you see, if he was actually getting friendlies with like other girls from the other countries, in their age group, he would have actually know how good his girls were, and know how good his girls were in competition. So therefore, he would have already figured out that Avery Johnson was not the starter, but he was Atkinson. Because remember, you know, he started the tournament thinking Avery Johnson was his starter and not Atkinson. So if he had gotten friendly like before, in other competition with other girls, not local, right? Because you can't play matches with your local and you know where your team is. You have to play with the same age group from other nations to find out how far ahead your girls are. You see? So you see, because of that, him wouldn't know all of these details. So therefore, because the preparation never start off properly, it just destroy, it just blow up the whole tournament. So these are the little things you need to consider when you're planning for tournament. Even if it's that where some country do crystal, some country might come together with like other federations and like them probably might just group up the girls and them just play some round robin friendlies and we just call it a day. So all Jamaica need for do forget some friendly, say Iragwan we host the girls, we deal with meals and stuff. You see me, and then just organize with the federation, the dormitories, and get the girls in a like a local round robin friendly, and then this is how you prepare team for tournaments like this. So you see, unless we start those situations like this, that's the only way we're gonna go these tournaments and we're gonna compete.
I don't really think it's just solely down to preparation. I think it's evidently clear that decision making where the coaching is concerned is an issue. So I think even if you had 10 out of 10 for your preparation, even if you played against teams overseas across Europe or within the same Concacaf region, essentially what it's going to come back down to is the decision making. You're going up against a superior United States. And what was your message to sit back and invite them to attack? Irrespective of whether you know your best starting 11 or not, that is poor decision making from the manager to let your team get a burnout every single match with the exclusion of the first game. Poor decision making from the coach. Preparation has nothing to do with that. That is poor man management. Poor man
Yeah.
management, and you have to call a spade a spade. Yes, we can say that preparation could have been better.
Mhm.
Having excellent preparation is not going to stop you from rotating the squad. So
Crystal,
yes, I don't disagree with you, but at the end of the day, we have to also call a spade and say that at the end of
mhm.
the day, you are to blame because you did not manage the team to the best of its abilities. You did not allow this team to flourish. You run them through the ground.
Crystal, yeah, we get that, and I totally agree. But all I'm saying that these are all factors because I've been following up the larger teams like Mexico and Canada, and all this Jamaica team did was they call a 2 month camp where they did selection to see who would be in the squad, and they have the girl like 1 month training. Now if you look on the countries like US and Canada, they would have already been having workshop, under 17 workshop from 2021. So you see how far back their preparation went. So in 2021, they were hosting under 17 workshop from girls across the country. Now, during that time, from time to time, they had like small friendlies with countries like Japan. And remember that Japan are one of the top female football team in the world at across all levels, and they would have been having camps. They would have friendly, so they know who is their who is in their squad, who is their starting level,
the issue
their
the
their
issue with that,
capabilities
Prince,
and weakness.
the issue with that, Prince, is again I kind of feel like it's making excuses because we just have to live within our means. We cannot take a look at what our neighbor is doing and saying, oh, they have a nice Ferrari, why do I have a little Mr. Bean car, a little Ford? Drive your little Mr. Bean car, drive your little Ford, live within your means. It's excuses that we're making for them. We cannot compare ourselves to countries who are much more superior than us and have the financial backing
Yeah.
to flex their muscle. We don't have the financial, we don't even have a gym, much less financial backing to flex our muscles.
So everybody
We're
already say that.
wafer thin. We're absolutely wafer thin. And also, I think touching about the other countries going across and setting up preparation camps in 2020-21, we have to also remind ourselves that the world was brought to a halt during that period because of the global pandemic, to up to a point where where leagues, local leagues, domestic leagues in the bigger nations across the countries, i.e. the Premier League, even that was brought to a temporary halt at one point. Everyone had a knock-on effect. So with that one, bearing in mind that we're just literally tittering out of a global pandemic, I still have to say that in fairness to them, they couldn't really do much because they don't have the financial muscles to do better than they actually can. But what I'm saying is, when you can do better, do better. Because what they're going to do now is they're going to be listening to someone like Prince and drumming up these excuses. Stop using excuses. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying the coach. Stop using excuses, because you cost a shot at creating history. We could have been tasting
No,
history.
but Crystal, we know that the coach falter. So what I'm saying is no excuse to him, because remember, that I made one key point throughout this watch along. Me and JT, we said that it took us 10 minutes to realize that Atkins was
And
the
I was
starter.
going to bring that
But
up, and I was going to
it
say,
took the coach
you know,
2 months.
JT said, and I don't want to put words in, take words away from JD. If I'm not mistaken, he's saying that essentially this is the first time watching the team play. So this is what I'm saying, that we're making excuses for them, because if JT is brand new to this U17 side and he can, you're gonna say that, does JT have a eagle eye, or does JT have common sense, or is it a combination of both, to spot that you don't put your rocket on the bench? Who does that? When you're looking for destruction, you don't put your rocket on your bench. You put your rocket in your starting 11. You go full out. You go in full forces. You don't try to be remorseful. You go all out. He has to take blame. He has to take blame. And again, we're still tittering to out of a pandemic. But what I'm not going to do is make excuses for people. The coach, you have to take this one on the chin and go again. But you're to blame, or you're the reason why I'm not miserable. I'm not upset, but I could have been going to my bed happy as Larry. I'm not really doing that, really, because that you've kind of, you know, you've stopped me from going to India. You had Prince, who was looking at his passport and looking at visas and saying he's going to be going to India. I was
Verse him
saying I was
name
going to
Prince.
join him.
Indian Prince. Listen, I'm telling you, these people stop me from travel all over the world. Qatar, no India. Hey, me I tell you, if I ever follow them, I'm not going nowhere.
You know, look how we are left Jamaica.
Down
You
a
know, look,
town.
so. We not left Jamaica. Like,
Can
never
I-
do me a favor. We
can I
can't left the
chime in?
island.
Can I chime in, gentlemen? Crystal, good evening to you.
Good
I heard how
evening.
you're
I
doing.
forgot to reintroduce you. I'm sorry about that. I clicked on it and my mind didn't process. Sorry, Richard.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Prince, I asked you when we last jousted on the show what your pep talk would have been.
Which word? I don't. Crystal can't give them none of that thought. They not. Cause that thought. They not. Find a different word. Find a different word.
You have a problem
See.
with the pep. Like
I
you
can use
forgot to
another
clap.
word, you know. I don't know the score. I don't know
That's
the
why I'm do
score line.
decent in a Prince. Man, I do pep, you know.
I don't know the scoreline, so nobody mention the scoreline to me. I'm gonna watch the highlights
The
after
word
the
pep
after
is
the
banned
show.
as of now.
All right, fun and joke aside, Prince, I asked you about a pep or a talk that you would have. Pep is Pep is actually a good manager. We're not gonna go there because this is what I'm alluding to. Prince,
Overrated.
Prince, you're talking overrated, but I want you to take stock. I want you to take stock because you said that you could actually give a talk that would inspire these ladies, these girls, to overcome and be victorious against this crack USA outfit. Now, the word I'm going to give to you, maybe in hindsight, is expectation. Expectation levels. Expectation keeps rearing its head when I hear Jamaican football. How much emphasis do you put on the coaching ability that Jamaica currently have? Crystal has been very clear talking about not trying to make excuses, and she's put the coach in the spotlight, and I can understand exactly why. Can you just give us some insight, Prince? I'd like some insight into how Jamaican football and Jamaican fans view coaching. Give us a little history as far as you know on the importance of coaches in Jamaica, because we've got a good crop of players there tonight, under 17, good crop. But the schooling that they received at the hands of this American team, they did well to hold them to 4-0. They did well to hold them to 4-0, but 82% possession versus 18% possession, and the way I saw that game unfold, can you tell me how far we are and how sexy, how juicy a proposition is coaching and getting A, B badges in Jamaica?
All right. It's like right now, like for tell you the truth, it's like the people them are gonna beat me right now. Them probably are gonna storm up on the panel for talk the truth. Because you know, so when Prince talk the truth, we not cover up nothing. Unfiltered. The only thing we do, we respect people. That's the only thing. But when we talk the truth, it unfiltered. So you see, if it was up to me, there is no Jamaican coach on the island that would be recommended for any coaching job. You see, first of all, Jamaican coach are too emotionally attached. Jamaican coach full of conflict of interest. I don't know. Jamaican coach is just unprofessional and unprofessional right across the board. Like them just unprofessional. Like once them in the camp, there's always gonna be problem in the camp. You see, them not listen to nobody, them not take pointers, them hard of hearing, them not innovative. Like the only way a Jamaican coach is gonna get better is not by being Jamaica. They would have to leave the island, go around some professional settings and get a different type of culture, a different type of feel. That is how a Jamaican coach get better. Zine, you see, unless if them not do that, them not gonna get no better because too much unprofessionalism on the island. And when I look upon every sector, it comes from all the different factors. Zine, I mean, when even when you look upon like Vin Blaine, like me hear, me not gonna go too much on that because I know the controversy, but most of the time when me hear people attack and me hear people say Vin Blaine a big coach and Vin Blaine bigger than the program and oh him a left from him good program. I mean, me I say yo, like where them people get them knowledge from? Like the biggest thing Vin Blaine ever coach at Jamaica. So where and when Vin Blaine become better than Jamaica? Like the other program where Vin Blaine was at is Grenada. Grenada better than Jamaica? No. In the we call it the US Virgin Island. US Virgin Island better than Jamaica? No. So which job in get way bigger than Jamaica? So how it becomes in bigger than the program? He never lead with a World Cup. He never lead with in a top four semi-final. He never lead with to nothing successful. So we are gonna get the concept that he bigger than Jamaica. I just want to ask, like the best women coach on the island is Charlie Edwards, and nobody can argue with that because when Charlie Edwards a coach of Barbican, him dominated the woman that a Sharon Williams woman league for years. Like everything was Barbican. Every single thing. Barbican win the cup, Barbican win the league. I don't know where Barbican now win. Barbican dominate. And even when him get the top job, he never equal out to nothing. Him couldn't get the job done, and he was the best coach on the island. So therefore, if you can have the best coach, will dominate everybody, will tactically beat everybody on the island. Because once you come up to Charlie Edwards, like it's not a contest. It's just a spanking. Once they come up to Charlie Edwards, and if the best coach on the island can't get it, or we expect persons where riffraff I go get it. One person now get it. And when you look, one of the other things we realize in Jamaica is when you look at the same set of person keep on and get these coaching job. You see, when you look on the person, them first think are like we are 2003, we are 2005. I mean I say like after all these years being in the program and nothing come to fruition, when do we realize that this can't work? Because why you need 30 years to realize this man go produce nothing like and that the thing was too repetitive. You see me? Too much repetition are going and the program just now grow. It just there on like one standard and sometimes it look like the program even stop. So the coaches in Jamaica, you know, them need to come up and them need to go international and stop being local. Them need to find themselves a coach in the US, find themselves a coach a team of England. I saw them need to step out. Them need to step out. Them can't they right here so a yard and I say them a big coach and them deserve to lead the program. No.
Wow, scathing, factual, incisive, educational, informative. Thank you, Prince. I'm just looking. I'm going to digest what you've said there. That was very frank and honest and said with respect. It sounds as though you're saying that Jamaicans, in terms of the coaching, has a ceiling thus far, and it does need a revamp and a rethink, and probably it needs time. I'm looking in the comment section here. I see a fatal flaw music or fatal flare music. That's a funny question. What's the score? What a score. You know, see the score flash right across big yellow and black letters. My goodness me. United States defeated Jamaica 4-0. Hot Chili's got an interesting comment here regarding coaching. I'm sure we'll get to that at some point in time. How patient are you, Prince? And Cece, can you hear me? Cece, how patient are you and how optimistic are you that coaching levels in Jamaica will and can be on the uptake, on the increase? I know there's people like Unseen, Coach Parchment, who does shows with Manny's Man. He's recently got a coach's D badge, and I know Paul Hall, the Reggae Boys manager, has been looking to increase the quality of coaches, quantity-wise and quality-wise. How optimistic are you that that kind of program can succeed in Jamaica?
History, and Prince probably can something there validate this, right? I'm going to give you a brief history of Jamaican and Jamaican culture. The certification is not something that they take kindly towards, right? For example, you hear a man, oh, I feel like you know this or you know that because you go to UWI or you go to UTech or you went to university. When you go to university to acquire more knowledge so you can something to elevate your level of thinking and expand your research capabilities, and you understand, you go to learn reasoning and your reasoning level. So
Put a pin in it there. Put a pin in it there. Put a pin in it just for a second. Can we please, each and every one of us, implore those listening to hit the like, share, and subscribe button? This is good quality conversation going on here. The United States have given Jamaica a 4-0 beating, but these under-17 reggae girls have acquitted themselves really well. Now we are doing and conducting a post-match analysis, a post-mortem on the campaign, which has been successful for the most part. But when we've come up against the creme de la creme in the United States, Mexico are also in that bracket, we've fallen a little short. We are now seeking to find out, can improved coaching levels help Jamaica bring out the very best in the talent that is at our disposal? This is a question that goes right across footballing culture in Jamaica, under 20 levels, senior men's and women's level. And right now we're talking about the under 17s and then widening the conversation. Please hit that like button. It's quality discussion. Like button. Hit it, please. Hit it, please. Full respect. Continue, Cece.
Yes. So what I'm saying to you is this, right? Just like how you went to, you might go to the university or you go overseas, you do ACCA, you do CPA, you do all of these things to get into like an accounting, you do medical, to get to be a doctor and all these things. Persons out here want to be a coach without doing nothing. You must just coach one little league side and come up and say, oh, but you know, I used to coach a kind of league side around there, so I'm used to coach that side down there, so on that side there. So me have the experience. You have nothing, because when you go up against these big guns, these coaches that has garnered so much, their experience and knowledge base is so vast. Your little kind of league experience that you had, your little disorganized football experience that you had, cannot match up to this level. So I'm saying to you that a lot of times, may I tell you, yeah, people quick to say show off is like, we don't subscribe to the notion that you should be a qualified individual. for certain type of jobs. For example, you're an electrician, right? Yes, you have the skill and you know how to do the work. But there are things that are going to be like, for example, mechanic. Let me say mechanic, because we can probably quantify it in like this: the hybrid vehicles that are building and the fully electric vehicles that are building. Some of these mechanics can't fix them, cannot fix them. And you know why that is it? Because they grew up learning how to do the mechanical and the mostly mechanical vehicles. They are not really electrical and stuff. So they did not go to school to further the knowledge then, to acquire knowledge, new knowledge in order to work on these electric vehicles. So think of it like this, Richard. Jamaican coaches and a lot of Jamaican individuals are like the old-time mechanic. They can only work on the old-time
Yeah.
vehicle. Once the vehicle
Yes.
take time come up like battery electric and then fully electric, they can't. It's a trial and error thing that they're trying to do. And trial and error do not work at this level. Trial and error do not work at this level.
Because Richie, here we go now. You see people them need to wake up. And you see who watch this, we need to wake up. We need to face the truth. When I there, I'm not this nobody. When I say them thing, I'm not this nobody. But this are just a raw truth. How do you expect to compete with other coaches out there? First of all, other coaches have state-of-the-art equipment. The man them have all kind of video analysis, all different kind of stats. Them ball are run with how much different tests over them body. Like the man them have some generational equipment and tools I work with. Oh, you for there and yeah, work with your local club where probably in a the local changing room not even have a flat screen TV. Tell me now, and you have man out there we have 5 different TV I watch with different analysis, different angle, can slow down play, fast forward play. Oh, we're not gonna compete with a man like that. That is like we a driver Honda and the man them a drive Benz. And then we're not gonna come and not gonna say we're not the biggest thing. No, we can't be the biggest thing. You see me? Of course, we know say we country now have it. But the only way uno I gonna make it is unless uno step out. Uno have to step out in a life. Everybody can't just their yard and just talk about them a beat up chest and them are the biggest coach and everybody their yard. Uno have to step out. You see me? And go out there. Coley, I one of the biggest coach in Jamaica. And see Coley step out the left uno. Coley I get the same experience as a big coach out there. Because Coley they in the Qatar league them where the money they and Coley they run some top club and he might get used to the different type of tools and them thing there. So you see if Coley come back at Jamaica, Coley I got there far out than any other coach on the island, you know.
Prince, put a pin in it right there. I'm hearing what you're saying with passion and with respect. Can you please address directly the comment below from Tasia Scott? What am I them I say? Just the girls, them quality make them reach so far in the competition. Just them quality alone. Can you please give context to this comment on screen? Because I think what you're saying, I've got a lot of time for what you're saying there. Can you give a direct response to Tajay?
All right, Tajay. All the way know say are the girls them quality. Make them reach so far in the competition. You see me? Because first of all, the coach not even know him best starting level. It took him 2 to 3 games to understand what is his best starting level when everybody else on the panel and other fans outside in the public understand who was the best starting level from the first match. Everybody understand who was the starting level. And it took the coach about 3 games to realize his best starting level. See, when they look through the tournament, everybody are rotate. I will know from the start of the tournament we've been talking about this. That one of the key things, because we have seen the games time span. The time span between games are 1 day, 2 days. So therefore, you're going to a tournament like that. Everybody knows say one of the key things for do a rotate. These are like simple mathematics. I mean, I don't have a coaching license. I don't have a coaching license. You know, the only thing me have right now as qualification is a diploma and me I work from a degree. That is the only thing that I have. Right? And you go tell me say we now no coaching license and we can realize that. And somebody with a coaching license, a Concacaf B coaching license, can sit down and understand these factors? Come on, man, you're not crazy, man. Come on. Remember, I know we have the license, him have a license, that is like you telling us that you have a driver's license, you can't drive. And me there, me never do a driver's license test it in my life and me can drive better than you. How that look?
My goodness me. Now, Prince, you're sailing maybe a little close to the wind. It's interesting what you're saying. I hear where you're coming from. But here comes a follow-up comment from Woonwood below in response to Tajay. Can you please respond to this? Because finding that level ground, finding that sweet spot is what we're seeking to find. You see what Woonwood's saying? The coach is limited, but he contributed. He was calling out instructions. I heard him against Canada, another top team who Jamaica drew 1-1 with. He was calling out, encouraging, giving simple instructions, which I heard him giving to a certain degree in the first half against America. He decidedly was much quieter in the second half. I think he knew that the game was up, and no matter how much he gave instructions, I think he felt it best just to leave the girls roughly to it and just to encourage them, and they could see that, and he could see that they were running to try to cover. But at that stage, as you saw, 82% possession. It was a case of watching and damage limitation. And they did that to a large degree because it was 4-0. I think only one goal scored in the second half. So can you respect?
Watch out, Chad.
He did contribute, but it was limited.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
So you see, even in the Canada game, we see the blunder of the coach, and we call it out from day one. You see me? You see, against the Canada game, we say you shouldn't have started Maya. You see, Maya is just 14 years old, and you have Maya play 290 minutes back to back. And remember that the time span between games were 1 day and 2 days. Rest Maya, do not start her. That was the number one blunder. So you see, from the starting list, there was a blunder. You see, here we go now. You see, we are lead 1-0, we are lead 1-0. See me? And when you look, Maya tired. You see me? And the coach them tell the players to sit back. No, if you are going to defend it, you're not going to want players on the field who can run up and down. Why would have Maya up on the park? And Maya tired. And she's just 14. And remember that she had played 2 games before, 90 minutes, a 14-year-old. And she's tired in this match. And the only thing up on the sideline I do, I tell her, I say, run back. Maya, run back. Come on, man. You see me? So that was the next blunder, bro. You see me? And in that game, he shouldn't have told the girls to L back, right? He should have tried to defend the 1-0 lead. Like, we are pressure Canada, we should have just continued applying that pressure. We don't ease up when we have Canada on the back foot. And that was one of the other mistakes.
I think that's a fair response. Prince, taking everything in consideration and keeping it as real as possible. Cece, I'd like your opinion as well, and as well, of course, from the viewers and subscribers. Mikhail, thank you very much. Respect. Woonwood, full respect. Hot Chili, respect. Remember to hit the like button, share the visibility, and give Tallawah TV a strength. Prince, to what degree were you surprised by the margin in terms of performance by the Reggae Girls this evening? 4-0 on paper, but if it wasn't for for Leah Brooks, it could have been double. The last time Jamaica played them in the under-17 in this tournament, I believe it was a 7-0 victory then. So you could say that strides have been made since 2014. But to what extent were you surprised? Surprised by the gap in terms of the quality, or was it not as wide as that? Do you think it's 60-70% the coach as opposed to quality? Those Americans, I think we should take stock. I'm going to watch that game again because the speed, the quality, the mindset, it was a real combination. What do you attribute that gap to?
All right. So, you see, from the tournament start, I talk about rotation. One of the first things we make sure pay attention. I make sure pay attention to the players when the game start. And you see, from the game start, I'm see all Lawrence go down. I know say the players are fatigued. And then when we look, I start to see the different type of tapes on the player legs. I know say this this now gonna be a game where we are going, because going to the match, I expected more, but after the match start, I'ma start see these factors. Even when we there one love down, I understand say this now gonna be a game where we are going. It's make because the players are fatigued, and that's why we always talk about the importance of rotating the players. Now, when we look, every player on the park was out of character. Every single player on the park was out of character. Wilson is a staple in the midfield. And when we look, I'm see the girl run past Wilson, like Wilson run back casually. I mean, I say like this is not Wilson. Wilson the type of baller where me know where that girl run past her, she a give out her 120. If he even try and put a body on the female. That is Wilson, I know. The Buckley. Like, you ever see Buckley play like this? Look on how Buckley on the ball. Like, this doesn't look like Buckley at all. Atkinson. In every single match, Atkinson run down every ball until he got a door. That is Atkinson, Now this match, you see Atkinson a ball kick. Atkinson like, I'm not interested to run that down. I'm tired. That was the type of vibes I was getting from her. So I know say every baller did out of character, and like I could blame no baller and I could cuss, because me understand say I tired the baller them tired, and it's not for them fault why them tired. And the coach fault why them tired. So me can't look on the baller them and blame them. If them tired, them tired. There's nothing they can do because they are tired. There's nothing they can do about that.
Wow. Crystal, I don't know if you've been listening. CC, I don't know if you're looking up another word for pep, but CC, can you give a little
a better version? Dan Carlos.
My CC, were you surprised? Yeah, are you surprised by the? You know what? I'm surprised, Crystal. I'll be honest. I'm really surprised at the level of coaching in Jamaica. When what I've seen over the last few days regarding the ability of coaches to manage players and manage substitutes, manage coach footballers and their fatigue and strength levels. I'm amazed that this is not been picked up on. If you're picking up on it, Prince, CC, Crystal, I'm astonished that, I think that is something. And back to that word, expectation levels. I mean, you can't be bigging up players when you know that those above, those in managerial and coaching positions, are not giving the players the best chance. We're talking about, teams having 5 screens to look at. Jamaica's got limited resources, but this is human management. And I'm shocked that someone cannot see that a young player is fatigued and is showing tiredness and is not substituted. What's the thinking behind that, CC? If there is thinking, what's going on? Isn't there a sense of pride and respect for the ballers? Maybe this is why I think that Jamaica doesn't have a footballing culture. Maybe that's why it doesn't have a footballing culture. Track and field it does, but not football. I think there's so much to learn as far as Jamaica's concerned. I don't consider Jamaica a big international, heavyweight, even in Concacaf necessarily. Until we get these kind of things in place, we're going to struggle. CC, sorry, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, all right. You see, I think persons look at it from a different kind of perspective. Yeah, track and field, in terms of we're doing well in track and field, but I don't think we have a bigger track and field culture, as you might say, versus football. Because a lot of time you hear people say champs and these things when champs full the stadium, but football full the stadium as well. Football full the stadium as well. Man, I've seen the first Champions Cup that played against Georges and JC. The stadium was filled. So at the end of the day, I'm saying that we might not have. Better we say, we don't have a footballing culture for the local aspect. Because if you check the football out here, they're following La Liga, Bundesliga, Premier League, Brazil, Germany, all these countries. When World Cup comes around, everybody, every taxi, every company, everyone have a flag, every company has it on their TV. So I'm saying to you that, I say this to say, I want to ask the coaches who are probably watching the program or who not watching the program, do you not want to be like the football player? The football player who like the something Leon Bailey, the Ricardo Bibi Gardner, the Ian Pepe Goodison, these guys who have exported their talents to bigger leagues. Do you, as a coach, want to remain in Jamaica, coaching one corner league side or coaching at a certain level? Because that is what you have to think about. And the mindset, Richard, is it that you are looking at your coaching level as in, are you thinking that a Mexico Crystal will look at the likes of you and come and say, oh, Wanda coach, you know? Mexico don't look at birth certificate. Mexico don't care where you're born. Mexico is looking at what you are producing with like Tata Martino and these guys. Do you think that a USA, a Canada, England, and even leagues, the leagues that are in these countries, do you think yourself capable of getting a job in one of these countries? Or are you saying that okay, a Jamaica me settle for? And because you settle for Jamaica, you do what most of the Jamaicans in terms of that job want to do, not get qualified, not get
All right,
exposure.
CC.
And what I know, Prince, I said, by not getting exposure, you know what you left yourself to be? Exposed. You left yourself to be exposed by not getting exposure. Because somewhere or the other, Richard, you're going to get exposed. And that's what it comes down to. The greater mind, the greater knowledge, the more experienced individual or coach in that manner with the greater knowledge will always come out and top. Not a lot of the times you might have a much more talented team, but that person has a much more organized team and he has the knowledge and the know-how.
Cece,
All
I
right.
think you made like an interesting point. Sorry, Prince, I'll like pass it back over to you in a second.
Mhm.
You made an interesting point in terms of why dare I say outsiders don't look at homegrown or home produced coaches where Jamaica is concerned. And I have to say to you, Cece, as things stand, there's an obvious reason for that. There's an obvious reason for that, and it's simply because they are bad minded. Jamaican coaches, it's very clear to see that they will set house to that building if it means that they get to collect the insurance money. And that is what we've seen time and time again. They will cut off their nose just to spite their face. They will self sabotage anything if it means that they will be the one in the driving seat. So that is the reason why coaches from your Mexico or your USA or your Canada or America or wherever don't look at them because they're bad mind. Who is going to trust you if you can't even trust yourself or take care of your own? Who is going to trust you? If you're not your sister's keeper or your brother's keeper, who on earth is going to trust you? You're lucky that the Jamaica Football Federation put some trust in you. You should be worshiping the ground that they walk on. Because you clearly your self-destruction. You know, when you see that red button, for a lot of those coaches, they are that red button. Make no mistake, if they're next to that red button and you are making more money than them and you are more loved and appreciated than them, they're going to press that red button. Even if it means it's going to tear everything down. Like I said, if it means that the insurance money is coming in their pocket, they're going to take that gamble. We've seen it. History speaks for itself. You're too bad mind, crab in a barrel mentality. That's what stifles the game. Always want war people, always want to make it about you. When is it ever going to be about the black, green, and gold? When is it ever going to be about Jamaica? We're seeing it right
Selfless.
now. We are seeing it right now when the women's team is concerned at all bad mind. That's the reason why people don't look at us. That's the reason why people don't take us serious. Not even Jamaican football fans, the 12 man take them serious. So why should somebody else? Why should outsiders take them serious? They don't even respect themselves. The world is watching. You know why the world is watching? Because the women's senior team did the unthinkable in 2018. So media from all over the world are watching. They might not be saying anything, but they're definitely watching. That's the reason why they picked up on the story about Hubert Busby Jr. There's a reason for that. They are watching to see what's going on where the black, gold, and green is concerned because Jamaica is a product that sells itself. The only people who can't get on board with that and get that into their skull is those at the higher echelons of the game, as in the decision makers or the ones close to the decision makers. They don't get it. You can't teach these things, it has to be in you. You can't teach it. It's as simple as.
Wow.
Definitely.
Wow. Mikhail
We
in
as a
the comment section is endorsing what you're saying, Crystal. He is having the caveat though. However, it's not only Jamaica's problem, it's the world over. But what you're saying there, crab in a barrel, bad mind culture. Wow, that was wow.
That is the truth. Like I said to you, with my platform, I'm glad that my guests, when I bring them on, they align with what I'm saying in terms of respect. But don't come onto the platform and think that we're going to take it easy. We're going to speak with all due respect. And if you can't take the respect, this probably if you can't take the truth, the naked truth without the clothes on it, it's not the platform for you. Because we
I
will
mean,
always try to balance things that we're always going to try to like be as objective as we can be. With that being said, truth will be told respectfully.
because Crystal, watching up, you see as a nation, we need to start become selfless. We can't always think about one another. At the work where I work, I'm a supervisor there.
Hold
See,
on, what do you mean?
and
We can't think about one another. You mean
no,
But
we
we're
you
can't.
already
should
doing that
we
though.
should think about we should think you
No,
mean we
man,
should
we
think
can't
about
think about
other
ourselves.
people. Right.
No, we
We
can't
should
think
think
about
about
ourselves.
others.
Yeah, we should think
Oh,
about
oh, me
others.
get you, me get
Yeah,
you, me get
we
you.
can't think about ourselves, you see me? We have to think about others
Yeah,
as
me
well.
get.
You see? So, me just make a point, say, where I work, I'm a supervisor, you see? And we'd have a local discussion and thing, because that's one thing me always try to do. Anyone with there, I may have discussion, me always try to spread the love, because that's the only way we will change the culture. You see me? Um, you can just touch one person, and based on that one person touch somebody. That is how you change your culture. You have to always touch somebody. You see me? And Crystal can always realize, anybody who made a run, it always have an impact on them. And I say change the culture. You see? Because here
Even
we're going to
GT and CC, even GT and
everybody.
CC when you
Yeah,
touch them,
everybody.
them have
So
to
here we're
move.
going to so here
Hey,
we're going to.
hey,
Oh, hold on, Jetty.
hey,
Hold on, hold on, hold
Richard,
on.
careful now. Which touch
Hold
and
on.
which hey.
Hold on, easy, JD. All right,
Easy,
so
Papa,
easy,
easy.
CC. All right, so basically, me I say, we have a discussion and thing, and what is a new generation a supervisor, and we have some discussion with some employee, and them I say, boy, some of the previous people and before, when them have issue with them not send them up for promotion and them thing there. So me I say, yo, like that is a crab in a barrel mentality. Like if I have an issue with you and you're in my department and there is position that is coming up, why would I not send you? That is my love problem so much. Why I wouldn't send you? I always tell person like if me have a problem with you, you see me, and like I know that you're fitting for your position, I would I would put you on the list. Like your name would be on the list first. You see me? Because me and you already have problems. So why me just want to keep you around me so for always have problem? Like more I go my bed and sleep at night time peacefully. So you see if you have the right attitude and mentality, even though me and you have problem, and you first I go up on the list, me I tell you because me want you move go our next department. You see me? But at the same time, me not gonna recommend nobody when not fitting because anybody where you recommend is a recommendation of you. So if I recommend somebody negative, that give a negative impression on you. You see me? So there have to be a balance. But me not gonna know say you is a great employee and you can work in a position, but because me you talk, me not go recommend you. No, your name first I go up on the list. As long as me know say is a person who can work, when me and you fight, me and you say all kind of thing, I your name first I go up on the recommendation. Yeah. Because I am not grading you off your personal abilities. I'm grading you off your working ability. So I'm not grade you off of your personal relation with me and you. You see me? Like we have to become professional. We have to start for like put emotions away and become true professionals. You see me? So again, when you make decision at work, not because you and the person no talk and you and the person no deal, means say you always are gonna make unfair decision to you. I always tell persons if me there work and one of my friend mess up, me I gonna be the first person we are gonna write him. And see, after me write him, me I go mentor him to ensure say him not do it again. And that is what a good friend is. When a friend mess up, you don't cover for him. You ensure that him get it right. You mentor him because he was going to, and every day me I go there for cover for him. So me I go mentor him and ensure him understand the work properly. So you see when me not there, him a do the right thing. So we have to become professional. We can't just always go around and a friend thing. I know so the work. You see me? Me and you never come here.
We've got to start from somewhere. We've got to start from somewhere. I like the comment. Thank you, Crystal, for putting up that comment below. I don't know if you want to read it out. I think you're on mute there, Crystal. But yes, Paul
Didn't want to
Marriott,
disrupt your flow. You saw like you was in a good flow. I left the flow to you.
you're a scholarstress. I salute as always. Paul Marriott there, Crystal. CC is digging into something. I don't know what I'm digging into. Observing the Jamaican football program on and off the field at all levels, and in every department is daunting and depressing. Talent is not lacking, but the necessary support structure is. I think that's a very pertinent comment. CC, CC, you were talking about Jamaica not being necessarily a track and field country, and is actually a strong Jamaican a footballing culture and country. But I would maybe dispute that when you're talking about seeing football games being having stadiums filled. Filling up stadiums is one thing, but the knowledge, and as Prince was alluding to, the professionalism, the hunger to succeed, having the tools, the knowledge, the desire and willingness to learn, to take the next level to world-class status, that is another jump. That's why the track and field athletes that we have, they know how to run things. And Jamaica football...
In track and field, Richard,
yes,
sorry to break you, but in track and field,
yes,
you can be a little bit more selfish. There's a little bit of selfishness that can be acquired. Like it might sound away, but I think I'm saying to you, it can be a little bit more selfish in track and field. In football, you cannot. There's not necessarily room for selfishness. It's a totally team effort. It's a team game. While the track and field program can be geared towards a track outside of doing a relay or outside of saying, for example, you're carrying a Jamaican contingent to the
individual pursuits.
Yes. For example, we have gone to meets where Usain Bolt has gotten his, Shelly and have gotten hers, but you haven't seen anybody else step up to the plate. But guess what happened? It did not what would I say? Did not impact as much because Usain Bolt did his thing. It did not impact on Usain Bolt's legacy or career. But when somebody falls short in the team, it impacts on the entire team. So I'm saying to you that because of the collective nature of football, it's kind of different in terms of the approach that we get to take to track and field. We can dominate on track and field because we can always create individual athletes and then make up the numbers as we go along. And then you have other persons, for example, when they do champs, you have other persons who are like filler athletes. So they are the ones who collect points. So they collect points, but they're not necessarily going on to be super athletes or elite athletes.
Good point.
Or when you're playing in the sport, in a collective team sport event, there's so many factors that are cogs in the machine that has to be turning in order for that machine to move efficiently and effectively. That if these things are not sorted out, it can lead to something like that. For example, as Crystal mentioned, if there's a bad mind and selfish culture, then it doesn't necessarily impact track and field as much because trust me, it is there as well. but it just don't impact it as much because it is much more individualized. When it is in football now, it's kind of difficult to separate it because if you have a selfish mind and a bad mind culture, it can affect you. For example, Shellyan left Stephen Francis camp, but Shellyan went actually met somebody went on to get back same time or medaled, right? Outside of the camp. So she still actually achieved something. But the sabotage or certain type of words would have been said, make it seems a way like so. But when it's in the football program, as Crystal would have said, them cut off them nose to spite them face. So the person, because they're no longer in charge of the thing, or they're no longer in the driving seat, it start to be self-sabotage and not country first. You understand? So it's not country first. And there's a lot of factors in it. We can even look at it like this. I said this to somebody the other day. Football, when an athlete plays for Jamaica, right? When a footballer goes to play for Jamaica in the senior teams, they get paid to play for Jamaica. Well, no matter the compensation, they get compensated. When a runner goes to run for Jamaica, they get nothing. They get per diem. The footballer, Jamaican colors, you get a pay like 3,000 or 3,500 US, plus you get per diem. The athlete goes to run for Jamaica in the Olympics, you get per diem. When you're in the camp, you don't get a salary. And I'm showing you how these things affect a lot of things, Richard. So there's not much to fight. There's not much to fight for in terms of the athlete camp. So the coach who is there with the athlete, it can't be fighting country. You understand? So they have to be working with the athlete because unless they work with the athlete, there's no money to be gained outside of that. But the coach who are in this program plus the players that are there, there's so many money in the football program. That's what I'm telling you. So when people are talking about it, they don't understand that the football program in Jamaica gets the most money of any sports program in the country.
Yeah, I did say that on camera.
You understand? If you have a cake, cut it in half. The football get half, and the other half is served between rugby, tennis, table tennis, ice hockey.
Let me say this. Let me say this because I know.
Ice hockey.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, CC, because I know. You see the amount of money where JFF get from the government, the next 10 federation combined, you hear me say the next 10 federation combined doesn't earn as much as the JFF.
Wow.
Put that into context.
Wow. Plus FIFA's money. Plus FIFA is giving. So I'm saying to you, there are many factors, Crystal, to me. Look at it like this. Iceland, as small as Iceland is, Uruguay, there's some countries I don't think size to me matters. And you can't say the economic aspect of the individuals. Because Brazil has been winning the World Cup, and Brazil economy is one of the worst economies. Not the best. Brazil economy has been struggling in a lot of times. And I'm saying to you that we're not even want to go there because they have a big country. But I'm saying to you that the size of our economy doesn't factor into us being successful. The size of our population doesn't factor into us being successful. It's the mindset, Crystal, is the mindset of the people. The mindset of the people factors into us being successful. The mindset to galvanize a team. We don't have a team mindset out here. We have an individualistic mindset. It's all for me. Go scrape. If we are to keep a team now, I'm going to say team Tallawah, Richard, me, Crystal, Prince. To me, the sum is not greater than the team itself. The individual is not greater than the sum factor of the team. So I'm saying to you that we don't have that makeup and that mindset. Or the persons who are involved in these programs don't have the makeup or mindset to think like that. You understand? I is in win, yes, but there's no I in team. And you can't win without a team in a team sport.
Because
I see
You've
some.
gone running like full. Oh, actually, my apologies. Dr. Joyful, thank you for hitting the subscribe button. Definitely appreciate your support. Before I forget my manners, once more, massive thank you to you guys in the comment section. The ultimate 12 man. We've been going on for 4 hours and 30 something minutes, and
Are
you
you
guys are still here.
serious?
Richard's fault.
Yeah.
Oh
Rich
my
poor.
gosh.
Poor.
Massive thank you to my lovely panelists. I had a debut on here. Wasn't expecting JT to stop by. Jay Taylor, that is, he stopped by, and yeah, it's always great listening to Taylor speak. Like I said, if you do not want to hear the truth, the naked truth without without the clothes on it, you're probably not going to agree with him. But if you can take the truth, then he's great to listen to. As is the lovely Formula, Mr. Ballin as well. I think those are the only guys that's dropped out, that's no longer here. And of course, my co-pilots as things stand, Prince, the Prince himself, Mr. Chelsea, and Mr. Arsenal as well, for coming onto my live stream and just riding out with me. Couldn't, I don't think I could do a live stream for close to 5 hours. I don't know what else I could talk about with you guys in the comment section. So thank you to my lovely co-hosts and my special panelists for helping me to grow my platform and the conversation. Mikhail, I'm good at the moment, thankfully. I made sure I rested after work today. So thank you for your concern though. Pick up yourself. Yeah, guys, you were saying something and I interrupted you. Sorry
Alright.
about that.
Yeah, I was going. All right. So what I'm saying that Jamaica has a real opportunity to do something great in the Caribbean. You know, um, we have the opportunity to be one of the richest federation in the Caribbean, right? But we are playing, and I'm not only talking about football. I'm talking about track and field. Isn't me? We have the opportunity, Crystal, because here we go. I know one of the main reasons why we not reach our potential are because of the people them. That's one of the
Yes.
me not even attack the federation. Me I talk about the people them. You see the people them have some look of bad mind ways. And you see until them get over them bad mind ways, we not gonna reach nowhere as a nation. Now me go on track and field a little bit. You see? You see, every time we get an athlete overseas to come run at the boys and girls champs is a problem for the spectator them the local spectator them. We have to stop it, brother. Because at the same time we want to go in a US and want our athlete them get scholarship. So when the athletes them are coming to Jamaica, low them. You see me? Too bad man. And here I go, you see, these are the little things that boost viewership. And them don't understand this, these are the only way sports are growing in Jamaica. You see, when you have athletes all over the world start to come school in a Jamaica, just the boys and girls champs, you start to attract viewers all over the world as well. So you see, like a look one spot media there, I want look one spot media they start earn whole heap of money by viewers. You see me? So therefore, remember, say one spot media have to give ISA a thing, So if viewers are growing, that means that ISA get more money. You see me? That means ISA get more money, Cool. And by increasing your viewership, and by increasing the viewership, where you also attract sponsors, because sponsors go anywhere the crowd go. So you see, if it's that the whole world are go buzz about boys and girls champs, every sponsor go on depend boys and girls champs. That's how it go. And then you have to also look at the infrastructures of the school, because imagine if every school have top class athlete across the world. That means the school have an opportunity to increase their infrastructures, to increase their gym, to increase their track. Like some school will end up build track, because remember, all the viewers them no want a dip in at the market that would have been created in Jamaica. So therefore we are get big sponsors now like Gatorade and etc. etc. You see me, because everybody are going to wear crowd there.
Yeah, what more I know is this. We have Express Fitness, we have Spry, we have so many gyms out here, bro. But I see some people that go say they want to be bodybuilder. And I'm thinking that we have a league, Crystal, and it's like I'm saying that if you guys don't have a gym per se, you are telling me, say, it is difficult for you to get a gym membership type of sponsorship.
If utilizing your assets, living within
so
your
many
means, but
gyms
then
in
again,
Jamaica.
But you know
Express
what it
fitness is
is,
a 24
CC?
hours, Crystal,
You
24
know what it
hours.
you know what it is, CC? It's people not wanting to live within their means and following that hype culture. As a people, we're too hype. You're concerned about all the wrong things. Like CC said, if you don't have a gym at your football club and there is gyms on the island, utilize your surroundings. Utilize what's there and stop making
Listen, I'm gonna tell you
excuses.
something, Crystal. I'm think this they not understand. And me just talk it overall for players, coaches, and everything. Just like the coaches who don't want to really educate themselves in the game in the game of football or on the knowledge of football, right? And things a simplistic thing. I would like some of these coaches to try NFL. They would have flunk out from day zero, but let's just stay where it is. Imagine this, Crystal. You're driving a taxi, right? And you don't service this taxi. This taxi is what makes you your bread and butter. It is going to break down on you, shut off on you, left you a road. So it's the same mindset. You don't upgrade your knowledge as a coach, it's going to left you a road like the taxi. Your brain going to come like the taxi. Broke down upon you. You're stuck in a one party, can't come out. Try go up the hill and you're sputtering. Tuk, 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 tuk. You're sputtering. Barely can reach up the hill, Richard. Because what? You did not take care of what is supposed to make money for you. The player now, you don't take care of your body and this makes money for you. It's going to break down on you. You're going to not be able to run at a certain level. You're going to be not able to compete at a certain level with athletes when you're going into international competition. You're going to not be able to, your body will not withstand that level. So those are the
CC.
little things. And if you look at it, the gym, the persons who do the running, right? Most of them are going like GC Faster and like UE and those places. UE as a gym, GC Faster as a gym. So most of them are in school programs. So technically, some of them are going to get access to gyms. That's why I'm saying that the track and field program is kind of different. But the football players are in clubs. Most of these clubs don't have a gym. You understand, Crystal? So they don't necessarily have access to that equipment. But I'm saying there are other ways to get access to these things. And if I think that if we approach it from a perspective, for example, I think the Ministry of Sports in collaboration like with JFF can approach it from a point of view of saying that why not try and get subsidized gym membership for clubs or for national for the national team. So I mean, do it in such a way where we can upgrade it for our clubs. Then say for our clubs, and even for the girls club and for the boys clubs, because these things are needed. Just like you need a nutritionist, you need like gym and to do strength work, like for example, you do legs and them stuff to can be able to kick this football. And you understand, there's a lot of things. I mean, I think that we're lacking, and I think it does not necessarily comes down to money per se in terms of spending this big money. It just comes down to diplomatic relations.
CC.
How you deal with things on a diplomatic level.
All right,
You
CC,
understand?
what
CC
you
and Prince.
see-
CC, Prince and Crystal. I want to ask this question. Time's fast spent. I want you to have your say actually. Go ahead, Prince. Go ahead, Prince. I've got one question. Go ahead, Prince. Go ahead.
all right, so CC, me just make one point to you. You see me? You see, track and field have a leverage to carry football in Jamaica. You see me? That are one of the ways right now how football are gonna progress in a Jamaica through track and field. You see me? So you see the more successful track and field become in Jamaica, and the better the football become. And people on stop like have rival between track and field and football. You see me? Enjoy each sport in its rightful place. Because you have some fans, they must say them always as fans that pick track and field and fans that pick football and one piece of wire. No. We are all Jamaicans and it's a Jamaican sport. Enjoy each sport in its own category. You see me? Track and field have the ability to bring football. Because here we're going, you see, when the schools them are dominating a track and field, the schools them get more sponsors and them upgrade them program, them upgrade them dormitories, and them upgrade them gym. Remember that the football team also have access to these facilities. So therefore, track and field have the ability to give us first class infrastructures. Now we have the colleges like GC Foster College where the coaching. If track and field coaching reach a point to where we have some first generational um technologies operating at the college, it will also be accessible to the football coaches at the college. Zine? So therefore, football has the leverage to support, not football, but track and field have a leverage to support football in Jamaica. You see me, so stop bad minding thing, people. We can live as one and know say boy we are the good in the tracks and we are support football same time. Why everything have to always be some type of conflict? You see me?
Very good point. Very good point, Prince. Prince, can I ask a question? Crystal, bless you. CC, viewers and subscribers out there, remember, share the visibility. Time is fast spent. The quality of conversation is sweet and top quality. Hit the like button, share and increase the visibility, and full respect to all the commenters out there. Hit that like button, share, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. You're more than welcome. I've been loath to touch certain conversations with the proverbial barge pole because information is coming out slowly but surely, and I like to get a good perspective on matters before speaking. But could I put it to your good selves? Is it fair to say, in general terms, we can apply it to club situations or international situations, that players conceivably and feasibly can demand and want and deserve the highest quality or a good quality of coaching and management to support them in their on-field activities? Is that what you would suggest as a generalization? Look at the Chelsea team. You remember the wait, Prince, come off. Watch it. Mute your mic. CC, Crystal, do you remember when Didier Drogba and John Terry and the likes, they had to bid farewell to their previous coach, and in stepped Roberto Di Matteo. Roberto Di Matteo simply said, lads, I'm paraphrasing, lads, you know what you need to do to lift silverware, to bring out the best in you. The previous gaffer, the previous coach couldn't do it, but you guys know what to do. So over to you. It was tantamount to that. And they got the job done. My question is, do you think that certain players, if they have the quality and the ambition and the desire, are they entitled to seek that level of quality coaching and management to bring out the best of them? We're generalizing here, but what say you, Crystal?
I think what you're asking, I think what you're politely asking is, are we in favor of player power? Am I in favor of player power? You're setting a dangerous precedent. That's what I have to say to anyone who supports player power. You are setting a dangerous precedent. And I'm actually glad that we have CC on the live stream, because he's Mr. Chelsea, so he's the perfect person to ask for this, because we have seen player power at Chelsea multiple times. The reason why player power works in favor of her. No, I like Chelsea. I like Chelsea. I don't have a problem with
hit the like button. It's gonna get sweet here. This is gonna get sweet. I want to hear
the reason why Chelsea get away with it, because it's no secret. People always scratch their head and say that how comes every time Chelsea change manager, they taste success. More often than ever, they taste success, and it's not just a case of them being lucky. It's because Chelsea have an owner who backs his chat. The financial muscle is there to support them time and time again. That's the reason why Chelsea can just take up a manager, get rid of him, go the following season and taste success more often than anything. But what I'm saying to you is, where is the boundary? Where do you draw the line? Or are we just saying that we're happy for player power to run its course because it's just Jamaica? Would we be happy if there was player player power at Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Barcelona, Real Madrid. When we're asking ourselves these questions, first and foremost, ask yourself that question, but remove Jamaica and replace your club, because we see more club football than we see international football, irrespective of whether we love our country more. I know for a fact about asking the guys on screen that they love their country more than anything else. No matter what our club does for us, it's Jamaica over everything. So when we're talking about player power, we have to say, would we be happy with player power if it was at our club? If that is yes, then you're willing to strike a match and you're willing to pretty much take a huge gamble that might not pay dividends. I'm not saying don't take the gamble. I'm saying that gamble might not pay dividends. So be careful what you wish for.
Orlando, I can see Orlando in the comment section. Well, this is a
And
very
also, again,
interesting conversation.
I have to ask you as well. I have to ask you as well, Richard. Where is the boundary? Where do you draw the boundary? It can't just be a free for all. Who's in charge? Who is in charge? Who is the ultimate person that's in charge? And where is the boundary? Where do you draw the line? Because we're wandering off in one direction, that direction, and all of this is basically saying that we in the future, or maybe now, will be willing to accept indiscipline. Because when you're talking about player power, you cannot avoid indiscipline.
Right,
If it is
Crystal.
a case of where, one moment there, Prince, I'll let you talk in a second. If this is a case of, you want to get rid of the head coach or the manager because it's not a footballing, because it is a footballing reason, okay, get rid of him. Or sometimes it's not even a football reason. It's sometimes it's a crude decision. So, for example, if you feel like your manager is a little bit touchy feely, and we've seen that in football, even over here in England, we've seen where cases have resurfaced from the 90s and so on, and people are now telling their stories, and boys being molested and all of that, because it can happen in the men's game and the women's game. If it's something like that, I understand you're saying get rid, but you have to ask yourself, where is the boundary? That's what I'm asking you guys. Where is the boundary?
All right, Crystal. Remember that. All right. So player power is not good. Like anywhere, player power is not good. But at the same time, we have to look at the factors of our country. Like our country, unique. Like them things that happen nowhere else in the world but Jamaica. Like at the same time, we can't really like it's hard for we beat the players them when we say player power, because me no know, like we coach them just bad mind. we coach them just bad mind and them just unprofessional. You see me? Because for example, all right, let me show you one thing. So even in the interview, like I was listening to the interview with Blaine, and he was saying that he was speaking with some of the girls, and they were telling him that he was a better coach than the previous coaches. Now me I said to myself, you feel like say Clap I
Oh
go there
yeah,
at Liverpool
I
and the
told.
ball I go call Clap. I tell Clap that Clap with us say listen to me. Get off my phone. Like that now happen nowhere else around the world. Like out of all of the other things one could sit down and talk about, when I sit down and talk about, you did better than previous administration. Like that is unprofessional. You see me? And I think the coaches, like the local coaches, they don't know when to stop. They take things too far sometimes. They need to understand that the players are not your best friend. You see me? You are in charge of a team, and as in charge of a team, you are like the manager. Not saying that you can't have good relations and you can't run joke with the players, but you have to have a limit between professional and unprofessional. You see me? So you can't be that, and you're a player, that you're in charge of a player, and when the player come from foreign, he might give you TV, he might give you shoes. Like, that is unprofessional, sir. You see me? The relationship, it can't be that way. You see me? Because guess or not, those things also affect your judgment. Those things also affect your judgment, because imagine a baller bring everything come from England, come give or from America. Every time you get it, you feel sweet, your skin off your teeth, say every time a baller there come, you feel it hard feel if a baller there out of squad. Because you're used to the sweets. So that's why enough we did I take it from day one. You see me? So them look at thing there, it's too unprofessional and they don't know when to stop. They don't know where's their limit. You see me? You don't talk to certain players and you talk to them about certain topics. You're the coach. In a business settings, you have been the manager. You can't sit down and have every conversation with the people underneath you. No.
The thing is, if we're being fair to Vin Blaine, if you listen back to some of the questions that was probed to him in press conferences and particularly post-match conferences, like journalists like myself over the last window, the last April window, when certain questions were put to him, he defended players. He defended players. So I know now people are coming out and are saying that he's now saying this, Y, Z, but I feel like he's saying that because his back is against the wall. His back is now against the wall where every single person is speaking. Every single person is having their say. So he's probably under the impression that, you know what, I too have to have my say. And in terms of your comment there with regards to players saying, I prefer this coach over that coach, for me, I think that's normal because I definitely know I've seen it where my club is concerned and players coming out publicly saying that they prefer this coach or they prefer that manager. So I kind of feel like it's normal. I think where we probably go wrong as the 12th man is because we love the game so much and we look at it as the beautiful game, we put it on a pedestal that sometimes it has no right being up so high. It has
Crystal,
no right.
Crystal, when you hear the key thing where you say persons come out in public and say that, not persons calling the coach in a midnight night and discuss people over the phone.
What do you
You see
mean?
difference?
What do
You
you
see
mean?
difference? You see
What do you
difference?
mean?
Remember what you just said a while ago? Persons come publicly. So that means say in an interview the question might pop and they might give an answer that is suggesting such. Not calling the coach on his personal phone talking about that behind people back. Like
But it was you that brought up the whole speaking behind people's backs. So that's why I'm saying that in fairness
yeah,
to
it
the
was said in
coach.
an interview.
Yeah, but that's why I'm raised the point. What I'm saying is in fairness to the coach, because I know I've asked him about players, leadership of players. Basically, I've said, how great is it, paraphrasing, how great is it to see Bunny, for example, in the last game, put her arms around Kiki. What does that say about her leadership? And he was backing Bunny and he was echoing my message in saying that Bunny is a fantastic leader. So now what I'm saying is when Vin Blaine came out and he said in my interview that of the 20 players, some has come out and I've called him up and said to him, yes, I did sign it, but I don't want the coaching staff to know. He has all right to tell us that. That's public interest. That's part of the story because the headline said 20 players out of 24 players want him gone. The manager is saying actually from that 20 players have actually called me up and have said, yes, I did sign it, but I don't want you gone. That's public interest. The issue here is not the players or the coaches, not in my opinion anyways. The issue here is the person who handed the letter to the media because you can't control what Vin Blaine wants to say. Likewise, you can't control what the players want to say. It's anybody's game at this moment. When people are left hung out to dry, people are going to go into survival instincts, and this is what it's all about. That information should never have been made public because if it wasn't made public, we would not be sat here talking about things that we don't know. Everybody's speculating left, right, and center. This is why you don't air out your dirty laundry. You keep internal affairs secret. They could easily, because like I said, Mr. Blaine was brought in to take the girls through the qualification process. He's gone through round one. What's next? Round two. If they didn't have no trust in him to take them through round two, what they could have done internally and come out and say, due to personal reasons or reasons unknown, whatever they want to say, they could have pushed Vin Blaine through the back door and we would not have known. They could have just put him through the back door and say for the time being, please don't, speak to the media. And he probably wouldn't have spoken to the media. The man has clearly come out and said that if it's for the betterment of the team, I will leave. If it means me coming back and it's going to be toxic, I will leave. So what does
Shouldn't have
that
come
tell
out on the
us?
media. Honestly,
Who?
I think the best and diplomatic move He should have kept quiet. He shouldn't have come out.
No,
No,
wrong.
I
He
don't.
has every right to speak. He
Crystal,
has every single right
Crystal,
to
Crystal.
speak. You do
By
realize, hold on, Prince.
mhm.
You do realize that it's not just Vin Blaine's job that's on the line, right? You do realize that it's his coaching staff job that's always on that's also on the line, right? People who use this said job to put food on their table for their kids. You do realize that their job is on the line as well, right? Of course he has. When people are accusing him, a couple people have come on my live stream and have said that they thought that Vin Blaine was being accused of something similar to Hubert Busby Jr. Of course he has to come out and clear his name. For people to even be thinking
I've
that
never
he,
heard that one. I've never heard
I
that one.
have heard that.
I
I've
I
have
never
have
heard,
heard that
heard that.
one.
I've heard stuff saying that he
He
mentioned
has to
stuff
defend
about
himself.
Cece,
the girls.
leave
But let
that,
me tell you
leave
this.
that, Cece, leave that, leave that alone.
I won't say
Leave
that.
that.
But let me just say this though. What you're saying, Crystal, is true, right? I think he has the right to defend himself, and I think people don't understand this. If I was Vin Blaine, now I left work. You know why? You have to fire me and pay me off. Because at the end of the day, we have the man have bills to
He's an
pay, the coach, the
interim
staff
coach,
have bills.
sir.
Eh?
Sir, he's an interim coach. He's an
Yeah, but he's
interim coach.
contracted until the
Isn't me?
qualifiers
But
for
I'm
them
saying
still
is,
have to
But
pay
does
him.
say he's an interim coach?
yeah, but
So
I'm saying they could
no,
pay
well,
off the
no,
rest
but
of
me
the.
I say, and on a big payoff, like
But to
on a
me,
big
though, he
payoff.
has to defend himself, Prince. Whether or not we think he is the man for the job, or should have been the man for the job, I think he has to defend himself. And he has to defend his coaching staff, as Crystal rightfully said. He has to do these things because otherwise, even if he leaves the job, it sets a precedent for the next person's coming in. Because what if this happens again? And I hear a lot and this more and clarify. I hear a lot of persons talking about sponsor and who's spending the money and all these things. I want to know this, Crystal. Where in the
CC,
world does sponsorship picks the coach?
CC,
I
listen
want
to
to
me.
The
ask you a
person who
question, CC or Prince.
CC,
I want
the
to
listen.
person
ask
who
you a
Lord,
sponsors the
question.
team,
right?
Crystal, who sponsors England's football female team. I know that they have
Nike.
a sponsor named Kwai sponsors Brazil's football team, I think, the female team. But I'm saying that Nike doesn't what the sponsors can do is influence where you play. Because I know with Brazil, they would want Brazil to play in Europe mostly. So Brazil normally plays a lot of matches in Europe. You understand? But it doesn't they don't impact who Brazil pick as the coach, or who are they not supposed to be
CC,
impacting who you pick as
CC,
players. If we
CC.
hold on, if we give the sponsor the power to choose the coach and the coaching staff, you're basically saying that you're giving the sponsor the team. Might as well create an next federation and they own this section of the team because that's too much power. I can say they can have the option of saying that they want the girls to play in St. Elizabeth or they want the girls to play in Montego Bay. They have the option of wanting the girls to play in a certain area or doing certain commercial activities. But I don't think they should give them the power to choose who the coach is. If you understand what I'm saying, Crystal, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but I do understand.
So,
This is what I'm saying. When
mhm.
people have to realize when you're talking about football, remove your emotions. Remove your emotion because it's gonna formulate clouded judgment. And I know some people love not necessarily anyone on my panel, but I know there are certain Jamaican football fans who love their club more than their country. I don't know how that one works. Okay, but put your club in this situation. Does Nike tell Liverpool what to do? Does Nike tell Chelsea what to do? Does Puma tell Manchester City or Borussia Dortmund what to do? Does Adidas tell Arsenal or Manchester United what to do? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You can probably make recommendations,
Yeah,
but you
because
cannot stamp down your
I
Hold on,
like how
authority.
you brought up that point.
hold on. Remember, that our situation is very unique. That are just the main part of it. So therefore, you see the comparison between anything else that is like just different. And then remember, that sponsors have an influence on the coach because you have certain sponsors that don't like certain type of coach because they feel like that they don't represent their brand properly. So therefore, even if they sponsor the team, it might not be as lucrative as with another coach we have to also remember that factor. Remember that Liverpool is more valuable with Klopp at the helm than without Klopp. Remember that, right? So just by having Klopp alone, you get big sponsors. We have to remember
Okay,
that.
Prince, tell me
Mm.
why I don't hear no one talking about the Alakan Foundation. What, they don't exist? Why nobody don't talk about the Alakan Foundation like how they're talking about the Bob Marley Foundation?
No,
Yeah,
We have to
because
give some
only
credit to Alakan
it's the
Foundation as
BMF.
well.
It's the BMF slash and the Alakan for me. I said name Alarkan or whatever it is. Remember the last time, I think it was the same 2018, between the BMF and the Alarkan Foundation contributed 237,000 US $876 to the
The
campaign.
point I'm trying to make,
But I understand.
the point I'm trying to make, CC, is that there are other persons who also played an impact in supporting the girls. We can look at the Alakan Foundation. At the moment, I'm not hearing no noise from them. So does that mean that we should turn to Alakan Foundation and say that why don't you pick the next manager? Why don't you pick the next head coach? This is what I'm saying. Where is the boundary? Where is the boundary? We cannot criticize the federation for certain things and then turn a blind eye to another. Because if that is the case, then
Crystal.
it is a case of us being hypocrites.
Crystal. But remember, the situation is unique. We have to look at the unique of the situation.
No,
Remember,
there's nothing
no,
about nothing
hold on,
being
hold on,
unique. It's
hold on,
about
Crystal.
respect. It's about
Crystal,
respect and
Crystal, hold on.
discipline. I know
Crystal,
people don't like the federation, but the federation are there for a reason. They are there for
Crystal,
the reason. I'm their least supporter.
Crystal. Remember, I just want to point out this. Remember that the program they dead. When I say dead, the program dead. Remember that Sidela lift up the program, pump some life in the program because the program they dead before. Like nobody
Who
cares.
don't know that? Who know that? You can't say
Nobody
nobody
cares
don't
about women
care.
football. They didn't care. That is why the program died.
Prince, you're telling us things that we know. You're not talking to babies. We know this like the back of our hand.
Right.
People have given them the credit that they deserve. People will continue to respect them. But to say, to be beating a drum off, they should be the one to pick the coach and the federation
No,
shouldn't. I can't
I'm
agree
not
with
saying
that.
that I'm not saying that they should be the one to pick the coach, You see me? But I am saying that, I see person come out and person stomping at Sidela. And I don't feel like it is fair to how person is coming at Sidela. I feel Sidela deserve a way more respect. I know that she's hostile, but it's the circumstances that create her to be hostile. Remember, that even though she was trying to help the federation, trying to help the program, the federation was still trying to rob her, remember?
Okay, stick a pin in it, Prince. What is hostile? What is hostile about Sedela Marley?
Hold on. The way of doing things, it's not that diplomatic as it should be. So her way about going about doing things, it's kind of
But
like,
okay, so would you argue that it should be done professionally then? Because this is the same thing that we
it can be
criticize the
done
federation
professionally.
for.
It can be done professionally, right? And I know that the way how it's going about being done is not the right way. But you see, the reason why I have local sympathy to how it's being done because I understand like where she come from. Because remember, the last time when them held the training camp for Jamaica, remember that Sidela actually hand over the money to JFF. And look how long JFF get for pay over the people them money till the people them all are send letter to Sidela say them not get paid for the time of them on camp. And knowing that you take the money out of your pocket and you give the federation for pay the money, and people are sending emails say, no, them can't. Them things set them up for why the situation hostile, all these things build up. Remember that we are humans, we have emotion. So how dare I come and try to help CC, but CC no one help himself.
If we go back to it's almost as if we're going around it's almost as if we're going in 360. Like nobody is saying, there's definitely not no one on the panel that is. No one on the panel is saying that she does not deserve to be respected or that she doesn't not deserve to be spoken about in a positive manner. She absolutely does. But if you're going to be beating the drum and saying that she's this and she's that, then you have to balance up that argument. Because you use a keyword. That's why I tried to probe you on that and say, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Because if you go back and I said there's articles out there that said that she basically recommended Hugh was the manager, head coach, take us to the first ever Women's World Cup. So you don't think that if we circle back and look at Donaldson, that people are not going to say, "Hi, coach, how much did you know about the Hubert Busby situation?"
All right. Here was you see where you
So
just
we're
said.
going to we're
Hold
going
on.
to be talking about due diligence check. This is
No.
what I'm saying. So the same way you can beat the federation and criticize the federation for due diligence check and not being professional, it's the same way we can do it for all parties involved with all due respect.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a serious allegation there. That's a red flag that was missed. So if we can give credit, surely we can critique, we can do constructive criticism with all due respect at the very same time.
All right. Me get what you say, Me get what you say. You see me? And you see the point where you just make Crystal like Sidela, they were the one that recommend Menzies. And I see Menzies get with to a World Cup. And they were the one that recommend Busby. And Busby did go and go do the program so far. So I mean, like, if they are recommending person and we are being successful, like, what is the issue? Like,
You're overlooking a really important matter with Busby. So there is an issue.
yeah,
There is
no, I know
automatically
what,
an issue.
no, I know what's the issue with
That's what I'm
Busby,
saying.
and I say that, yeah, we Busby is not a part of the program, and based on the issue, it shouldn't be a part of the program, right? But them come and them recommend somebody else because they actually recommend somebody else, not Busby, but they actually recommend somebody else.
That's not what I'm saying, Prince.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is people will now look at, because someone, I can't remember who was it that raised the point of saying Sedella made a select Sedella handpick basically humans. Is what I'm saying is some persons will now look and say, where was the due diligence check made? Some people would look and say that this is why we need football people making football decisions, because background checks have to be done when you're dealing with young girls and young women. Jodie Brown, youngest player, with the best young player at the last Concacaf Women's World Cup qualifiers back in 2018. And the thought of him being around young girls when there was quote and unquote red flags there, those things need to be looked at. Those things need to be looked at. It can't be a case where people internally knew of the red flags, whether he is guilty or not guilty, and turned a blind eye to it. So this is why I'm saying that if people are going to be putting Sedella at the front of it, we also have to examine that decision to put whoever in charge of the women's team at the time. Because you all, as a circle, you all have questions to answer for. No, I'm talking about Menzies. I'm talking about Menzies as the head coach, and then I'm talking about Hubert Busby with the red flag. But I'm saying that whole selection process now, there's a red flag there, because with Busby, people are going to look at Menzies and says, "Coach, what did you know? What didn't you know? Was there due diligence check made?" That's what I'm saying, that you're going around in circles. Even with Menzies, as innocent as he is, people are going to be looking at him and saying, "Coach, did you not know? How are you willing to bring someone on board without doing due diligence check?" That's why I said to you that if Coach Donaldson comes to the light, if Coach Donaldson, Prince, I promise you this, if Coach
Mm-hmm.
Donaldson is made coach, if he makes a return in the press conference, he will be asked that question. What did you know? Prince, they were rubbing shoulders together. Whether or not he knew or not, he has to be asked the question, what did you know?
Yeah,
He has
Crystal,
to be
but
asked that.
remember, that, like, sometimes I meet some of the nicest persons in the world, and you can't tell until the moment. You see me?
That's why you
You
fail.
can't tell until, no, but how you gonna feel if you never know? And I like say you know,
DBS check,
but you see me?
DBS check, Prince.
No, but
You mean you don't
Crystal,
know? So when you deal with girls and young women, you have to run your DBS check. You can't talk about your wait till the moment. Suppose them a serial killer. That
no,
don't
but
make you feel
Crystal, but
uncomfortable.
remember at the time, at the time that he was a part of the team in Menzies, there wasn't there wasn't any question mark. There wasn't any question
Prince,
mark
you're
around him,
missing
you
the
know.
point. You're missing the point. Due diligence checks have to be done. It has to be done. My workplace, we do due diligence check ever so often. May I sick it? You have to do, when you are working with young girls and women, you have to do due diligence check as frequently as possible. You have to do your due diligence check. You can't not do your due diligence check and just say he looks like a good guy. And it's not even me having a go at um, Busby Jr. It's not a case of that. It's not about humans, it's just about the process. That's all I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the process. You have to do due diligence check. I would not be comfortable if I have a boy or a son or a daughter playing for any football club without due diligence checks being done, even if at grassroots level. You have to do due diligence check. So suppose you look at daughter or you look at son, I get changed in a changing room, and you know run due diligence check on the people around you. You have to do your due diligence check. You have a duty to protect the players. This is why we have the Me Too movement. That's all I'm saying, that if people are going to be giving credit, and I'm not taking away Sedella's credit, I'm saying people are now going to be looking and thinking, oh, hang on here. How much control did you have? Why didn't you stamp your authority? Why didn't you ask for due diligence check? Them I go ask them question they them I go ask them question their prince, and them have to ask them question they. That's why I say, when you're talking about advocating for a person, make sure the person is a football person. No problem with Sedella, but Sedella have to have a football person next to her who knows about football like the back of their hand. That's a big mess up. That's a mess up right there. You're telling me that they don't run due diligence check when they're working with little girls and young women, even if it's little boys. So basically a murderer can be running our team and we don't know. We just have to wait for it to be breaking news. No, that is slackness. That is
You've got
slackness. And
you've got
if
the
Jamaica do a
comments.
thing like that, must stop support them.
Uh-oh.
But dead serious. But dead serious about that.
You got the comment section talking plenty, Crystal. You've got the comment section talking plenty, Prince. Big up Damien for McGregor. Facts, Crystal. He says, wow. Yeah, Mikhail, background check and criminal record check is necessary. Absolutely. DBS, absolutely. We cannot emphasize that enough. There's only a few minutes more left for me before I get some shut-eye and the school run. So I'm going to love and leave you guys in the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to bid you adieu. Prince, you're contemplating, and it's been a heated but respectfully conducted discussion between yourself and Crystal. I'm not sure what CC is up to, but I do want to catch the highlights of the Real Madrid Manchester City game. Just again, we did have this watch along. We started, my goodness me, over 5 hours ago when Crystal set up this watch along on Tallawah TV. It was the Reggae Girls under 17s taking on the might of the United States at under 17 level. Unfortunately, they came out 4-0 vanquished opponents. The Americans go marching on. They will be a team that will take some beating, no doubt about it. There's the strap headline below. They'll take some beating. The likes of Mexico and Canada will be hard pushed, as well as the remaining finalists. Crystal, I have learnt a lot from what you've been saying. I agree
And
with a lot of
you see how we had our heated moment and nobody disrespect people. This is what you lot in the YouTube community need to get used to. And every day you need to get up and disrespect people. Clearly we're sitting on opposite side of the fence, but not once did we cross the line. This is
And
what you call healthy conversation.
And I talk how Teddy is big. How Teddy is big. I'm sorry, Teddy. I'm sorry.
I want to know which Teddy my talk about. My talk about Teddy Lee or young Teddy. Young Teddy who me put asleep. I don't know which one I talk about, you know.
Me like Ted, so I'm not gonna make Prince disrespect Ted.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Crystal. My goodness me.
Oh.
Oh gosh. Look, I'm gonna actually bid you guys farewell at this point. It's been a wonderful discussion, and I'm sure it could actually go on for even longer. I'm gonna rewatch the rerun of this show and check out as many of the comment section as usual as possible. But again, all commenters, I salute you. You've provided a lot of input into the show. We can't read out all of your comments, but we are looking at the comments. Be rest assured. And of course, those who watch the show again, they'll be checking out and seeing how you guys responded. So the likes of Upon Running, Orlando, Hemmings, J-Ron, 876, Mikhail, Hot Chili. I've not seen Joan. Have you seen Joan? Has Joan been around today? I've not seen her, you know. Give her my regards if and when. Joan, if you're out there, we miss you. I hope you are well. I hope you are well.
I don't think Joan is present tonight, to be honest with you, because she's been very quiet if she is. So
Indeed. Or Rochelle, your friend Rochelle. But
Rochelle is here. Rochelle,
she's
where's
there?
Rochelle? Rochelle, yeah, Rochelle's here.
Hi,
Where's
Rochelle. Hi,
Rochelle?
Rochelle. Hi,
You
Rochelle.
know Rochelle's always
Hey,
present.
there you go. Look at you. There you go. Hey, oh, hello. Rochelle's got a point here. Hello. She's got a point here. Let me see what she's saying. Some of you are missing point. There is an investigation. It's questionable. Yeah. Oh, this is a really hot topic, and I must say, the way you guys have conducted it, I must say, props to you. Very sensitive issue, and it's one that we need to take very seriously. But going forward, I hope and wish all the very best for the reggae girls, the under 17s, the boys under 20s, and of course the reggae boys senior team. Again, United States, a formidable opponent. Well done. I saw the likes of, well, they had several players. I don't even want to pick out any of them, but Villarreal, Suarez, Gonzalez. My goodness me, Gamero. They had some powerful and really quality players on show, and they were playing the game in a good spirit. They were even celebrating someone's birthday at the end of the match. Props to Leah Brooks, the goalkeeper for Jamaica. She spoke really well at the end in the post-match conference. Props to the likes of Buckley for Jamaica, who showed a lot of promise. She was rather quiet in the game against America, but with 18% possession, it's going to be hard to really shine. Atkinson as a forward, she's got plenty of promise. We've already talked about Mignot, Nelson in defense. Of course, the captain, Wilson, who did look as though she didn't have her best game, but maybe that's because, legs, about rotation and fatigue that could have come into the equation. So hats off to the girls. Hats off to the girls, and I wish them the very best going forward. And I really do hope that the coaching levels in Jamaica do rise, and we use, as Crystal, you were saying, use what we have, the resources we have available, and don't look to make excuses as to why we lose or and feel that we are the number one and leading nations in a competition. We need to face hard facts, and it's not going to be a quick fix answer. It may take some time, but hopefully with good spirit, good endeavor, and as Prince said, and as Crystal alluded to, stop the crab in a barrel business. If we can be a little less selfish and more selfless, this could be the way forward. I'm going to have another cup of tea. Happy to make one for you, Crystal. I think I'm going to go for a peppermint tea this time, and a cup of water, and I'm going to rest and make sure Ted's okay. Am I right, Ted? Yes. Peace and love you here, Crystal.
Richard, we're about to close off, so if you don't mind staying with us, just go about 2 more minutes until we close off, guys. Before I forget my manners for one final time, massive thank you to you guys in the comment section, the ultimate 12 man. Don't know how you guys do it. You guys are always here, so we can't have these type of conversations without you. Mikey Ballin. We had a debut from Taylor. It was great having Taylor. Yeah, it was great having him on my own platform. I hope it's not the last. Also, Formula Sports stopped by as well. Mikey Ballin. I think that is it from what's on screen now. And also, we had a lovely Prince. We had Mr. Arsenal joining us. That is Richard Stevens. Mr. Chelsea, you can't see his face at the moment. So we almost got like the original top four. Yes, I did say the original top four on screen. Okay, I'm willing to die on that hill. So thank you guys for blessing me with a moment of your time. Final words?
I've said what I've had to say. Congratulations to the Jamaican under-17s for the run that they had, including a wonderful result against Canada. They actually had the opportunity to win that game. But that game did teach us that our coaching standards, our management of players, the need to make substitutions in timely fashion, to use squad rotation. Of course, there will be a question mark. It's not been actually spoken about often amongst the panelists. Maybe it has and I've missed it, and it will be interesting to see if the commenters picked up on it. But the question of potentially, this could be something for the coach, and he may feedback. He may have felt that the strength and depth of the players that he had at his disposal may have warranted or ensured that he didn't feel comfortable in rotating and putting on certain players, because the drop in quality in his eyes may have been to the detriment of the team and could have cost them. That could be an argument that he may put forward. I don't know. But I am really happy with the performance and endeavor and effort that the under-17s made. We've seen some really shining, outstanding performers for the under-17 team, and they can hold their heads high. They're under-17s. They're 15, 16, Maya, 14. I mean, you know, we've got to say, proud of you. Quarter-finalists, 4-0. I tell you what, there's some teams that will get beaten by way more than that. Trust me, by this American outfit. So well done to Jamaica, who have had a terrific tournament. Pipped for the top spot in their group by Canada, but they progressed nicely, and there's more to come. Please, let's look after them. Please, I'm encouraging anyone who wants to be a coach in Jamaica, go for it. If you want to get badges and go up, as CC said, don't just say, yes, I'm a coach, I can do this, and I've coached the local side, you know, local team around the corner. No, if you want to go forward and go and learn more and build yourself up, go for it. Don't let anyone stop you. As much as possible, go for it. Well done, Jamaica Reggae Girls. We're behind you, onwards and upwards. And thanks for having me on. Prince, always good to see you. Crystal, always a pleasure. Cece, full respect. Yeah, man, full respect. Love the conversation vibes. Respect. And commenters, big up.
Definitely. I know you're struggling, Richard, with your hay fever, so I'm going to just bring the broadcast to an end. Thank you guys again. I should be back during the remainder of the week to talk about what. I have no idea. I haven't decided yet, but definitely will be back during the latter stage of the week. It's now Thursday, my time, 2 a.m. here in the UK. If I don't see you between now and the end of the week, I hope you enjoy the rest of your week and have a fabulous weekend when it comes. If you're out and about on your journey, I hope that you make it home safe and sound. To the many of you who have actually hit the subscribe button tonight, thank you for doing so. I definitely appreciate your support. And I think over 100 of you have actually hit the like button. So thank you. And I hope that you enjoyed the president, the tone, the message that's been set by my platform. And thank you to the special guests who come on and just fall in line with what I ask of them. I know it's not the easiest talk, because sometimes when we're talking about football, we're used to being vulgar. But I always try to say that we don't know who's listening, i.e. little kids. And obviously we're not trying to like put certain things in their mind. So that's the reason why I asked for a certain tone of conversation. So massive thank you to my special guest for showing that bit of respect. Definitely appreciate you guys. And you guys in the comment section as well. Big up yourself. Have a lovely end of the week if I don't see you by the end of the week. And have a great weekend when it comes. Take care. Until next time.
I'm John Barnes, and you're watching Tallawah TV with Crystal Davis.